Chapter 67 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 67. After a while I arose from my seat, and descending the hill returned to the house of my honest friends, whom I found sitting by their fire as I had first seen them. "Well," said the man, "did you bring back Owen Glendower?" "Not only him," said I, "but his house, family, and all relating to him." "By what means?" said the man. "By means of a song made a long time ago, which describes Sycharth as it was in his time, and his manner of living there." Presently Gwen, who had been preparing coffee in expectation of my return, poured out a cupful, which she presented to me, at the same time handing me some white sugar in a basin. I took the coffee, helped myself to some sugar, and returned her thanks in her own language. "Ah," said the man in Welsh, "I see you are a Cymro. Gwen and I have been wondering whether you are Welsh or English, but I see you are one of ourselves." "No," said I in the same language, "I am an Englishman, born in a part of England the furthest of any from Wales. In fact, I am a Carn Sais." "And how came you to speak Welsh?" said the man. "I took it into my head to learn it when I was a boy," said I. "Englishmen sometimes do strange things." "So I have heard," said the man, "but I never heard before of an Englishman learning Welsh." I proceeded to drink my coffee, and having finished it and had a little more discourse, I got up, and having given Gwen a piece of silver, which she received with a smile and a curtsy, I said I must now be going. "Won't you take another cup?" said Gwen. "You are welcome." "No, thank you," said I have had enough." "Where are you going?" said the man in English. "To Llan Rhyadr," said I, "from which I came this morning." "Which way did you come?" said the man. "By Llan, I replied, "and over the hill. Is there another way?" "There is," said the man, "by Silin." "Llan Silin," said I, "is not that the place where Huw Morris is buried?" "It is," said the man. "I will return by Llan Silin," said I, "and in passing through pay a visit to the tomb of the great poet. Is Llan Silin far off?" "About half a mile," said the man. "Go over the bridge, turn to the right, and you will be there presently." I shook the honest couple by the hand and bade them farewell. The man put on his hat and went with me a few yards from the door, and then proceeded towards the factory. I passed over the bridge, under which was a streamlet, which a little below the bridge received the brook which once turned Owen Glendower's corn mill. I soon reached Llan Silin, a village or townlet, having some high hills at a short distance to the westward, which form part of the Berwyn. I entered the kitchen of an old-fashioned public house, and sitting down by a table told the landlord, a red-nosed elderly man, who came bowing up to me, to bring me a pint of ale. The landlord bowed and departed. A bluff-looking old fellow, somewhat under the middle size, sat just opposite me at the table. He was dressed in a white frieze coat, and had a small hat on his head, set rather consequentially on one side. Before him on the table stood a jug of ale, between which and him lay a large crabstick. 3 or 4 other people stood or sat in different parts of the room. Presently the landlord returned with the ale. "I suppose you come on sessions business, sir," said he, as he placed it down before me. "Are the sessions being held here to-day?" said I. "They are," said the landlord, "and there is plenty of business. 2 bad cases of poaching. Sir Watkin's keepers are up at court, and hope to convict." "I am not come on sessions business," said I am merely strolling a little about to see the country." "He is come from South Wales," said the old fellow in the frieze coat to the landlord, "in order to see what kind of country the north is. Well, at any rate, he has seen a better country than his own." "How do you know that I come from South Wales?" said I. "By your English," said the old fellow. "Anybody may know you are South Welsh by your English, it is so cursedly bad. But let's hear you speak a little Welsh, then I shall be certain as to who you are." I did as he bade me, saying a few words in Welsh. "There's Welsh," said the old fellow. "Who but a South Welshman would talk Welsh in that manner? It's nearly as bad as your English." I asked him if he had ever been in South Wales. "Yes," said he, "and a bad country I found it, just like the people." "If you take me for a South Welshman," said I, "you ought to speak civilly both of the South Welsh and their country." "I am merely paying tit for tat," said the old fellow. "When I was in South Wales your people laughed at my folks and country, so when I meet one of them here I serve him out as I was served out there." I made no reply to him, but addressing myself to the landlord, inquired whether Hugh Morris was not buried in Llan Silin churchyard. He replied in the affirmative. "I should like to see his tomb," said I. "Well, sir," said the landlord, "I shall be happy to show it to you whenever you please." Here again the old fellow put in his word. "You never had a prydydd like Hugh Morris in South Wales," said he, "nor Twm Nant either." "South Wales has produced good poets," said I. "No, it hasn't," said the old fellow. "It never produced one. If it had, you wouldn't have needed to come here to see the grave of a poet. You would have found one at home." As he said these words he got up, took his stick, and seemed about to depart. Just then in burst a rabble-rout of gamekeepers and river-watchers who had come for the petty sessions, and were in high glee, the two poachers whom the landlord had mentioned having been convicted and heavily fined. 2 or 3 of them were particularly boisterous, running against some of the guests who were sitting or standing in the kitchen, and pushing the landlord about, crying at the same time that they would stand by Sir Watkin to the last, and would never see him plundered. One of them, a fellow of about 30, in a hairy cap, black coat, dirty yellow breeches, and dirty white top boots, who was the most obstreperous of them all, at last came up to the old chap who disliked South Welshmen, and tried to knock off his hat, swearing that he would stand by Sir Watkin. He, however, met a Tartar. The enemy of the South Welsh, like all crusty people, had lots of mettle, and with the stick which he held in his hand forthwith aimed a blow at the fellow's poll, which had he not jumped back would probably have broken it. "I will not be insulted by you, you vagabond," said the old chap, "nor by Sir Watkin either. Go and tell him so." The fellow looked sheepish, and turning away proceeded to take liberties with other people less dangerous to meddle with than old Crabstick. He, however, soon desisted, and sat down, evidently disconcerted. "Were you ever worse treated in South Wales by the people there than you have been here by your own countrymen?" said I to the old fellow. "My countrymen," said he, "this scamp is no countryman of mine, nor is one of the whole kit. They are all from Wrexham, a mixture of broken housekeepers and fellows too stupid to learn a trade. A set of scamps fit for nothing in the world but to swear bodily against honest men. They say they will stand up for Sir Watkin, and so they will, but only in a box in the court to give false evidence. They won't fight for him on the banks of the river. Countrymen of mine, indeed! They are no countrymen of mine. They are from Wrexham, where the people speak neither English nor Welsh, nor even South Welsh, as you do." Then giving a kind of flourish with his stick, he departed. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 68. Having discussed my ale, I asked the landlord if he would show me the grave of Hugh Morris. "With pleasure, sir," said he. "Pray follow me." He led me to the churchyard, in which several enormous yew trees were standing, probably of an antiquity which reached as far back as the days of Henry VIII, when the yew bow was still the favourite weapon of the men of Britain. The church fronts the south, the portico being in that direction. The body of the sacred edifice is ancient, but the steeple which bears a gilded cock on its top is modern. The innkeeper led me directly up to the southern wall, Then, pointing to a broad discoloured slab, which lay on the ground just outside the wall, about midway between the portico and the oriel end, he said, "Underneath this stone lies Hugh Morris, sir." Forthwith, taking off my hat, I went down on my knees and kissed the cold slab covering the cold remains of the mighty Hugh, and then, still on my knees, proceeded to examine it attentively. It is covered over with letters 3 parts defaced. All I could make out of the inscription was the date of the poet's death, 1709. "A great genius, a very great genius, sir," said the innkeeper, after I had got on my feet and put on my hat. "He was indeed," said I. "Are you acquainted with his poetry?" "Oh yes," said the innkeeper, and then repeated the 4 lines composed by the poet shortly before his death, which I had heard the intoxicated stonemason repeat in the public house of the Pandy the day I went to visit the poet's residence with John Jones. "Do you know any more of Hugh's poetry?" said I. "No," said the innkeeper. "Those lines, however, I have known ever since I was a child, and repeated them more particularly of late, since age has come upon me, and I have felt that I cannot last long. It is very odd how few of the verses of great poets are in people's mouths. Not more than a dozen of Shakespeare's lines are in people's mouths. Of those of Pope, not more than half that number. Of Addison's poetry, 2 or 3 lines may be in people's mouths, though I never heard one quoted. The only line which I ever heard quoted as Addison's, not being his, but Gough's, "'Tis best repenting in a coach and 6. Whilst of the verses of Hugh Morris I never knew any one but myself, who am not a Welshman, who could repeat a line beyond the 4 which I have twice had occasion to mention, and which seem to be generally known in North, if not in South Wales. From the flagstone I proceeded to the portico, and gazed upon it intensely. It presented nothing very remarkable, but it had the greatest interest for me, for I remembered how many times Hugh Morris had walked out of that porch at the head of the congregation, the clergyman yielding his own place to the inspired bard. I would fain have entered the church, but the landlord had not the key, and told me that he imagined there would be some difficulty in procuring it. I was therefore obliged to content myself with peeping through a window into the interior, which had a solemn and venerable aspect. "Within there," said I to myself, "Hugh Morris, the greatest songster of the 17th century, knelt every Sunday during the latter 30 years of his life, after walking from Penamybion across the bleak and savage Berwyn. Within there was married Barbara Wynn, the Rose of Mallwydd, to Richard Middleton, the handsome cavalier of Mylor, and within there she lies buried, even as the songster who lamented her untimely death in immortal verse lies buried out here in the graveyard. What interesting associations has this church for me, both outside and in, but all connected with Hugh. For what should I have known of Barbara the Rose and gallant Richard, but for the poem on their affectionate union and untimely separation, the dialogue between the living and the dead, composed by humble Hugh, the farmer's son of Pont. After gazing through the window till my eyes watered, I turned to the innkeeper and inquired the way to Rhyadr. Having received from him the desired information, I thanked him for his civility and set out on my return. Before I could get clear of the town, I suddenly encountered my friend R, the clever lawyer and magistrate's clerk of Llangollen. "I little expected to see you here," said he. "Nor I you," I replied. "I came in my official capacity," said he. "The petty sessions have been held here to-day." "I know they have," I replied, "and that 2 poachers have been convicted. I came here on my way to South Wales to see the grave of Hugh Morris, who, as you know, is buried in the churchyard." "Have you seen the clergyman?" said R. "No," I replied. "Then come with me," said he. "I am now going to call upon him. I know he will be rejoiced to make your acquaintance." He led me to the clergyman's house, which stood on the south-west end of the village, within a garden fenced with an iron paling. We found the clergyman in a nice comfortable parlour or study, the sides of which were decorated with books. He was a sharp, clever-looking man of about the middle age. On my being introduced to him, he was very glad to see me, as my friend R told me he would be. He seemed to know all about me, even that I understood Welsh. We conversed on various subjects, on the power of the Welsh language, its mutable letters, on Hugh Morris, and likewise on ale, with an excellent glass of which he regaled me. I was much pleased with him, and thought him a capital specimen of the Welsh country clergyman. His name was Walter Jones. After staying about half an hour, I took leave of the good kind man, who wished me all kind of happiness, spiritual and temporal, and said that he should always be happy to see me at Llan Silin. My friend R. walked with me a little way, and then bade me farewell. It was now late in the afternoon. The sky was grey and gloomy, and a kind of half-wintry wind was blowing. In the forenoon I had travelled along the eastern side of the valley, which I will call that of Rhyadr, directing my course to the north, but I was now on the western side of the valley, journeying towards the south. In about half an hour I found myself nearly parallel with the high crag which I had seen from a distance in the morning. It was now to the east of me. Its western front was very precipitous, but on its northern side it was cultivated nearly to the summit. As I stood looking at it from near the top of a gentle acclivity, a boy with a team, whom I had passed a little time before, came up. He was whipping his horses, who were straining up the ascent, and was swearing at them most frightfully in English. I addressed him in that language, inquiring the name of the crag, but he answered Dim Saesneg, and then fell again to cursing his horses in English. I allowed him and his team to get to the top of the ascent, and then overtaking him I said in Welsh, "What do you mean by saying you have no English? You were talking English just now to your horses." "Yes," said the lad, "I have English enough for my horses, and that is all." "You seem to have plenty of Welsh," said I. "Why don't you speak Welsh to your horses?" "It's no use speaking Welsh to them," said the boy. "Welsh isn't strong enough." "Isn't Myn Diawl tolerably strong?" said I. "Not strong enough for horses," said the boy. "If I were to say Myn Diawl to my horses, or even Cas Andras, they would laugh at me." "Do the other carters," said I, "use the same English to their horses which you do to yours?" "Yes," said the boy, "they'll all use the same English words. If they didn't, the horses wouldn't mind them." What a triumph, thought I, for the English language, that the Welsh carters are obliged to have recourse to its oaths and execrations to make their horses get on. I said nothing more to the boy on the subject of language, but again asked him the name of the crag. "It is called Craig y Gorllewin," said he. I thanked him, and soon left him and his team far behind. Notwithstanding what the boy said about the milk and water character of native Welsh oaths, the Welsh have some very pungent execrations, quite as efficacious, I should say, to make a horse get on as any in the English swearing vocabulary. Some of their oaths are curious, being connected with heathen times and druidical mythology. For example, that Cas Andras, mentioned by the boy, which means hateful enemy or horrible Andras. Andras or Andrast was the fury or demigorgon of the ancient Cymry, to whom they built temples and offered sacrifices out of fear. Curious that the same oath should be used by the Christian Cymry of the present day, which was in vogue amongst their pagan ancestors some 3,000 years ago. However, the same thing is observable amongst us Christian English. We say the deuce take you, even as our heathen Saxon forefathers did, who worshipped a kind of devil so called, and named a day of the week after him, which name we still retain in our hebdomadal calendar, like those of several other Anglo-Saxon devils. We also say go to old Nick, and Nick or Nicker was a surname of Woden, and also the name of a spirit which haunted fords and was in the habit of drowning passengers. Night came quickly upon me after I had passed the swearing lad. However, I was fortunate enough to reach Rhyadr without having experienced any damage or impediment from Diawl, Andras, Dws or Nick. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 69. The night was both windy and rainy, like the preceding one, but the morning which followed, unlike that of the day before, was glum and gloomy. After breakfast I walked out to take another view of the little town. As I stood looking at the church, a middle-aged man of a remarkably intelligent countenance came up and asked me if I should like to see the inside. I told him I should, whereupon he said he was the clerk, and would admit me with pleasure. Taking a key out of his pocket, he unlocked the door of the church, and we went in. The inside was sombre, not so much owing to the gloominess of the day as to the heaviness of the architecture. It presented something in the form of a cross. I soon found the clerk what his countenance represented him to be, a highly intelligent person. His answers to my questions were in general ready and satisfactory. "This seems rather an ancient edifice," said I. "When was it built?" "In the 16th century," said the clerk, "in the days of Harry Tudor." "Have any remarkable men been clergymen of this church?" "Several, sir. Amongst its vicars was Dr. William Morgan, the great South Welshman, the author of the old Welsh version of the Bible, who flourished in the time of Queen Elizabeth. Then there was Dr. Robert South, an eminent divine, who, though not a Welshman, spoke and preached Welsh better than many of the native clergy. Then there was the last vicar, Walter D., a great preacher and writer, who styled himself in print Gwalter Mechain." "Are Morgan and South buried here?" said I. "They are not, sir," said the clerk. "They had been transferred to other benefices before they died." I did not inquire whether Walter D. was buried there, for of him I had never heard before, but demanded whether the church possessed any ancient monuments. "This is the oldest which remains, sir," said the clerk, and he pointed with his finger to a tablet stone over a little dark pew on the right side of the oriel window. There was an inscription upon it, but owing to the darkness I could not make out a letter. The clerk, however, read as follows: 1694, 21st October. Hic sepultus est Sidneus Biner. "Do you understand Latin?" said I to the clerk. "I do not, sir. I believe, however, that the stone is to the memory of one Biner." "That is not a Welsh name," said I. "It is not, sir," said the clerk. "It seems to be radically the same as Bonner," said I, "the name of the horrible Popish Bishop of London in Mary's time. Do any people of the name of Biner reside in this neighbourhood at present?" "None, sir," said the clerk; "and if the Biners are descendants of Bonner, it is perhaps well that there are none." I made the clerk, who appeared almost fit to be a clergyman, a small present, and returned to the inn. After paying my bill, I flung my satchel over my shoulder, took my umbrella by the middle in my right hand, and set off for Rhyadr. I entered the narrow glen at the western extremity of the town, and proceeded briskly along. The scenery was romantically beautiful. On my left was the little brook, the waters of which run through the town. Beyond it a lofty hill. On my right was a hill covered with wood from the top to the bottom. I enjoyed the scene, and should have enjoyed it more had there been a little sunshine to gild it. I passed through a small village, the name of which I think was Cemmaes, and presently overtook a man and boy. The man saluted me in English, and I entered into conversation with him in that language. He told me that he came from Llan, and was going to a place called Gwern something, in order to fetch home some sheep. After a time he asked me where I was going. "I am going to see the Pistyll Rhyadr," said I. We had then just come to the top of a rising ground. "Yonder's the Pistyll," said he, pointing to the west. I looked in the direction of his finger, and saw something at a great distance, which looked like a strip of grey linen hanging over a crag. "That is the waterfall," he continued, "which so many of the Saxons come to see, and now I must bid you good-bye, master, for my way to the Gwern is on the right." Then, followed by the boy, he turned aside into a wild road at the corner of a savage, precipitous rock. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 70. After walking about a mile with the cataract always in sight, I emerged from the glen into an oblong valley extending from south to north, having lofty hills on all sides, especially to the west, from which direction the cataract comes. I advanced across the vale till within a furlong of this object, when I was stopped by a deep hollow or nether vale into which the waters of the cataract tumble. On the side of this hollow I sat down, and gazed down before me and on either side. The water comes spouting over a crag of perhaps 200 feet in altitude between two hills, one south-east and the other nearly north. The southern hill is wooded from the top, nearly down to where the cataract bursts forth, and so, but not so thickly, is the northern hill, which bears a singular resemblance to a hog's back. Groves of pine are on the lower parts of both. In front of a grove low down on the northern hill is a small house of a picturesque appearance. The water of the cataract, after reaching the bottom of the precipice, rushes in a narrow brook down the vale in the direction of Rhyadr. To the north-east, between the hog-backed hill and another strange-looking mountain, is a wild glen, from which comes a brook to swell the waters discharged by the Rhyadr. The south-west of the vale is steep, and from a cleft of a hill in that quarter a slender stream rushing impetuously joins the brook of the Rhyadr, like the rill of the northern glen. The principal object of the whole is of course the Rhyadr. What shall I liken it to? I scarcely know, unless to an immense skein of silk agitated and disturbed by tempestuous blasts, or to the long tail of a grey courser at furious speed. Through the profusion of long silvery threads or hairs, or what looked such, I could here and there see the black sides of the crag, down which the Rhyadr precipitated itself with something between a boom and a roar. After sitting on the verge of the hollow for a considerable time, I got up, and directed my course towards the house in front of the grove. I turned down the path which brought me to the brook which runs from the northern glen into the waters discharged by the Rhyadr, and crossing it by stepping stones, found myself on the lowest spur of the hog-backed hill. A steep path led towards the house. As I drew near, two handsome dogs came rushing to welcome the stranger. Coming to a door on the northern side of the house, I tapped, and a handsome girl of about 13 making her appearance, I inquired in English the nearest way to the waterfall. She smiled, and in her native language said that she had no Saxon. On my telling her in Welsh that I was come to see the pistyll, she smiled again and said that I was welcome. Then taking me round the house, she pointed to a path and bade me follow it. I followed the path, which led downward to a tiny bridge of planks, a little way below the fall. I advanced to the middle of the bridge, then turning to the west, looked at the wonderful object before me. There are many remarkable cataracts in Britain and the neighbouring isles. Even the little Celtic Isle of Man has its remarkable waterfall. But this Rhyadr, the grand cataract of North Wales, far exceeds them all in altitude and beauty, though it is inferior to several of them in the volume of its flood. I never saw water falling so gracefully, so much like thin, beautiful threads, as here. Yet even this cataract has its blemish. What beautiful object has not something which more or less mars its loveliness? There is an ugly black bridge, or semicircle of rock, about 2 feet in diameter and about 20 feet high, which rises some little way below it, and under which the water, after reaching the bottom, passes, which intercepts the sight and prevents it from taking in the whole fall at once. This unsightly object has stood where it now stands since the day of creation, and will probably remain there to the day of judgment. It would be a desecration of nature to remove it by art, but no one could regret if nature in one of her floods were to sweep it away. As I was standing on the planks, a woman, plainly but neatly dressed, came from the house. She addressed me in very imperfect English, saying that she was the mistress of the house and should be happy to show me about. I thanked her for her offer and told her that she might speak Welsh, whereupon she looked glad and said in that tongue that she could speak Welsh much better than Saesneg. She took me by a winding path up a steep bank on the southern side of the fall to a small plateau, and told me that was the best place to see the Pistyll from. I did not think so, for we were now so near that we were almost blinded by the spray, though it is true the semicircle of rock no longer impeded the sight. This object we now saw nearly laterally rising up like a spectral arch, spray and foam above it, and water rushing below. "That is a bridge rather for Ysbrydoliaeth to pass over than men," said I. "It is," said the woman, "but I once saw a man pass over it." "How did he get up?" said I. "The sides are quite steep and slippery." "He wriggled to the sides like a Llysowen till he got to the top, where he stood upright for a minute and then slid down on the other side." "Was he any one from these parts?" said I. "He was not. He was a Dyn Dieithr, a Russian, one of those with whom we are now at war." "Was there as much water tumbling then as now?" "More, for there had fallen more rain." "I suppose the torrent is sometimes very dreadful," said I. "It is indeed, especially in winter, for it is then like a sea, and roars like thunder or a mad bull." After I had seen all I had wished of the cataract, the woman asked me to come to the house and take some refreshment. I followed her to a neat little room where she made me sit down and handed me a bowl of buttermilk. On the table was a book in which she told me it was customary for individuals who visited the cataract to insert their names. I took up the book, which contained a number of names mingled here and there with pieces of poetry. Amongst these compositions was a Welsh englyn on the Rhyadr, which, though incorrect in its prosody, I thought stirring and grand. I copied it and subjoined it with a translation which I made on the spot. Crychiawg wynaig anian, yw y Rhyadr, yn rhyw mael taran, colofn y dŵr, gloiw'r dŵr glan, gorwyllt un lliw ag arian. Foaming and frothing from mountainous height, roaring like thunder, the Rhyadr falls. Though its silvery splendour the eye may delight, its fury the heart of the bravest appalls. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 71. When I had rested myself and finished the buttermilk, I got up, and making the good woman a small compensation for her civility, inquired if I could get to Bala without returning to Llan. "Oh yes," said she, "if you cross the hills for about 5 miles, you will find yourself upon a road which will take you straight to Bala." "Is there any one here," said I, "who will guide me over the hills, provided I pay him for his trouble?" "Oh yes," said she, "I know one who will be happy to guide you, whether you pay him or not." She went out and presently returned with a man of about 35, stout and well looking, and dressed in a waggoner's frock. "There," said she, "this is the man to show you over the hills. Few know the paths better." I thanked her, and telling the man I was ready, bade him lead the way. We set out, the 2 dogs of which I have spoken attending us, and seemingly very glad to go. We ascended the side of the hog-backed hill to the north of the Rhyadr. We were about 20 minutes in getting to the top, close to which stood a stone or piece of rock very much resembling a church altar, and about the size of one. We were now on an extensive moory elevation, having the brook which forms the Rhyadr a little way on our left. We went nearly due west, following no path, for path there was none, but keeping near the brook. Sometimes we crossed watercourses which emptied their tribute into the brook, and every now and then ascended and descended hillocks covered with gorse and whin. After a little time I entered into conversation with my guide. He had not a word of English. "Are you married?" said I. "In truth I am, sir." "What family have you?" "I have a daughter." "Where do you live?" "At the house of the Rhyadr." "I suppose you live there as a servant?" "No, sir, I live there as master." "Is the good woman I saw there your wife?" "In truth, sir, she is." "And the young girl I saw your daughter?" "Yes, sir, she is my daughter." "And how came the good woman not to tell me you were her husband?" "I suppose, sir, you did not ask who I was, and she thought you did not care to know." "But can you be spared from home?" "Oh yes, sir, I was not wanted at home." "What business are you?" "I am a farmer, sir." "A sheep farmer?" "Yes, sir." "Who is your landlord?" "Sir Watkin." "Well, it was very kind of you to come with me." "Not at all, sir. I was glad to come with you, for we are very lonesome at Rhyadr, except during a few weeks in the summer, when the gentry come to see the pistyll. Moreover, I have sheep lying about here which need to be looked at now and then, and by coming hither with you I shall have an opportunity of seeing them." We frequently passed sheep feeding together in small numbers. In 2 or 3 instances my guide singled out individuals, caught them, and placing their heads between his knees, examined the insides of their eyelids, in order to learn by their colour whether or not they were infected with the pwd, or moor disorder. We had some discourse about that malady. At last he asked me if there was a remedy for it. "Oh yes," said I, "a decoction of horehound." "What is horehound?" said he. "Llwyd y cwn," said I. "Pour some of that down the sheep's throat twice a day by means of a horn, and the sheep will recover, for the bitterness, do you see, will destroy the worm in the liver, which learned men say is the cause of the disorder." We left the brook on our left hand, and passed by some ruined walls which my guide informed me had once belonged to houses which were now used as sheepfolds. After walking several miles, according to my computation, we began to ascend a considerable elevation, covered with brown heath and ling. As we went on, the dogs frequently put up a bird of a black colour, which flew away with a sharp whirr. "What bird is that?" said I. "Ceiliog y Grug, the cock of the heath," replied my guide. "It is said to be very good eating, but I have never tasted it. The Ceiliog y Grug is not food for the like of me. It goes to feed the rich Saxons in Llyn." We reached the top of the elevation. "Yonder," said my guide, pointing to a white bare place a great way off to the west, "is Bala road." "Then I will not trouble you to go any further," said I. "I can find my way thither." "No, you could not," said my guide. "If you were to make a straight for that place you would probably fall down a steep, or sink into a peat hole up to your middle, or lose your way and never find the road, for you would soon lose sight of that place. Follow me, and I will lead you into a part of the road more to the left, and then you can find your way easily enough to that bare place, and from thence to Bala." Thereupon he moved in a southerly direction down the steep, and I followed him. In about 20 minutes we came to the road. "Now," said my guide, "you are on the road. Bear to the right, and you cannot miss the way to Bala." "How far is it to Bala?" said I. "About 12 miles," he replied. I gave him a trifle, asking at the same time if it was sufficient. "Too much by 1/2," he replied. "Many, many thanks." He then shook me by the hand, and accompanied by his dogs departed, not back over the moor, but in a southerly direction down the road. Wending my course to the north, I came to the white bare spot which I had seen from the moor, and which was in fact the top of a considerable elevation over which the road passed. Here I turned and looked at the hills I had come across. There they were, darkly blue, a rain cloud like ink hanging over their summits. Oh, the wild hills of Wales, the land of old renown and of wonder, the land of Arthur and Merlin. The road now lay nearly due west. Rain came on, but it was at my back, so I expanded my umbrella, flung it over my shoulder and laughed. Oh, how a man laughs who has a good umbrella when he has the rain at his back, aye, and over his head too, and at all times when it rains, except when the rain is in his face, when the umbrella is not of much service. Oh, what a good friend to a man is an umbrella in rain time, and likewise at many other times. What need he fear if a wild bull or ferocious dog attacks him, provided he has a good umbrella? He unfurls the umbrella in the face of the bull or dog, and the brute turns round quite scared and runs away. Or if a footpad asks him for his money, what need he care, provided he has an umbrella? He threatens to dodge the ferule into the ruffian's eye, and the fellow starts back and says, "Lord, sir, I meant no harm. I never saw you before in all my life. I merely meant a little fun." Moreover, who doubts that you are a respectable character, provided you have an umbrella? You go into a public house and call for a pot of beer, and the publican puts it down before you with one hand without holding out the other for the money, for he sees that you have an umbrella and consequently property. And what respectable man, when you overtake him on the way and speak to him, will refuse to hold conversation with you, provided you have an umbrella? No one. The respectable man sees you have an umbrella and concludes that you do not intend to rob him, and with justice, for robbers never carry umbrellas. Oh, a tent, a shield, a lance, and a voucher for character is an umbrella. Amongst the very best friends of man must be reckoned an umbrella. The way lay over dreary moory hills. At last it began to descend, and I saw a valley below me with a narrow river running through it, to which wooded hills sloped down. Far to the west were blue mountains. The scene was beautiful but melancholy. The rain had passed away, but a gloomy, almost November sky was above, and the mists of night were coming down apace. I crossed a bridge at the bottom of the valley, and presently saw a road branching to the right. I paused, but after a little time went straight forward. Gloomy woods were on each side of me, and night had come down. Fear came upon me that I was not on the right road, but I saw no house at which I could inquire, nor did I see a single individual for miles of whom I could ask. At last I heard the sound of hatchets in a dingle on my right, and catching a glimpse of a gate at the head of a path which led down into it, I got over it. After descending some time, I hallooed. The noise of the hatchets ceased. I hallooed again, and a voice cried in Welsh, "What do you want?" "To know the way to Bala," I replied. There was no answer, but presently I heard steps, and the figure of a man drew nigh, half undistinguishable in the darkness, and saluted me. I returned his salutation and told him I wanted to know the way to Bala. He told me, and I found I had been going right. I thanked him and regained the road. I sped forward, and in about half an hour saw some houses, then a bridge, then a lake on my left, which I recognised as the lake of Bala. I skirted the end of it and came to a street cheerfully lighted up, and in a minute more was in the White Lion Inn. End of chapter 71. Chapter 72 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 72. I was conducted into the coffee room of the White Lion by a little freckled maid whom I saw at the bar, and whom I told that I was come to pass the night at the inn. The room presented an agreeable contrast to the gloomy, desolate places through which I had lately come. A good fire blazed in the grate, and there were 4 lights on the table. Lolling in a chair by one side of the fire was an individual at the sight of whom I almost started. He was an immense man, weighing, I should say, at least 18 stone, with brown hair, thinnish whiskers, half ruddy, half tallowy complexion, and dressed in a brown sporting coat, drab breeches, and yellow top boots. In every respect the exact image of the Wolverhampton gent or hog merchant who had appeared to me in my dream at Llangollen, whilst asleep before the fire. Yes, the very counterpart of that same gent looked this enormous fellow, save and except that he did not appear to be more than 7 or 8 and 20, whereas the hog merchant looked at least 50. Laying my satchel down, I took a seat, and ordered the maid to get some dinner for me, and then asked what had become of the waiter, Tom Jenkins. "He is not here at present, sir," said the freckled maid. "He is at his own house." "And why is he not here?" said I. "Because he is not wanted, sir. He only comes in summer, when the house is full of people." And having said this, the little freckled damsel left the room. "Rather a good night, sir," said the enormous man, after we had been alone together a few minutes. I again almost started, for he spoke with the same kind of half-piping, half-wheezing voice with which methought the Wolverhampton gent had spoken to me in my dream. "Yes," said I, "it is rather cold out abroad, but I don't care, as I am not going any farther to-night." "That's not my case," said the stout man. "I have got to go 10 miles, as far as Hirion, from which place I came this afternoon in a vehicle." "Do you reside at Hirion?" said I. "No," said the stout man, whose dialect I shall not attempt further to imitate, "but I have been staying there some time, for happening to go there a month or 2 ago, I was tempted to take up my quarters at the inn. A very nice inn it is, and the landlady a very agreeable woman, and her daughters very agreeable young ladies." "Is this the first time you have been at Bala?" "Yes, the first time. I had heard a good deal about it, and wished to see it. So to-day, having the offer of a vehicle at a cheap rate, I came over with 2 or 3 other gents, amongst whom is Dr. Jones." "Dear me," said I, "is Dr. Jones in Bala?" "Yes," said the stout man. "Do you know him?" "Oh yes," said I, "and have a great respect for him. His like for politeness and general learning is scarcely to be found in Britain." "Only think," said the stout man. "Well, I never heard that of him before." Wishing to see my sleeping room before I got my dinner, I now rose and was making for the door, when it opened, and in came Dr. Jones. He had a muffler round his neck, and walked rather slowly and disconsolately, leaning upon a cane. He passed without appearing to recognise me, and I, thinking it would be as well to defer claiming acquaintance with him till I had put myself a little to rights, went out without saying anything to him. I was shown by the freckled maid to a nice sleeping apartment, where I stayed some time adjusting myself. On my return to the coffee room I found the doctor sitting near the fireplace. The stout man had left the room. I had no doubt that he had told Dr. Jones that I had claimed acquaintance with him, and that the doctor, not having recollected me, had denied that he knew anything of me, for I observed that he looked at me very suspiciously. I took my former seat, and after a minute's silence said to Dr. Jones, "I think, sir, I had the pleasure of seeing you some time ago at Hirion." "It's possible, sir," said Dr. Jones, in a tone of considerable hauteur, and tossing his head so that the end of his chin was above his comforter, "but I have no recollection of it." I held my head down for a little time, then raising it, and likewise my forefinger, I looked Dr. Jones full in the face, and said, "Don't you remember talking to me about Owen Pugh and Coll Gwynfa?" "Yes, I do," said Dr. Jones in a very low voice, like that of a person who deliberates. "Yes, I do. I remember you perfectly, sir," he added almost immediately, in a tone of some animation. "You are the gentleman with whom I had a very interesting conversation one evening last summer in the bar of the inn of Hirion. I regretted very much that our conversation was rather brief, but I was called away to attend to a case, a professional case, sir, of some delicacy, and I have since particularly regretted that I was unable to return that night, as it would have given me much pleasure to have been present at a dialogue which I had been told by my friend, the landlady, you held with a certain Italian who was staying at the house, which was highly agreeable and instructive to herself and her daughter." "Well," said I am rejoiced that fate has brought us together again. How have you been in health since I had the pleasure of seeing you?" "Rather indifferent, sir, rather indifferent. I have of late been afflicted with several ailments, the original cause of which I believe was a residence of several years in the Ynysoedd Llyn, the West India Islands, where I had the honour of serving her present gracious Majesty's gracious uncle, George the Fourth, in a medical capacity, sir. I have likewise been afflicted with lowness of spirits, sir. It was this same lowness of spirits which induced me to accept an invitation by the individual lately in the room, to accompany him in a vehicle with some other people to Bala. I shall always consider my coming as a fortunate circumstance, inasmuch as it has given me an opportunity of renewing my acquaintance with you." "Pray," said I, "may I take the liberty of asking who that individual is?" "Why," said Dr. Jones, "he is what they call a Wolverhampton gent." "A Wolverhampton gent," said I to myself, "only think." "Were you pleased to make any observations, sir?" said the doctor. "I was merely saying something to myself," said I. "And in what line of business may he be? I suppose in the hog line." "Oh no," said Dr. Jones. "His father, it is true, is a hog merchant, but as for himself he follows no business. He is what is called a fast young man, and goes about here and there on the spree, as I think they term it, drawing whenever he wants money upon his father, who is in affluent circumstances. Some time ago he came to Rhyadr, and was so much pleased with the place, the landlady and her daughters, that he has made it his headquarters ever since. Being frequently at the house, I formed an acquaintance with him, and have occasionally made one in his parties and excursions, though I can't say I derive much pleasure from his conversation, for he is a person of little or no literature." The son of a hog merchant, thought I to myself. Depend upon it that immense fellow whom I saw in my dream purchase the big hog at Llangollen fair, and who wanted me to give him a pound for his bargain, was this gent's father. Oh, there is much more in dreams than is generally dreamt of by philosophy. Dr. Jones presently began to talk of Welsh literature, and we were busily engaged in discussing the subject, when in walked the fast young man, causing the floor to quake beneath his ponderous tread. He looked rather surprised at seeing the doctor and me conversing. Dr. Jones, turning to him, said, "Oh, I remember this gentleman perfectly." "Oh," said the fast young man, "very good." Then flinging himself down in a chair with a force that nearly broke it, and fixing his eyes upon me, said, "I think I remember the gentleman too. If I am not much mistaken, sir, you are one of our principal engineers at Wolverhampton." "Oh yes, I remember you now perfectly. The last time I saw you was at a public dinner given to you at Wolverhampton, and there you made a speech, and a capital speech it was." Just as I was about to reply, Dr. Jones commenced speaking Welsh, resuming the discourse on Welsh literature. Before, however, he had uttered a dozen words, he was interrupted by the Wolverhampton gent, who explained in a blubbering tone, "Oh Lord, you are surely not going to speak Welsh. If I had a thought I was to be bothered with Welsh, I wouldn't have asked you to come." "If I spoke Welsh, sir," said the doctor, "it was out of compliment to this gentleman, who is a proficient in the ancient language of my country. As, however, you dislike Welsh, I shall carry on the conversation with him in English, though peradventure you may not be more edified by it in that language than if it were held in Welsh." He then proceeded to make some very excellent remarks on the history of the Rhyadr family, written by Sir John Llyn, to which the Wolverhampton gent listened with open mouth and staring eyes. My dinner now made its appearance, brought in by the little freckled maid. The cloth had been laid during my absence from the room. I had just begun to handle my knife and fork, Dr. Jones still continuing his observations on the history of the Rhyadr family, when I heard a carriage drive up to the inn, and almost immediately after 2 or 3 young fellows rollicked into the room. "Come, let's be off," said one of them to the Wolverhampton gent. "The carriage is ready." "I'm glad of it," said the fast young man, "for it's rather slow work here. Come, doctor, are you going with us, or do you intend to stay here all night?" Thereupon the doctor got up, and coming towards me, leaning on his cane, said, "Sir, it gives me infinite pleasure that I have met a second time a gentleman of so much literature. That we shall ever meet a third time I may wish, but can scarcely hope, owing to certain ailments under which I suffer, brought on, sir, by a residence of many years in the Occidental Indies. However, at all events, I wish you health and happiness." He then shook me gently by the hand, and departed with the Wolverhampton gent and his companions, the gent, as he stumped out of the room, saying, "Good night, sir. I hope it will not be long before I see you at another public house at Wolverhampton, and hear another speech from you as good as the last." In a minute or two I heard them drive off. Left to myself, I began to discuss my dinner. Of the dinner I had nothing to complain, but the ale which accompanied it was very bad. This was the more mortifying, for, remembering the excellent ale I had drunk at Bala some months previously, I had, as I came along the gloomy roads the present evening, been promising myself a delicious treat on my arrival. "This is very bad ale," said I to the freckled maid, "very different from what I drank in the summer when I was waited on by Tom Jenkins." "It is the same ale, sir," said the maid, "but the last in the cask, and we shan't have any more for 6 months, when he will come again to brew for the summer. But we have very good porter, sir, and first-rate Allsop." "Allsop's ale," said I, "will do for July and August, but scarcely for the end of October. However, bring me a pint. I prefer it at all times to porter." My dinner concluded, I trifled away my time till about 10 o'clock, and then went to bed. End of chapter 72. Chapter 73 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 73. Awaking occasionally in the night, I heard much storm and rain. The following morning it was gloomy and lowering. As it was Sunday, I determined to pass the day at Bala, and accordingly took my prayer book out of my satchel, and also my single white shirt, which I put on. Having dressed myself, I went to the coffee room and sat down to breakfast. What a breakfast! Pot of hare, ditto of trout, pot of prepared shrimps, dish of plain shrimps, tin of sardines, beautiful beefsteak, eggs, muffin, large loaf, and butter, not forgetting capital tea. There's a breakfast for you. As the little freckled maid was removing the breakfast things, I asked her how old she was. 18, sir, last Candlemas, said the freckled maid. Are your parents alive? My mother is, sir, but my father is dead. What was your father? He was an Irishman, sir, and boots to this inn. Is your mother Irish? No, sir, she is of this place. My father married her shortly after he came here. And what religion are you? Church, sir, church. Was your father of the church? Not always, sir. He was once what is called a Catholic. He turned to the church after he came here. Aren't there a great many Methodists in Bala? Plenty, sir, plenty. How came your father not to go over to the Methodists instead of the church? 'Cause he didn't like them, sir. He used to say they were a trumpery, cheating set, that they wouldn't swear, but would lie through a 3-inch board. I suppose your mother is a churchwoman. She is now, sir, but before she knew my father she was a Methodist. Of what religion is the master of the house? Church, sir, church. So is all the family. Who is the clergyman of the place? Mr. Pugh, sir. Is he a good preacher? Capital, sir, and so is each of his curates. He and they are converting the Methodists left and right. I should like to hear him. Well, sir, that you can do. My master, who is going to church presently, will be happy to accommodate you in his pew. I went to church with the landlord, a tall, gentlemanly man of the name of Jones. Oh, that eternal name of Jones! Rain was falling fast, and we were glad to hold up our umbrellas. We did not go to the church at Bala, at which there was no service that morning, but to that of a little village close by, on the side of the lake, the living of which is incorporated with that of Bala. The church stands low down by the lake at the bottom of a little nook. Its name, which is Llyn, is descriptive of its position, signifying the church above the lake. It is a long, low, ancient edifice, standing north-east by south-west. The village is just above it, on a rising ground, behind which are lofty hills, pleasantly dotted with groves, trees, and houses. The interior of the edifice has a somewhat dilapidated appearance. The service was in Welsh. The clergyman was about 40 years of age, and had a highly intelligent look. His voice was remarkably clear and distinct. He preached an excellent practical sermon, text, 14th chapter, 22nd verse of Luke, about sending out servants to invite people to the supper. After the sermon there was a gathering for the poor. As I returned to the inn I had a good deal of conversation with the landlord on religious subjects. He told me that the Church of England, which for a long time had been a downtrodden church in Wales, had of late begun to raise its head, and chiefly owing to the zeal and activity of its present ministers, that the former ministers of the church were good men, but had not energy enough to suit the times in which they lived, that the present ministers fought the Methodist preachers with their own weapons, namely extempore teaching, and beat them, winning shoals from their congregations. He seemed to think that the time was not far distant when the Anglican Church would be the popular as well as the established church of Wales. Finding myself rather dull in the inn, I went out again, notwithstanding that it rained. I ascended the Toman or mound which I had visited on a former occasion. Nothing could be more desolate and dreary than the scene around. The woods were stripped of their verdure, and the hills were half shrouded in mist. How unlike was this scene to the smiling, glorious prospect which had greeted my eyes a few months before. The rain coming down with redoubled violence, I was soon glad to descend and regain the inn. Shortly before dinner I was visited by the landlady, a fine tall woman of about 50, with considerable remains of beauty in her countenance. She came to ask me if I was comfortable. I told her that it was my own fault if I was not. We were soon in very friendly discourse. I asked her maiden name. "Owen," said she, laughing, "which, after my present name of Jones, is the most common name in Wales." "They were both one and the same originally," said I. "Owen and Jones both mean John." She too was a staunch member of the Church of England, which she said was the only true church. She spoke in terms of high respect and admiration of her minister, and said that a new church was being built, the old one not being large enough to accommodate the numbers who thronged to hear him. I had a noble goose for dinner, to which I did ample justice. About 4 o'clock, the weather having cleared up, I took a stroll. It was a beautiful evening, though rain clouds still hovered about. I wandered to the northern end of Llyn Tegid, which I had passed in the preceding evening. The wind was blowing from the south, and tiny waves were beating against the shore, which consisted of small brown pebbles. The lake has certainly not its name, which signifies Lake of Beauty, for nothing. It is a beautiful sheet of water, and beautifully situated. It is oblong and about 6 miles in length. On all sides, except to the north, it is bounded by hills. Those at the southern end are very lofty, the tallest of which is Arran, which lifts its head to the clouds like a huge loaf. As I wandered on the strand, I thought of a certain British prince and poet, who in the very old time sought a refuge in the vicinity of the lake from the rage of the Saxons. His name was Llywach Hen, of whom I will now say a few words. Llywach Hen, or Llywach the Aged, was born about the commencement of the 6th, and died about the middle of the 7th century, having attained to the prodigious age of 140 or 50 years, which is perhaps the lot of about 40 individuals in the course of a millennium. If he was remarkable for his years, he was no less so for the number of his misfortunes. He was one of the princes of the Cumbrian Britons, but Cumbria was invaded by the Saxons, and a scene of horrid war ensued. Llywach and his sons, of whom he had 24, put themselves at the head of their forces, and in conjunction with the other Cumbrian princes made a brave but fruitless opposition to the invaders. Most of his sons were slain, and he himself, with the remainder, sought shelter in Powys, in the hall of Llan, its prince. But the Saxon bills and bows found their way to Powys too. Llan was slain, and with him the last of the sons of Llywach, who, reft of his protector, retired to a hut by the side of the lake of Bala, where he lived the life of a recluse, and composed elegies on his sons and slaughtered friends, and on his old age, all of which abound with so much simplicity and pathos that the heart of him must be hard indeed who can read them unmoved. Whilst a prince, he was revered for his wisdom and equity, and he is said, in one of the historical triads, to have been one of the 3 consulting warriors of Arthur. In the evening I attended service in the old church at Bala. The interior of the edifice was remarkably plain. No ornament of any kind was distinguishable. The congregation was overflowing, amongst whom I observed the innkeeper and his wife, the little freckled maid, and the boots. The entire service was in Welsh. Next to the pew in which I sat was one filled with young singing women, all of whom seemed to have voices of beautiful power. The prayers were read by a strapping young curate at least 6 feet high. The sermon was preached by the rector, and was a continuation of the one which I had heard him preach in the morning. It was a very comforting discourse, as the preacher clearly proved that every sinner will be pardoned who comes to Jesus. I was particularly struck with one part. The preacher said that Jesus' arms, being stretched out upon the cross, was emblematic of his surprising love and his willingness to receive everybody. The service concluded with the noble anthem, Teyrnasa Jesu Mawr, May mighty Jesus reign. The service over, I returned to the parlour of the inn. There I sat for a long time, lone and solitary, staring at the fire in the grate. I was the only guest in the house. A great silence prevailed both within and without. Sometimes 5 minutes elapsed without my hearing a sound, and then perhaps the silence would be broken by a footstep at a distance in the street. At length, finding myself yawning, I determined to go to bed. The freckled maid, as she lighted me to my room, inquired how I liked the sermon. "Very much," said I. "Ah," said she, "did I not tell you that Mr. Pugh was a capital preacher?" She then asked me how I liked the singing of the gals, who sat in the next pew to mine. I told her that I liked it exceedingly. "Ah," said she, "them gals have the best voices in Bala. They were once Methody gals, and sang in the chapels, but were converted, and are now as good church as myself. Them gals have been the cause of a great many conversions, for all the young fellows of their acquaintance amongst the Methodists." "Follow them to church," said I, and in time became converted. That's the thing, of course. If the church gets the girls, she is quite sure of the fellows. End of chapter 73. Chapter 74 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 74. The Monday morning was gloomy and misty, but it did not rain, a circumstance which gave me no little pleasure, as I intended to continue my journey without delay. After breakfast I bade farewell to my kind host, and also to the freckled maid, and departed, my satchel over my shoulder and my umbrella in my hand. I had consulted the landlord on the previous day as to where I had best make my next halt, and had been advised by him to stop at Mallwydd. He said that if I felt tired I should put up at Dinas Mawddwy, about 2 miles on this side of Mallwydd, but that if I were not, he would advise me to go on, as I should find very poor accommodation at Dinas. On my inquiring as to the nature of the road, he told me that the first part of it was tolerably good, along the eastern side of the lake, but that the greater part of it was very rough, over hills and mountains, belonging to the great chain of Arran, which constituted upon the whole the wildest part of all Wales. Passing by the northern end of the lake, I turned to the south, and proceeded along a road a little way above the side of the lake. The day had now to a certain extent cleared up, and the lake was occasionally gilded by beams of bright sunshine. After walking a little way I overtook a lad dressed in a white greatcoat, and attended by a tolerably large black dog. I addressed him in English, but finding that he did not understand me, I began to talk to him in Welsh. "That's a fine dog," said I. Lad: "Very fine, sir, and a good dog. Though young, he has been known to kill rats." Myself: "What is his name?" Lad: "His name is Toby, sir." Myself: "And what is your name?" Lad: "John Jones, sir." Myself: "And what is your father's?" Lad: "Rhyadr Jones, sir." Myself. Is Rhyadr the same as Cadwaladr? Lad. In truth, sir, it is. Myself. That is a fine name. Lad. It is, sir. I have heard my father say that it was the name of a king. Myself. What is your father? Lad. A farmer, sir. Myself. Does he farm his own land? Lad. He does not, sir. He is tenant to Mr. Price of Hewlas. Myself. Do you live far from Bala? Lad. Not very far, sir. Myself. Are you going home now? Lad. I am not, sir. Our home is on the other side of Bala. I am going to see a relation up the road. Myself. Bala is a nice place. Lad. It is, sir, but not so fine as old Bala. Myself. I never heard of such a place. Where is it? Lad. Under the lake, sir. Myself. What do you mean? Lad. It stood in the old time where the lake now is, and a fine city it was, full of fine houses, towers and castles, but with neither church nor chapel, for the people neither knew God nor cared for him, and thought of nothing but singing and dancing and other wicked things. So God was angry with them, and one night, when they were all busy at singing and dancing and the like, God gave the word, and the city sank down into unknown, and the lake boiled up where it once stood. Myself. That was a long time ago. Lad. In truth, sir, it was. Myself. Before the days of King Cadwaladr. Lad. I dare say it was, sir. I walked fast, but the lad was a shrewd walker, and though encumbered with his greatcoat, contrived to keep tolerably up with me. The road went over hill and dale, but upon the whole more upward than downward. After proceeding about an hour and a half, we left the lake, to the southern extremity of which we had nearly come, somewhat behind, and bore away to the south-east, gradually ascending. At length the lad, pointing to a small farmhouse on the side of a hill, told me he was bound thither, and presently bidding me farewell, turned aside up a footpath which led towards it. About a minute afterwards a small delicate furred creature, with a white mark round its neck, and with a little tail trailing on the ground, ran swiftly across the road. It was a weasel, or something of that genus. On observing it I was glad that the lad and the dog were gone, as between them they would probably have killed it. I hate to see poor wild animals persecuted and murdered, lose my appetite for dinner at hearing the screams of a hare pursued by greyhounds, and am silly enough to feel disgust and horror at the squeals of a rat in the fangs of a terrier, which one of the sporting tribe once told me were the sweetest sounds in nature. I crossed a bridge over a deep gully, which discharged its waters into a river in a valley on the right. Arran rose in great majesty on the farther side of this vale, its head partly shrouded in mist. The day now became considerably overcast. I wandered on over much rough ground, till I came to a collection of houses at the bottom of a pass leading up a steep mountain. Seeing the door of one of the houses open, I peeped in, and a woman who was sitting knitting in the interior rose and came out to me. I asked the name of the place. The name which she told me sounded something like T. Capel Sire, the house of the Capel of the carpenter. I inquired the name of the river in the valley. Cynllwyd, hoary-headed, she seemed to say. But here, as well as with respect to her first answer, I speak under correction, for her Welsh was what my old friends the Spaniards would call muy cerrado, that is, close or indistinct. She asked me if I was going up the Bwlch. I told her I was. Rather you than I, said she, looking up to the heavens, which had assumed a very dismal, not to say awful appearance. Presently I began to ascend the pass, or Bwlch, a green hill on my right, intercepting the view of Arran, another very lofty hill on my left, with wood towards the summit. Coming to a little cottage which stood on the left, I went to the door and knocked. A smiling young woman opened it, of whom I asked the name of the house. Tŷ Nant, the house of the dingle, she replied. Do you live alone? Said I. No, my mother lives here. Any Saesneg? No, said she with a smile. Saesneg of no use here. Her face looked the picture of kindness. I was now indeed in Wales amongst the real Welsh. I went on some way. Suddenly there was a moaning sound and rain coming down in torrents. Seeing a deserted cottage on my left, I went in. There was fodder in it, and it appeared to serve partly as a barn, partly as a cow-house. The rain poured upon the roof, and I was glad I had found shelter. A small brook precipitated itself down rocks in 4 successive falls. The rain having ceased, I proceeded, and after a considerable time reached the top of the pass. From thence I had a view of the valley and lake of Bala, the lake looking like an immense sheet of steel. A round hill, however, somewhat intercepted the view of the latter. The scene of my immediate neighbourhood was very desolate. Moory hillocks were all about me, of a wretched russet colour. On my left, on the very crest of the hill up which I had long been toiling, stood a black pyramid of turf, a pole on the top of it. The road now wore nearly due west down a steep descent. Arran was slightly to the north of me. I, however, soon lost sight of it, as I went down the farther side of the hill, which lies over against it to the south-east. The sun, now descending, began to shine out. The pass down which I was now going was yet wilder than the one up which I had lately come. Close on my right was the steep hill's side, out of which the road or path had been cut, which was here and there overhung by crags of wondrous forms. On my left was a very glorious glen, beyond which was a black, precipitous, rocky wall, from a chasm near the top of which tumbled with a rushing sound a slender brook, seemingly the commencement of a mountain stream, which hurried into a valley far below towards the west. When nearly at the bottom of the descent, I stood still to look around me. Grand and wild was the scenery. On my left were noble green hills, the tops of which were beautifully gilded by the rays of the setting sun. On my right a black, gloomy, narrow valley or glen showed itself. 2 enormous craggy hills of immense altitude, one to the west and the other to the east of the entrance. That to the east terminated in a peak. The background to the north was a wall of rocks forming a semicircle, something like a bent bow with the head downward. Behind this bow, just in the middle, rose the black loaf of Arran. A torrent tumbled from the lower part of the semicircle, and after running for some distance to the south, turned to the west, the way I was going. Observing a house a little way within the gloomy vale, I went towards it, in the hope of finding somebody in it who could give me information respecting this wild locality. As I drew near the door, 2 tall men came forth, one about 60, the other about half that age. The elder had a sharp, keen look, the younger a lumpy and a stupid one. They were dressed like farmers. On my saluting them in English, the elder returned my salutation in that tongue, but in rather a gruff tone. The younger turned away his head and said nothing. "What is the name of this house?" said I, pointing to the building. "The name of it," said the old man, "is Tŷ Mawr." "Do you live in it?" said I. "Yes, I live in it." "What waterfall is that?" said I, pointing to the torrent tumbling down the crag at the farther end of the gloomy vale. "The fountain of the royal Dafydd." "Why do you call the Dyfi royal?" said I. "Because it is the king of the rivers in these parts." "Does the fountain come out of a rock?" "It does not. It comes out of a lake, a Llyn." "Where is the Llyn?" "Over that crag at the foot of Arran Fawr." "Is it a large lake?" "It is not. It is small." "Deep?" "Very." "Strange things in it?" "I believe there are strange things in it." His English now became broken. "Crocodiles?" "I do not know what crocodiles be." "Effink?" "Ah, no, I do not think there be effink there. Hugh Gadan in the old time killed the effink there and in all the lakes in Wales. He draw them out of the water with his echin, banog, his humpty oxen, and when he get them out he burn their bodies on the fire. He good man for that." "What do you call this allt?" said I, looking up at the high pinnacled hill on my right. "I call that Tap Nydd Eryri." "Is not that the top nest of the eagles?" "I believe it is." "Ah, I see you understand Welsh." "A little," said I. "Are there eagles there now?" "No, no eagle now." "Gone like avanc?" "Yes, gone like avanc, but not so long. My father see eagle on Tap Nydd, but my father never see avanc in the Llyn." "How far to Dinas?" "About 3 mile." "Any thieves about?" "No, no thieves here but what come from England." And he looked at me with a strange, grim smile. "What has become of the red-haired robbers of Mawddwy?" "Ah, said the old man, staring at me. "I see you are a Cymro, the red-head thieves of Mawddwy. I see you are from these parts. What's become of them?" "Oh, dead, hung, lived long time ago, long before Eagle left Tap Nyth." He spoke true. The red-head banditti of Mawddwy were exterminated long before the conclusion of the 16th century, after having long been the terror not only of these wild regions, but of the greater part of North Wales. They were called the red-head banditti because certain leading individuals amongst them had red foxy hair. "Is that young man your son?" said I, after a little pause. "Yes, he my son." "Has he any English?" "No, he no English, but he plenty of Welsh, that is, if he see reason." I spoke to the young man in Welsh, asking him if he had ever been up to the Tap Nyth, but he made no answer. "He no care for your question," said the old man. "Ask him price of pig." I asked the young fellow the price of hogs, whereupon his face brightened up, and he not only answered my question, but told me that he had a fat hog to sell. "Ha ha," said the old man, "he plenty of Welsh now, for he see reason. To other question he no Welsh at all, no more than English, for he see no reason. What business he on Tap Nyth with Eagle? His business down below in sty with pig. Ah, he look lump, but he no fool. Know more about pig than you or I, or anyone, twixt here and Machynlleth." He now asked me where I came from, and on my telling him from Bala, his heart appeared to warm towards me, and saying that I must be tired, he asked me to step in and drink buttermilk, but I declined his offer with thanks, and bidding the two adieu, returned to the road. I hurried along, and soon reached a valley which abounded with trees and grass. I crossed a bridge over a brook, not what the old man had called the Dyfi, but the stream whose source I had seen high up the bwlch, and presently came to a place where the two waters joined. Just below the confluence on a fallen tree was seated a man decently dressed. His eyes were fixed on the rushing stream. I stopped and spoke to him. He had no English, but I found him a very sensible man. I talked to him about the source of the Ddewi. He said it was a disputed point which was the source. He himself was inclined to believe that it was the Pistyll up the bwlch. I asked him of what religion he was. He said he was of the Church of England, which was the church of his father and his grandfather, and which he believed to be the only true church. I inquired if it flourished. He said it did, but that it was dreadfully persecuted by all classes of dissenters, who, though they were continually quarrelling with one another, agreed in one thing, namely to persecute the church. I asked him if he ever read. He said he read a great deal, especially the works of Huw Morris, and that reading them had given him a love of the sights of nature. He added that his greatest delight was to come to the place where he then was of an evening, and look at the waters and hills. I asked him what trade he was. "The trade of Joseph," said he, smiling. "Sire." "Farewell, brother," said I. "I am not a carpenter, but like you I read the works of Huw Morris, and am of the Church of England." I then shook him by the hand and departed. I passed a village with a stupendous mountain just behind it to the north, which I was told was the Mallwydd, or the party-coloured moel. I was now drawing near to the western end of the valley. Scenery of the wildest and most picturesque description was rife and plentiful to a degree. Hills were here, hills were there, some tall and sharp, others huge and humpy. Hills were on every side. Only a small opening to the west seemed to present itself. "What a valley!" I exclaimed. But on passing through the opening I found myself in another, wilder and stranger, if possible. Full to the west was a long hill rising up like the roof of a barn, an enormous round hill on its north-east side, and on its south-east, the tail of the range which I had long had on my left, there were trees and groves and running waters, but all in deep shadow, for the night was now close at hand. "What is the name of this place?" I shouted to a man on horseback, who came dashing through a brook with a woman in a Welsh dress behind him. "Abercawach, Saxon," said the man in a deep guttural voice, and lashing his horse disappeared rapidly in the night. "Abercawach," I cried, springing half a yard into the air. "Why, that's the place where Wyn composed his immortal Sleeping Bard, the book which I translated in the blessed days of my youth." Oh, no wonder that Sleeping Bard is a wild and wondrous work, seeing that it was composed amidst the wild and wonderful scenes which I here behold. I proceeded onwards up an ascent. After some time I came to a bridge across a stream, which a man told me was called Afon Gerres. It runs into the Dyfi, coming down with a rushing sound from a wild vale to the north-east, between the huge barn-like hill and Mallwydd. The barn-like hill, I was informed, was called Pen Dyn. I soon reached Dinas Mawddwy, which stands on the lower part of a high hill, connected to the Pen Dyn. Dinas, though at one time a place of considerable importance, if we may judge from its name, which signifies a fortified city, is at present little more than a collection of filthy huts. But though a dirty, squalid place, I found it anything but silent and deserted. Fierce-looking, red-haired men, who seemed as if they might be descendants of the red-haired banditti of old, were staggering about, and sounds of drunken revelry echoed from the huts. I subsequently learned that Dinas was the headquarters of miners, the neighbourhood abounding with mines of both lead and stone. I was glad to leave it behind me. Mallwydd is to the south of Dinas. The way to it is by a romantic gorge down which flows the royal Dyfi. As I proceeded along this gorge, the moon, rising above Mallwydd, illumined my path. In about half an hour I found myself before the inn at Mallwydd. End of chapter 74. Chapter 75 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 75. I entered the inn, and seeing a comely-looking damsel at the bar, I told her that I was in need of supper and a bed. She conducted me into a neat sanded parlour, where a good fire was blazing, and asked me what I would have for supper. "Whatever you can most readily provide," said I am not particular. The maid retired, and taking off my hat and disencumbering myself of my satchel, I sat down before the fire and fell into a doze, in which I dreamed of some of the wild scenes through which I had lately passed. I dozed and dozed, till I was roused by the maid touching me on the shoulder and telling me that supper was ready. I got up and perceived that during my doze she had laid the cloth and put supper upon the table. It consisted of bacon and eggs. During the supper I had some conversation with the maid. Myself: "Are you a native of this place?" Maid: "I am not, sir. I come from Dinas." Myself: "Are your parents alive?" Maid: "My mother is alive, sir, but my father is dead." Myself: "Where does your mother live?" Maid: "At Dinas, sir." Myself: "How does she support herself?" Maid: "By letting lodgings to miners, sir." Myself: "Are the miners quiet lodgers?" Maid: "Not always, sir. Sometimes they get up at night and fight with each other." Myself: "What does your mother do on those occasions?" Maid: "She draws the quilt over her head and says her prayers, sir." Myself: "Why doesn't she get up and part them?" Maid: "Lest she should get a punch or a thwack for her trouble, sir." Myself: "Of what religion are the miners?" Maid: "They are Methodists if they are anything, but they don't trouble their heads much about religion." Myself: "Of what religion are you?" Maid: "I am of the church, sir." Myself: "Did you always belong to the church?" Maid: "Not always. When I was at Dinas I used to hear the preacher, but since I have been here I have listened to the clergyman." Myself: "Is the clergyman here a good man?" Maid: "A very good man indeed, sir. He lives close by. Shall I go and tell him you want to speak to him?" Myself: "Oh dear me, no. He can employ his time much more usefully than in waiting upon me." After supper I sat quiet for about an hour. Then, ringing the bell, I inquired of the maid whether there was a newspaper in the house. She told me there was not, but that she thought she could procure me one. In a little time she brought me a newspaper, which she said she had borrowed at the parsonage. It was the Cymro, an excellent Welsh journal written in the interest of the church. In perusing its columns I passed a couple of hours very agreeably, and then went to bed. End of chapter 75. Chapter 76 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 76. The next day was the 31st of October, and was rather fine for the season. As I did not intend to journey farther this day than Machynlleth, a principal town in Montgomeryshire, distant only 12 miles, I did not start from Mallwydd till just before noon. Mallwydd is a small but pretty village. The church is a long edifice, standing on a slight elevation on the left of the road. Its pulpit is illustrious for having for many years been occupied by one of the very celebrated men of Wales, namely Dr. John Davies, author of the great Welsh and Latin dictionary, an imperishable work. An immense yew tree grows in the churchyard, and partly overshadows the road with its branches. The parsonage stands about 100 yards to the south of the church, near a grove of firs. The village is overhung on the north by the mountains of the Arran range, from which it is separated by the murmuring Dyfi. To the south for many miles the country is not mountainous, but presents a pleasant variety of hill and dale. After leaving the village a little way behind me, I turned round to take a last view of the wonderful region from which I had emerged on the previous evening. Forming the two sides of the pass down which comes the Royal River, stood the Dinas mountain and Cefn Coch, the first on the left and the other on the right. Behind, forming the background of the pass, appearing, though now some miles distant, almost in my proximity, stood Pen Dyn. This hill has various names, but the one which I have noted here, and which signifies the head of a man, perhaps describes it best. From where I looked at it on that last day of October, it certainly looked like an enormous head, and put me in mind of the head of Mambrino, mentioned in the masterwork which commemorates the achievements of the Manchegan knight. This mighty mountain is the birthplace of more than one river. If the Gerres issues from its eastern side, from its western springs the Moor, that singularly picturesque stream which enters the ocean at the place which the Saxons corruptly call Barmouth, and the Cymry, with great propriety, Abermawr, or the disembogment of the Maw. Just as I was about to pursue my journey, two boys came up, bound on the same direction as myself. One was a large boy dressed in a waggoner's frock, the other was a little fellow in a brown coat and yellowish trousers. As we walked along together I entered into conversation with them. They came from Dinas Mawddwy. The large boy told me that he was the son of a man who carted mwyn, or lead ore, and the little fellow that he was the son of a shoemaker. The latter was by far the cleverest, and no wonder, for the son of shoemakers are always clever, which assertion should anyone doubt I beg him to attend the examinations at Cambridge, at which he will find that in 3 cases out of 4 the senior wranglers are the sons of shoemakers. From this little chap I got a great deal of information about Pen Dyn, every part of which he appeared to have traversed. He told me, amongst other things, that there was a castle upon it. Like a true son of a shoemaker, however, he was an arch rogue. Coming to a small house with a garden attached to it, in which there were apple trees, he stopped, whilst I went on with the other boy, and after a minute or two came up running with a couple of apples in his hand. "Where did you get those apples?" said I. "I hope you did not steal them." He made no reply, but bit one, then making a wry face he flung it away, and so he served the other. Presently afterwards, coming to a side lane, the future senior wrangler, for a senior wrangler he was destined to be, always provided he finds his way to Cambridge, darted down it like an arrow and disappeared. I continued my way with the other lad, occasionally asking him questions about the mines of Mawddwy. The information, however, which I obtained from him was next to nothing, for he appeared to be as heavy as the stuff which his father carted. At length we reached a village forming a kind of semicircle on a green which looked something like a small English common. To the east were beautiful green hills. To the west the valley with the river running through it, beyond which rose other green hills, yet more beautiful than the eastern ones. I asked the lad the name of the place, but I could not catch what he said, for his answer was merely an indistinct mumble, and before I could question him again he left me without a word of salutation and trudged away across the green. Descending a hill I came to a bridge, under which ran a beautiful river, which came foaming down from a gully between two of the eastern hills. From a man whom I met, I learned that the bridge was called Pont Llyn, and that the name of the village I had passed was Llyn. The river carries an important tribute to the Dyfi, at least it did when I saw it, though perhaps in summer it is little more than a dry watercourse. Half an hour's walk brought me from this place to a small town or large village, with a church at the entrance, and the usual yew tree in the churchyard. Seeing a kind of inn, I entered it, and was shown by a lad waiter into a large kitchen, in which were several people. I had told him in Welsh that I wanted some ale, and as he opened the door he cried with a loud voice, "Cymro," as much as to say, "Mind what you say before this chap, for he understands Cymraeg." That word was enough. The people who were talking fast and eagerly as I made my appearance instantly became silent and stared at me with most suspicious looks. I sat down, and when my ale was brought I took a hearty draught, and observing that the company was still watching me suspiciously and maintaining the same suspicious silence, I determined to comport myself in a manner which should to a certain extent afford them ground for suspicion. I therefore slowly and deliberately drew my note-book out of my waistcoat pocket, unclasped it, took my pencil from the loops at the side of the book, and forthwith began to dot down observations upon the room and company, now looking to the left, now to the right, now aloft, now alow, now skewing at a subject, now leering at an individual, my eyes half closed and my mouth drawn considerably aside. Here follow some of my dottings. Very comfortable kitchen, with a chimney corner on the south side, immense great and brilliant fire, large kettle hanging over it by a chain attached to a transverse iron bar, a settle on the left-hand side of the fire, 7 fine large men near the fire, 2 upon the settle, 2 upon chairs, 1 in the chimney corner smoking a pipe, and 2 standing up, table near the settle with glasses, amongst which is that of myself, who sit nearly in the middle of the room, a little way to the right-hand side of the fire. The floor is of slate, a fine brindled greyhound lies before it on the hearth, and a shepherd's dog wanders about, occasionally going to the door and scratching as if anxious to get out. The company are dressed mostly in the same fashion, brown coats, broad-rimmed hats, and yellowish corduroy breeches with gaiters. One who looks like a labouring man has a white smock and a white hat, patched trousers, and high-lows covered with gravel. One has a blue coat. There is a clock on the right-hand side of the kitchen. A warming pan hangs close by it on the projecting side of the chimney corner. On the same side is a large rack containing many plates and dishes of Staffordshire ware. Let me not forget a pair of fire irons which hang on the right side of the chimney corner. I made a great many more dottings which I shall not insert here. During the whole time I was dotting, the most marvellous silence prevailed in the room, broken only by the occasional scratching of the dog against the inside of the door, the ticking of the clock, and the ruttling of the smoker's pipe in the chimney corner. After I had dotted to my heart's content, I closed my book, put the pencil into the loops, then the book into my pocket, drank what remained of my ale, got up, and after another look at the apartment and its furniture, and a leer at the company, departed from the house without ceremony, having paid for the ale when I received it. After walking some 50 yards down the street, I turned half round and beheld, as I knew I should, the whole company at the door staring after me. I leered sideways at them for about half a minute, but they stood my leer stoutly. Suddenly I was inspired by a thought. Turning around, I confronted them, and putting my notebook out of my pocket and seizing my pencil, I fell to dotting vigorously. That was too much for them. As if struck by a panic, my quondam friends turned round and bolted into the house. the rustic-looking man with the smock frock and gravelled high-lows nearly falling down in his eagerness to get in. The name of the place where this adventure occurred was Cemmaes. End of chapter 76. Chapter 77 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 77. A little way from Cemmaes, I saw a respectable-looking man, like a little farmer, to whom I said, "How far is Machynlleth?" Looking at me in a piteous manner in the face, he pointed to the side of his head and said, "Dim clywed." It was no longer no English, but no hearing. Presently I met one yet more deaf. A large procession of men came along the road. Some distance behind them was a band of women, and between the two bands was a kind of bier, drawn by a horse with plumes at each of the four corners. I took off my hat and stood close against the hedge on the right-hand side, till the dead had passed me some way to its final home. Crossed a river, which like that on the other side of Cemmaes streamed down from a gully between two hills into the valley of the Dyfi. Beyond the bridge on the right-hand side of the road was a pretty cottage, just as there was in the other locality. A fine tall woman stood at the door, with a little child beside her. I stopped and inquired in English whose body it was that had just been borne by. "That of a young man, sir, the son of a farmer who lives a mile or two up the road." Myself. "He seems to have plenty of friends." Woman. "Oh yes, sir, the Welsh have plenty of friends both in life and death." Myself. "Aren't you Welsh then?" Woman. "Oh no, sir, I am English, like yourself, as I suppose." Myself. "Yes, I am English. What part of England do you come from?" Woman. "Shropshire, sir." Myself. "Is that little child yours?" Woman. "Yes, sir, it is my husband's child and mine." Myself. "I suppose your husband is Welsh?" Woman. "Oh no, sir, we are all English." Myself. "And what is your husband?" Woman. "A little farmer, sir. He farms about 40 acres under Mrs. Blank." Myself. "Well, are you comfortable here?" Woman. "Oh dear me, no, sir. We are anything but comfortable. Here we are 3 poor lone creatures in a strange land, without a soul to speak to but one another. Every day of our lives we wish we had never left Shropshire." Myself. "Why don't you make friends amongst your neighbours?" Woman. "Oh, sir, the English cannot make friends among the Welsh. The Welsh won't neighbour with them, or have anything to do with them, except now and then in the way of business." Myself. "I have occasionally found the Welsh very civil." Woman. "Oh yes, sir, they can be civil enough to passers-by, especially those who they think want nothing from them. But if you came and settled amongst them, you would find them, I am afraid, quite the contrary." Myself. "Would they be uncivil to me if I could speak Welsh?" Woman. "Most particularly, sir. The Welsh don't like any strangers, but least of all those who speak their language." Myself. "Have you picked up anything of their language?" Woman. "Not a word, sir, nor my husband neither. They take good care that we shouldn't pick up a word of their language. I stood the other day and listened whilst 2 women were talking just where you stand now, in the hope of catching a word, and as soon as they saw me they passed to the other side of the bridge and began buzzing there. My poor husband took it into his head that he might possibly learn a word or 2 at the public house. So he went there, called for a jug of ale and a pipe, and tried to make himself at home, just as he might in England, but it wouldn't do. The company instantly left off talking to one another and stared at him, and before he could finish his pot and pipe, took themselves off to a man, and then came the landlord and asked him what he meant by frightening away his customers. So my poor husband came home as pale as a sheet, and sitting down in a chair said, 'Lord have mercy upon me.'" Myself. "Why are the Welsh afraid that strangers should pick up their language?" Woman. "Lest perhaps they should learn their secrets, sir." Myself. "What secrets have they?" Woman. "The Lord above only knows, sir." Myself. "Do you think they are hatching treason against Queen Victoria?" Woman. Oh dear, no, sir. Myself. Is there much murder going on amongst them? Woman. Nothing of the kind, sir. Myself. Cattle stealing? Woman. Oh no, sir. Myself. Pig stealing? Woman. No, sir. Myself. Duck or hen stealing? Woman. Haven't lost a duck or hen since I've been here, sir. Myself. Then what secrets can they possibly have? Woman. I don't know, sir. Perhaps none at all, or at most only a pack of small nonsense that nobody would give 3 farthings to know. However, it is quite certain they are as jealous of strangers hearing their discourse as if they were plotting gunpowder, treason, or something worse. Myself. Have you been here long? Woman. Only since last May, sir, and we hope to get away by next, and return to our own country, where we shall have someone to speak to. Myself. Goodbye. Woman. Goodbye, sir, and thank you for your conversation. I haven't had such a treat of talk for many a weary day. The vale of the Dyfi became wider and more beautiful as I advanced. The river ran at the bottom, amidst green and seemingly rich meadows. The hills on the farther side were cultivated a great way up, and various neat farmhouses were scattered here and there on their sides. At the foot of one of the most picturesque of these hills stood a large white village. I wished very much to know its name, but saw no one of whom I could inquire. I proceeded for about a mile, and then perceiving a man wheeling stones in a barrow for the repairing of the road, I thought I would inquire of him. I did so, but the village was then out of sight, and though I pointed in its direction and described its situation, I could not get its name out of him. At last I said hastily, "Can you tell me your own name?" "Dafydd Tibbot, sir," said he. "Tibbot, Tibbot," said I. "Why, you are a Frenchman." "Deary me, sir," said the man, looking very pleased. "I am indeed." "Yes, you are," said I, rather repenting of my haste, and giving him 6pence, I left him. "I'd bet a trifle," said I to myself as I walked away, "that this poor creature is the descendant of some desperate Norman Tybalt who helped conquer Powisland under Roger de Montgomery or Earl Baldwin. How striking that the proud old Norman names are at present only borne by people in the lower station. Here's a Tibbot or Tybalt harrowing stones on a Welsh road, and I have known a Mortimer munching poor cheese and bread under a hedge on an English one. How can we account for this save by the supposition that the descendants of proud, cruel and violent men, and who so proud, cruel and violent as the old Normans, are doomed by God to come to the dogs? Came to Pont Velin Cerrig, the bridge of the mill of the Cerrig, a river which comes foaming down from between 2 rocky hills. This bridge is about a mile from Machynlleth, at which place I arrived at about 5 o'clock in the evening, a cool bright moon shining upon me. I put up at the principal inn, which was of course called the Wednesday Arms. End of chapter 77. Chapter 78 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 78. During supper I was waited upon by a brisk, buxom maid who told me that her name was Mary Evans. The repast over, I ordered a glass of whisky and water, and when it was brought I asked the maid if she could procure me some book to read. She said she was not aware of any book in the house which she could lay her hand on, except one of her own, which, if I pleased, she would lend me. I begged her to do so, whereupon she went out and presently returned with a very small volume, which she laid on the table and then retired. After taking a sip of my whisky and water, I proceeded to examine it. It turned out to be a volume of Welsh poems entitled Blodau Llyn Dyfi, or Flowers of Llyn Dyfi, by one Lewis Meredith, whose poetical name is Lewis Glyn Dyfi. The author indites his preface from Cemmaes, June 1852. The best piece is called Dyffryn Dyfi, and is descriptive of the scenery of the vale through which the Dyfi runs. It commences thus: Heddichol Ddyffryn Llys, peaceful, pretty vale, and contains many lines breathing a spirit of genuine poetry. The next day I did not get up till 9, having no journey before me, as I intended to pass that day at Machynlleth. When I went down to the parlour, I found another guest there breakfasting. He was a tall, burly, and clever-looking man of about 35. As we breakfasted together at the same table, we entered into conversation. I learned from him that he was an attorney from a town at some distance, and was come over to Machynlleth to the petty sessions to be held that day, in order to defend a person accused of spearing a salmon in the river. I asked him who his client was. "A farmer," said he, "a tenant of Lord V, who will probably preside over the bench which will try the affair." "Oh," said I, "a tenant spearing his landlord's fish, that's bad." "No," said he, "the fish which he speared, that is, which he is accused of spearing, did not belong to his landlord, but to another person. He hires land of Lord V, but the fishing of the river which runs through that land belongs to Sir Watkin." "Oh then," said I, "supposing he did spear the salmon, I shan't break my heart if you get him off. Do you think you shall?" "I don't know," said he. "There's the evidence of 2 keepers against him, one of whom I hope, however, to make appear a scoundrel, in whose oath the slightest confidence is not to be placed. I shouldn't wonder if I make my client appear a persecuted lamb. The worst is that he has the character of being rather fond of fish, indeed of having speared more salmon than any other 6 individuals in the neighbourhood." "I really should like to see him," said I. "What kind of person is he? Some fine, desperate-looking fellow, I suppose." "You will see him presently," said the lawyer. "He is in the passage waiting till I call him in to take some instructions from him, and I think I had better do so now, for I have breakfasted and time is wearing away." He then got up, took some papers out of a carpet bag, sat down, and after glancing at them for a minute or 2, went to the door and called to someone in Welsh to come in. Forthwith in came a small, mean, wizened-faced man of about 60, dressed in a black coat and hat, drab breeches and gaiters, and looking more like a decayed Methodist preacher than a spearer of imperial salmon. "Well," said the attorney, "this is my client. What do you think of him?" "He is rather a different person from what I had expected to see," said I, "but let us mind what we say, or we shall offend him." "Not we," said the attorney, "that is, unless we speak Welsh, for he understands not a word of any other language." Then sitting down at the further table, he said to his client in Welsh, "Now, Mr. So-and-so, have you learnt anything more about that first keeper?" The client bent down, and placing both his hands upon the table, began to whisper in Welsh to his professional adviser. Not wishing to hear any of their conversation, I finished my breakfast as soon as possible and left the room. Going into the inn yard, I had a great deal of learned discourse with an old ostler about the glanders in horses. From the inn yard I went to my own private room and made some dottings in my notebook, and then went down again to the parlour, which I found unoccupied. After sitting some time before the fire, I got up, and strolling out, presently came to a kind of market-place, in the middle of which stood an old-fashioned looking edifice supported on pillars. Seeing a crowd standing round it, I asked what was the matter, and was told that the magistrates were sitting in the town hall above, and that a grand poaching case was about to be tried. "I may as well go and hear it," said I. Ascending a flight of steps, I found myself in the hall of justice, in the presence of the magistrates, and amidst a great many people, amongst whom I observed my friend the attorney and his client. The magistrates upon the whole were rather a fine body of men. Lord V was in the chair, a highly intelligent looking person, with fresh complexion, hooked nose, and dark hair. A policeman very civilly procured me a commodious seat. I had scarcely taken possession of it when the poaching case was brought forward. The first witness against the accused was a fellow dressed in a dirty snuff-coloured suit, with a debauched look, and having much the appearance of a town shack. He deposed that he was a hired keeper, and went with another to watch the river at about 4 o'clock in the morning, that they placed themselves behind a bush, and that a little before daylight they saw the farmer drive some cattle across the river. He was attended by a dog. Suddenly they saw him put a spear upon a stick which he had in his hand, run back to the river, and plunging the spear in, after a struggle, pull out a salmon. That they then ran forward, and he himself asked the farmer what he was doing, whereupon the farmer flung the salmon and spear into the river, and said that if he did not take himself off he would fling him in too. The attorney then got up and began to cross-question him. "How long have you been a keeper?" "About a fortnight." "What do you get a week?" 10 shillings. "Have you not been lately in London?" "I have." "What induced you to go to London?" "The hope of bettering my condition." "Were you not driven out of Machynlleth?" "I was not." "Why did you leave London?" "Because I could get no work, and my wife did not like the place." "Did you obtain possession of the salmon and the spear?" "I did not." "Why didn't you?" "The pool was deep where the salmon was struck, and I was not going to lose my life by going into it." "How deep was it?" "Over the tops of the houses," said the fellow, lifting his hands. The other keeper then came forward. He was brother to the former, but had much more the appearance of a keeper, being rather a fine fellow, and dressed in a wholesome, well-worn suit of velveteen. He had no English, and what he said was translated by a sworn interpreter. He gave the same evidence as his brother, about watching behind the bush, and seeing the farmer strike a salmon. When cross-questioned, however, he said that no words passed between the farmer and his brother, at least that he heard. The evidence for the prosecution being given, my friend the attorney entered upon the defence. He said that he hoped the court were not going to convict his client, one of the most respectable farmers in the county, on the evidence of two such fellows as the keepers, one of whom was a well-known bad one, who for his evil deeds had been driven from Machynlleth to London, and from London back again to Machynlleth, and the other who was his brother, a fellow not much better, and who moreover could not speak a word of English. The honest lawyer, forgetting no doubt that his own client had just as little English as the keeper. He repeated that he hoped the court would not convict his respectable client on the evidence of these fellows, more especially as they flatly contradicted each other in one material point, one saying that words had passed between the farmer and himself, and the other that no words at all had passed, and were unable to corroborate their testimony by anything visible or tangible. If his client speared the salmon and then flung the salmon with the spear sticking in its body into the pool, why didn't they go into the pool and recover the spear and salmon? They might have done so with perfect safety, there being an old proverb, he need not repeat it, which would have secured them from drowning had the pool been not merely over the tops of the houses, but over the tops of the steeples. But he would waive all the advantage which his client derived from the evil character of the witnesses, the discrepancy of their evidence, and their not producing the spear and salmon in court. He would rest the issue of the affair with confidence in one argument, on one question. It was this: would any man in his senses, and it was well known that his client was a very sensible man, spear a salmon, not his own, when he saw two keepers close at hand watching him, staring at him? Here the chairman observed that there was no proof that he saw them, that they were behind a bush. But my friend the attorney, very properly, having the interest of his client and his own character for consistency in view, stuck to what he had said, and insisted that the farmer must have seen them. And he went on reiterating that he must have seen them, notwithstanding that several magistrates shook their heads. Just as he was about to sit down, I moved up behind him and whispered, "Why don't you mention the dog? Wouldn't the dog have been likely to have scented the fellows out, even if they had been behind the bush?" He looked at me for a moment, and then said with a kind of sigh, No, 20 dogs would be no use here. It's no go. I shall leave the case as it is." The court was cleared for a time, and when the audience were again admitted, Lord V. said that the bench found the prisoner guilty, that they had taken into consideration what his counsel had said in his evidence, but that they could come to no other conclusion, more especially as the accused was known to have been frequently guilty of similar offences. They fined him £4, including costs. As the people were going out, I said to the farmer in Welsh, "A bad affair this." "Drwg iawn." "Very bad indeed," he replied. "Did these fellows speak truth?" said I. "Nage," Dim ond celwydd, not they, nothing but lies. Dear me, I said to myself, what an ill-treated individual. End of chapter 78. Chapter 79 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 79. Machynlleth, pronounced Machynlleth, is one of the principal towns of the district which the English called Montgomeryshire, and the Welsh shire Trefaldwyn, or the shire of Baldwin's town. Trefaldwyn, or the town of Baldwin, being the Welsh name for the town which is generally termed Montgomery. It is situated in nearly the centre of the valley of the Dyfi, amidst pleasant green meadows, having to the north the river, from which, however, it is separated by a gentle hill. It possesses a stately church, parts of which are of considerable antiquity, and one or two good streets. It is a thoroughly Welsh town, and the inhabitants, who amount in number to about 4,000, speak the ancient British language with considerable purity. Machynlleth has been the scene of remarkable events, and is connected with remarkable names, some of which have rung through the world. At Machynlleth in 1402, Owen Glendower, after several brilliant victories over the English, held a parliament in a house which is yet to be seen in the eastern street, and was formally crowned King of Wales. In his retinue was the venerable bard Gough, who, imagining that he now saw the old prophecy fulfilled, namely that a prince of the race of Cadwaladr should rule the Britons after emancipating them from the Saxon yoke, greeted the chieftain with an ode to the following effect. Here's the life I've sighed for long, abashed is now the Saxon throng, and Britons have a British lord, whose emblem is the conquering sword. There's none, I trow, but knows him well, the hero of the watery dell. Owain of bloody spear in field, Owain his country's strongest shield. A sovereign bright in grandeur dressed, whose frown affrights the bravest breast. Let from the world upsoar on high a voice of splendid prophecy. All praise to him who forth doth stand to venge his injured native land. Of him a lay I'll frame shall bear through countless years his name. In him are blended portents three, their glories blended sung shall be. There's Oswine, meteor of the glen, the head of princely generous men. Owain, the lord of trenchant steel, who makes the hostile squadrons reel. Owain besides of warlike look, a conqueror who no stay will brook. Hail to the Lion leader gay, marshaller of Griffith's war array, the scourger of the flattering race, for them a dagger has his face. Each traitor false he loves to smite, a lion is he for deeds of might. Soon may he tear, like lion grim, all the Lloegrians limb from limb. May God and Rome's blessed Father high deck him in surest panoply. Hail to the valiant Carnegie, worthy 3 diadems to bear. Hail to the valley's belted king, hail to the widely conquering. The liberal, hospitable kind, trusty and keen, as steel refined. Vigorous of form, he nations bows, whilst from his breastplate bounty flows. Of horses' seed on hill and plain 400,000 he has slain. The copestone of our nations he, in him our weal, our all we see. Though calm he looks his plans when breeding, yet oaks he'd break his clans when leading. Hail to this partisan of war, this bursting meteor, flaming far. Where'er he wends, Saint Peter guard him, and may the Lord 5 lives award him. To Machynlleth on the occasion of the Parliament came Dafydd Gam, so celebrated in after time, not however with the view of entering into the councils of Glendower, or of doing him homage, but of assassinating him. This man, whose surname Gam signifies crooked, was a petty chieftain of Breconshire. He was small of stature and deformed in person, though possessed of great strength. He was very sensitive of injury, though quite as alive to kindness, a thoroughgoing enemy and a thoroughgoing friend. In the earlier part of his life he had been driven from his own country for killing a man called Big Richard of Slwch in the high street of Aberhonddu, or Brecon, and had found refuge in England and kind treatment in the house of John of Gaunt, for whose son Henry, generally called Bolingbroke, he formed one of his violent friendships. Bolingbroke, on becoming King Henry IV, not only restored the crooked little Welshman to his possessions, but gave him employments of great trust and profit in Herefordshire. The insurrection of Glendower against Henry was quite sufficient to kindle against him the deadly hatred of Dafydd, who swore by the nails of God that he would stab his countryman for daring to rebel against his friend King Henry, the son of the man who had received him in his house and comforted him when his own countrymen were threatening his destruction. He therefore went to Machynlleth with the full intention of stabbing Glendower, perfectly indifferent as to what might subsequently be his own fate. Glendower, however, who had heard of his threat, caused him to be seized and conducted in chains to a prison which he had in the mountains of Sycharth. Shortly afterwards, passing through Breconshire with his host, he burnt Dafydd's house, a fair edifice called the Carnigwen, situated on a hillock near the river Honddu, to the ground, and seeing one of Gam's dependants gazing mournfully on the smouldering ruins, he uttered the following taunting englyn: "Shouldst thou a little red man descry, asking about his dwelling fair, tell him it under the bank doth lie, and its brow the mark of the coal doth bear." Dafydd remained confined till the fall of Glendower, shortly after which event he followed Henry V to France, where he achieved that glory which will for ever bloom, dying covered with wounds on the fields of Agincourt, after saving the life of the king, to whom in the dreadest and most critical moment of the fight he stuck closer than a brother, not from any abstract feeling of loyalty, but from the consideration that King Henry V was the son of King Henry IV, who was the son of the man who received and comforted him in his house, after his own countrymen had hunted him from house and land. Connected with Machynlleth is a name not so widely celebrated as those of Glendower and Dafydd Gam, but well known to and cherished by the lovers of Welsh song. It is that of Llawdden, a Welsh bard in holy orders, who officiated as priest at Machynlleth from 1440 to 1460. But though Machynlleth was his place of residence for many years, it was not the place of his birth, Llachwr in Carmarthenshire being the spot where he first saw the light. He was an excellent poet, and displayed in his compositions such elegance of language and such a knowledge of prosody that it was customary, long after his death, when any masterpiece of vocal song or eloquence was produced, to say that it bore the traces of Llawdden's hatchet. At the request of Griffith ap Nicholas, a powerful chieftain of South Wales, and a great patron of the muse, he drew up a statute relating to poets and poetry, and at the great Eisteddfod, or poetical congress, held at Carmarthen in the year 1450, under the auspices of Griffith, which was attended by the most celebrated bards of the north and south, he officiated as judge, in conjunction with the chieftain, upon the compositions of the bards who competed for the prize, a little silver chair. Not without reason, therefore, do the inhabitants of Machynlleth consider the residence of such a man within their walls, though at a far bygone period, as conferring a lustre on their town, and Lewis Meredith has probability on his side when in his pretty poem on Glendyfi he says: "Whilst fair Machynlleth decks thy quiet plain, conjoined with it shall Llawdden's name remain." End of chapter 79. Chapter 80 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 80. I rose on the morning of the 2nd of November, intending to proceed to the Devil's Bridge, where I proposed halting a day or two, in order that I might have an opportunity of surveying the far-famed scenery of that locality. After paying my bill, I went into the yard to my friend the old ostler, and made inquiries with respect to the road. "What kind of road," said I, "is it to the Devil's Bridge?" "There are two roads, sir, to the Pont Drwg. Which do you mean to take?" "Why do you call the Devil's Bridge the Pont Drwg, or the Bridge of the Evil Man?" "That we may not bring a certain gentleman upon us, sir, who doesn't like to have his name taken in vain." "Is there much difference between the roads?" "A great deal, sir. One is over the hills, and the other by the valleys." "Which is the shortest?" "Oh, that over the hills, sir. It is about 20 miles from here to the Pont Drwg over the hills, but more than twice that by the valleys." "Well, I suppose you would advise me to go by the hills?" "Certainly, sir. That is, if you wish to break your neck, or to sink in a bog, or to lose your way, or perhaps, if night comes on, to meet the Gwr Drwg himself taking a stroll. But to talk soberly, the way over the hills is an awful road, and indeed for the greater part is no road at all." "Well, I shall go by it. Can't you give me some directions?" "I'll do my best, sir, but I tell you again that the road is a horrible one, and very hard to find." He then went with me to the gate of the inn, where he began to give me directions, pointing to the south, and mentioning some names of places through which I must pass, amongst which was Waen y Bwlch and Longbones. At length he mentioned Pont Erwyd, and said, "If you can but get there, you are all right, for from thence there is a very fair road to the Bridge of the Evil Man, though I dare say if you get to Pont Erwyd, and I wish you may get there, you will have had enough of it, and stay there for the night, more especially as there is a good inn." Leaving Machynlleth, I ascended a steep hill which rises to the south of it. From the top of this hill there is a fine view of the town, the river, and the whole valley of the Dyfi. After stopping for a few minutes to enjoy the prospect, I went on. The road at first was exceedingly good, though up and down, and making frequent turnings. The scenery was beautiful to a degree. Lofty hills were on either side, clothed most luxuriantly with trees of various kinds, but principally oaks. "This is really very pleasant," said I, "but I suppose it is too good to last long." However, I went on for a considerable way, the road neither deteriorating nor the scenery decreasing in beauty. "Surely I can't be in the right road," said I. "I wish I had an opportunity of asking." Presently seeing an old man working with a spade in a field near a gate, I stopped and said in Welsh, "Am I in the road to the Pont Drwg?" The old man looked at me for a moment, then shouldering his spade he came up to the gate and said in English, "In truth, sir, you are." "I was told that the road thither was a very bad one," said I, "but this is quite the contrary." "This road does not go much farther, sir," said he. "It was made to accommodate grand folks who live about here." "You speak very good English," said I. "Where did you get it?" He looked pleased, and said that in his youth he had lived some years in England. "Can you read?" said I. "Oh yes," said he, "both Welsh and English." "What have you read in Welsh?" said I. "The Bible and Twm Nant." "What pieces of Twm Nant have you read?" "I have read 2 of his interludes and his life." "And which do you like the best, his life or his interludes?" "Oh, I like his life best." "And what part of his life do you like best?" "Oh, I like that part best where he gets the ship into the water at Abermarlais." "You have a good judgment," said I. "His life is better than his interludes, and the best part of his life is where he describes his getting the ship into the water. But do the Methodists about here in general read Twm Nant?" "I don't know," said he. "I am no Methodist." "Do you belong to the church?" "I do." "And why do you belong to the church?" "Because I believe it is the best religion to get to heaven by." "I am much of your opinion," said I. "Are there many church people about here?" "Not many," said he, "but more than when I was young." "How old are you?" 69. "You are not very old," said I. "Aren't I? I only want 1 year of fulfilling my proper time on earth." "You take things very easily," said I. "Not so very easily, sir. I have often my quakings and fears, but then I read my Bible, say my prayers, and find hope and comfort." "I really am very glad to have seen you," said I. "And now can you tell me the way to the bridge?" "Not exactly, sir, for I have never been there, but you must follow this road some way farther, and then bear away to the right along yon hill," and he pointed to a distant mountain. I thanked him and proceeded on my way. I passed through a deep dingle, and shortly afterwards came to the termination of the road. Remembering, however, the directions of the old man, I bore away to the right, making for the distant mountain. My course lay now over very broken ground, where there was no path, at least that I could perceive. I wandered on for some time. At length, on turning round a bluff, I saw a lad tending a small herd of bullocks. "Am I in the road," said I, "to the Pont y Drwg?" "Nis gwn, I don't know," he said sullenly. "I am a hired servant, and have only been here a little time." "Where's the house," said I, "where you serve?" But as he made no answer, I left him. Some way further on I saw a house on my left, a little way down the side of a deep dingle, which was partly overhung with trees, and at the bottom of which a brook murmured. Descending a steep path, I knocked at the door. After a little time it was opened, and two women appeared, one behind the other. The first was about 60. She was very powerfully made, had stern grey eyes and harsh features, and was dressed in the ancient Welsh female fashion, having a kind of riding habit of blue, and a high conical hat like that of the Tyrol. The other seemed about 20 years younger. She had dark features, was dressed like the other, but had no hat. I saluted the first in English, and asked her the way to the bridge, whereupon she uttered a deep guttural "ah," and turned away her head, seemingly in abhorrence. I then spoke to her in Welsh, saying I was a foreign man, I did not say a Saxon, was bound to the Devil's Bridge, and wanted to know the way. The old woman surveyed me sternly for some time, then turned to the other and said something, and the two began to talk to each other, but in a low buzzing tone, so that I could not distinguish a word. In about half a minute the eldest turned to me, and extended her arm, and spreading out her 5 fingers wide, motioned to the side of the hill in the direction which I had been following. "If I go that way, shall I get to the bridge of the evil man?" said I, but got no other answer than a furious grimace and violent agitations of the arm and fingers in the same direction. I turned away, and scarcely had I done so when the door was slammed to behind me with great force, and I heard 2 "ahs," one not quite so deep and abhorrent as the other, probably proceeding from the throat of the younger female. "2 regular Saxon-hating Welsh women," said I philosophically, "just of the same sort, no doubt, as those who played such pranks on the slain bodies of the English soldiers after the victory achieved by Glendower over Mortimer on the Severn side." I proceeded in the direction indicated, winding round the side of the hill, the same mountain which the old man had pointed out to me some time before. At length, on making a turn, I saw a very lofty mountain in the far distance to the south-west, a hill right before me to the south, and on my left a meadow overhung by the southern hill, in the middle of which stood a house, from which proceeded a violent barking of dogs. I would fain have made immediately up to it for the purpose of inquiring my way, but saw no means of doing so, a high precipitous bank lying between it and me. I went forward and ascended the side of the hill before me, and presently came to a path running east and west. I followed it a little way towards the east. I was now just above the house, and saw some children and some dogs standing beside it. Suddenly I found myself close to a man who stood in a hollow part of the road, from which a narrow path led down to the house. A donkey with panniers stood beside him. He was about 50 years of age, with a carbuncled countenance, high but narrow forehead, grey eyebrows, and small malignant grey eyes. He had a white hat with narrow eaves, and the crown partly knocked out, a torn blue coat, corduroy breeches, long stockings, and highlows. He was sucking a cutty pipe, but seemed unable to extract any smoke from it. He had all the appearance of a vagabond, and of a rather dangerous vagabond. I nodded to him and asked him in Welsh the name of the place. He glared at me malignantly, then, taking the pipe out of his mouth, said he did not know, that he had been down below to inquire and light his pipe, but could get neither light nor answer from the children. I asked him where he came from, but he evaded the question by asking where I was going to. "To the Pont a Gwr Drwg," said I. He then asked me if I was an Englishman. "Oh yes," said I am Carn Sais." Whereupon, with a strange mixture in his face of malignity and contempt, he answered in English that he didn't understand me. "You understood me very well," said I, without changing my language, "till I told you I was an Englishman. Harkee, man with the broken hat, you are one of the bad Welsh who don't like the English to know the language, lest they should discover your lies and rogueries." He evidently understood what I said, for he gnashed his teeth, though he said nothing. "Well," said I shall go down to those children and inquire the name of the house," and forthwith began to descend the path, the fellow uttering a contemptuous humph behind me, as much as to say, "Much you'll make out down there." I soon reached the bottom and advanced towards the house. The dogs had all along been barking violently. As I drew near them, however, they ceased, and two of the largest came forward wagging their tails. "The dogs were not barking at me," said I, "but at that vagabond above." I went up to the children. They were 4 in number, 2 boys and 2 girls, all red-haired, but tolerably good-looking. They had neither shoes nor stockings. "What is the name of this house?" said I to the eldest, boy about 7 years old. He looked at me, but made no answer. I repeated my question. Still there was no answer, but methought I heard a humph of triumph from the hill. "Don't crow quite yet, old chap," thought I to myself, and putting my hand into my pocket, I took out a penny, and offering it to the child, said, "Now, small man, beth yw yr enw y lle hwn?" Instantly the boy's face became intelligent, and putting out a fat little hand, he took the ceiniog and said in an audible whisper, "Waen y bwlch." "I am all right," said I to myself. "That is one of the names of the places which the old ostler said I must go through." Then addressing myself to the child, I said, "Where's your father and mother?" "Out on the hill," whispered the child. "What's your father?" "A shepherd." "Good," said I. "Now can you tell me the way to the bridge of the evil man?" But the features became blank, the finger was put to the mouth, and the head was hung down. The question was evidently beyond the child's capacity. "Thank you," said I, and turning round I regained the path on the top of the bank. The fellow and his donkey were still there. "I had no difficulty," said I, "in obtaining information. The place's name is Waen y Bwlch, but oes genoch dim Cymraeg, you have no Welsh." Thereupon I proceeded along the path in the direction of the east. Forthwith the fellow said something to his animal, and both came following fast behind. I quickened my pace, but the fellow and his beast were close in my rear. Presently I came to a place where another path branched off to the south. I stopped, looked at it, and then went on, but scarcely had done so when I heard another exulting humph behind. "I am going wrong," said I to myself. "That other path is the way to the Devil's Bridge, and the scamp knows it, or he would not have grunted." Forthwith I faced round, and brushing past the fellow without a word, turned into the other path and hurried along it. By a side glance which I cast, I could see him staring after me. Presently, however, he uttered a sound very much like a Welsh curse, and, kicking his beast, proceeded on his way, and I saw no more of him. In a little time I came to a slough which crossed the path. I did not like the look of it at all, and to avoid it ventured upon some green mossy-looking ground to the left, and had scarcely done so when I found myself immersed to the knees in a bog. I, however, pushed forward, and with some difficulty got to the path on the other side of the slough. I followed the path, and in about half an hour saw what appeared to be houses at a distance. "God grant that I may be drawing near some inhabited place," said I. The path now grew very miry, and there were pools of water on either side. I moved along slowly. At length I came to a place where some men were busy in erecting a kind of building. I went up to the nearest and asked him the name of the place. He had a crowbar in his hand, was half naked, had a wry mouth and only one eye. He gave me no answer, but mowed and gibbered at me. "For God's sake," said I, "don't do so, but tell me where I am." He still uttered no word, but mowed and gibbered yet more frightfully than before. As I stood staring at him, another man came to me and said in broken English, "It is of no use speaking to him, sir, he is deaf and dumb." I am glad he is no worse, said I, for I really thought he was possessed with the evil one. My good person, can you tell me the name of this place? Esgyrn Hirion, sir, said he. Esgyrn Hirion, said I to myself. Esgyrn means bones and Hirion means long. I am doubtless at the place which the old ostler called Long Bones. I shouldn't wonder if I get to Devil's Bridge tonight after all. I then asked the man if he could tell me the way to the Bridge of the Evil Man, but he shook his head and said that he had never heard of such a place, adding, however, that he would go with me to one of the overseers, who could perhaps direct me. He then proceeded towards a row of buildings, which were in fact those objects which I had guessed to be houses in the distance. He led me to a corner house, at the door of which stood a middle-aged man, dressed in a grey coat, and saying to me, "This person is an overseer," returned to his labour. I went up to the man, and saluting him in English, asked whether he could direct me to the Devil's Bridge, or rather to Pont Erwyd. "It would be no use directing you, sir," said he, "for with all the directions in the world it would be impossible for you to find the way. You would not have left these premises 5 minutes before you would be in a maze without knowing which way to turn. Where do you come from?" "From Machynlleth," I replied. "From Machynlleth," said he. "Well, I only wonder you ever got here, but it would be madness to go farther alone." "Well," said I, "can I obtain a guide?" "I really don't know," said he. "I am afraid all the men are engaged." As we were speaking, a young man made his appearance at the door from the interior of the house. He was dressed in a brown short coat, had a glazed hat on his head, and had a pale but very intelligent countenance. "What is the matter?" said he to the other man. "This gentleman," replied the latter, "is going to Pont Erwyd, and wants a guide." "Well," said the young man, "we must find him one. It will never do to let him go by himself." "If you can find me a guide," said I shall be happy to pay him for his trouble." "Oh, you can do as you please about that," said the young man, "but pay or not, we would never suffer you to leave this place without a guide, and as much for our own sake as yours, for the directors of the company would never forgive us if they heard we had suffered a gentleman to leave these premises without a guide, more especially if he were lost, as it is 100 to 1 you would be if you went by yourself." "Pray," said I, "what company is this, the directors of which are so solicitous about the safety of strangers?" "The Potosi Mining Company," said he, "the richest in all Wales. But pray walk in and sit down, for you must be tired." End of chapter 80. Chapter 81 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 81. I followed the young man with the glazed hat into a room, the other man following behind me. He of the glazed hat made me sit down before a turf fire, apologising for its smoking very much. The room seemed half Compting room, half apartment. There was a wooden desk with a ledger upon it by the window, which looked to the west, and a camp bedstead extended from the southern wall nearly up to the desk. After I had sat for about a minute, the young man asked me if I would take any refreshment. I thanked him for his kind offer, which I declined, saying, however, that if he would obtain me a guide, I should feel much obliged. He turned to the other man and told him to go and inquire whether there was anyone who would be willing to go. The other nodded, and forthwith went out. "You think then," said I, "that I could not find the way by myself?" "I am sure of it," said he, "for even the people best acquainted with the country frequently lose their way. But I must tell you that if we find you a guide, it will probably be one who has no English." "Never mind," said I have enough Welsh to hold a common discourse." A fine girl about 14 now came in, and began bustling about. "Who is this young lady?" said I. "The daughter of a captain of a neighbouring mine," said he. "She frequently comes here with messages, and is always ready to do a turn about the house, for she is very handy." "Has she any English?" said I. "Not a word," he replied. "The young people of these hills have no English, except they go abroad to learn it." "What hills are these?" said I. "Part of the Plynlimmon range," said he. "Dear me," said I, "am I near Plynlimmon?" "Not very far from it," said the young man, "and you will be nearer when you reach Pont Erwyd." "Are you a native of these parts?" said I. "I am not," he replied. "I am a native of Ystwyth, a place on the sea coast about a dozen miles from here." "This seems to be a cold, bleak spot," said I. "Is it healthy?" "I have reason to say so," said he, "for I came here from Ystwyth about 4 months ago, very unwell, and am now perfectly recovered. I do not believe there is a healthier spot in all Wales." We had some further discourse. I mentioned to him the adventure which I had on the hill with the fellow with the donkey. The young man said he had no doubt that he was some prowling thief. "The dogs of the shepherd's house," said I, "didn't seem to like him, and dogs generally know an evil customer. A long time ago I chanced to be in a posada or inn at Valladolid in Spain. One hot summer's afternoon I was seated in a corridor which ran round a large open court in the middle of the inn. A fine yellow 3 parts grown bloodhound was lying on the ground beside me, with whom I had been playing a little time before. I was just about to fall asleep when I heard a hem from the outward door of the posada, which was a long way below, at the end of a passage which communicated with the court. Instantly the hound started upon his legs, and with a loud yell, and with eyes flashing fire, ran nearly round the corridor, down a flight of steps, and through the passage to the gate. There was then a dreadful noise in which the cries of a human being and the yells of the hound were blended. I forthwith started up and ran down, followed by several other guests, who came rushing out of their chambers round the corridor. At the gate we saw a man on the ground, and the hound trying to strangle him. It was with the greatest difficulty, and chiefly through the intervention of the master of the dog, who happened to be present, that the animal could be made to quit his hold. The assailed person was a very powerful man, but had an evil countenance, was badly dressed, and had neither hat, shoes, nor stockings. We raised him up and gave him wine, which he drank greedily, and presently, without saying a word, disappeared. The guests said they had no doubt that he was a murderer flying from justice, and that the dog by his instinct, even at a distance, knew him to be such. The master said that it was the first time that the dog had ever attacked anyone or shown the slightest symptom of ferocity. Not the least singular part of the matter was that the dog did not belong to the house, but to one of the guests from a distant village. The creature therefore could not consider itself the house's guardian. I had scarcely finished my tale when the other man came in and said that he had found a guide, a young man from Pont Erwyd, who would be glad of such an opportunity to go and see his parents, that he was then dressing himself and would shortly make his appearance. In about 20 minutes he did so. He was a stout young fellow with a coarse blue coat and coarse white felt hat. He held a stick in his hand. The kind young bookkeeper now advised us to set out without delay, as the day was drawing to a close and the way was long. I shook him by the hand, told him that I should never forget his civility, and departed with the guide. The fine young girl, whom I have already mentioned, and another about 2 years younger, departed with us. They were dressed in the graceful female attire of old Wales. We bore to the south down a descent, and came to some moory, quaggy ground, intersected with watercourses. The agility of the young girls surprised me. They sprang over the watercourses, some of which were at least 4 feet wide, with the ease and alacrity of fawns. After a short time we came to a road, which, however, we did not long reap the benefit of, as it only led to a mine. Seeing a house at the top of a hill, I asked my guide whose it was. "Ty powder," said he, "a powder house," by which I suppose he meant a magazine of powder used for blasting in the mines. He had not a word of English. If the young girls were nimble with their feet, they were not less so with their tongues, as they kept up an incessant gabble with each other and with the guide. I understood little of what they said, their volubility preventing me from catching more than a few words. After we had gone about 2 miles and a half, they darted away with surprising swiftness down a hill towards a distant house, where, as I learnt from my guide, the father of the eldest lived. We ascended a hill, passed between 2 craggy elevations, and then wended to the south-east over a strange miry place, in which I thought any one at night not acquainted with every inch of the way would run imminent risk of perishing. I entered into conversation with my guide. After a little while he asked me if I was a Welshman. I told him no. "You could teach many Welshmen," said he. "Why do you think so?" said I. "Because many of your words are quite above my comprehension," said he. No great compliment, thought I to myself, but putting a good face upon the matter, I told him that I knew a great many old Welsh words. "Is Potosi an old Welsh word?" said he. "No," said I, "it is the name of a mine in the Deheubarth of America." "Is it a lead mine?" "No," said I, "it is a silver mine." "Then why do they call our mine, which is a lead mine, by the name of a silver mine?" "Because they wish to give people to understand," said I, "that it is very rich, as rich in lead as Potosi in silver. Potosi is or was the richest silver mine in the world, and from it has come at least 1/2 of the silver which we use in the shape of money and other things." "Well," said he, "I have frequently asked, but could never learn before why our mine was called Potosi." "You did not ask at the right quarter," said I. "The young man with the glazed hat could have told you as well as I. I inquired why the place where the mine was bore the name of Esgyrn Hirion, or long bones. He told me that he did not know, but believed that the bones of a cawr, or giant, had been found there in ancient times. I asked him if the mine was deep. "Very deep," he replied. "Do you like the life of a miner?" said I. "Very much," said he, "and should like it more but for the noises of the hill." "You mean the powder blasts?" said I. "Oh no," said he, "I care nothing for them. I mean the noises made by the spirits of the hill in the mine. Sometimes they make such noises as frighten the poor fellow who works underground out of his senses. Once on a time I was working by myself very deep underground, in a little chamber to which a very deep shaft led. I had just taken up my light to survey my work, when all of a sudden I heard a dreadful rushing sound, as if an immense quantity of earth had come tumbling down. 'Oh God!' said I, and fell backwards, letting the light fall, which instantly went out. I thought the whole shaft had given way, and that I was buried alive. I lay for several hours half stupefied, thinking now and then what a dreadful thing it was to be buried alive. At length I thought I would get up, go to the mouth of the shaft, feel the mould with which it was choked up, and then come back, lie down and die. So I got up and tottered to the mouth of the shaft, put out my hand and felt nothing. All was clear. I went forward and presently felt the ladder. Nothing had fallen. All was just the same as when I came down. I was dreadfully afraid that I should never be able to get up in the dark without breaking my neck. However, I tried, and at last, with a great deal of toil and danger, got to a place where other men were working. The noise was caused by the spirits of the hill, in the hope of driving the miner out of his senses. They very nearly succeeded. I shall never forget how I felt when I thought I was buried alive. If it were not for those noises in the hill, the life of a miner would be quite heaven below. We came to a cottage standing under a hillock, down the side of which tumbled a streamlet close by the northern side of the building. The door was open, and inside were 2 or 3 females and some children. "Have you any enwyn?" said the lad, peeping in. "Oh yes," said a voice. "Dig on, dig on." Presently a buxom laughing girl brought out 2 dishes of buttermilk, one of which she handed to me and the other to the guide. I asked her the name of the place. "Gwen Ffrwd, the fair rivulet," said she. "Who lives here?" "A shepherd." "Have you any English?" "Nagos," said she, bursting into a loud laugh. "What should we do with English here?" After we had drunk the buttermilk I offered the girl some money, but she drew back her hand angrily and said, "We don't take money from tired strangers for 2 drops of buttermilk. There's plenty within, and there are 1,000 ewes on the hill. Farvel." Dear me, thought I to myself as I walked away, that I should once in my days have found shepherd life something as poets have represented it. I saw a mighty mountain at a considerable distance on the right, the same, I believe, which I had noted some hours before. I inquired of my guide whether it was Plynlimmon. "Oh no," said he, "that is Garvers. Plynlimmon is to the left." Plynlimmon is a famed hill, said I. I suppose it is very high. Yes, said he, it is high, but it is not famed because it is high, but because the three grand rivers of the world issue from its breast, the Hafren, the Rhyadr, and the Gough. Night was now coming rapidly on, attended with a drizzling rain. I inquired if we were far from Pont Erwyd. About a mile, said my guide, and we shall soon be there. We quickened our pace. After a little time he asked me if I was going farther than Pont Erwyd. I am bound for the bridge of the evil man, said I, but I dare say I shall stop at Pont Erwyd tonight. You will do right, said he. It is only 3 miles from Pont Erwyd to the bridge of the evil man, but I think we shall have a stormy night. When I get to Pont Erwyd, said I, how far shall I be from South Wales? From South Wales, said he. You are in South Wales now. You passed the Terfyn of North Wales a quarter of an hour ago. The rain now fell fast, and there was so thick a mist that I could only see a few yards before me. We descended into a valley, at the bottom of which I heard a river roaring. That's the Rhyadr, said my guide, coming from Plynlimmon, swollen with rain. Without descending to the river, we turned aside up a hill, and after passing a few huts, came to a large house, which my guide told me was the inn of Pont Erwyd. End of chapter 81. Chapter 82 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 82. My guide went to a side door, and opening it without ceremony went in. I followed and found myself in a spacious and comfortable-looking kitchen. A large fire blazed in a huge grate, on one side of which was a settle. Plenty of culinary utensils, both pewter and copper, hung around on the walls, and several goodly rows of hams and sides of bacon were suspended from the roof. There were several people present, some on the settle, and others on chairs in the vicinity of the fire. As I advanced, a man arose from a chair and came towards me. He was about 35 years of age, well and strongly made, with a fresh complexion, a hawk nose, and a keen grey eye. He wore top boots and breeches, a half-jockey coat, and had a round cap made of the skin of some animal on his head. "Servant, sir," said he in a rather sharp tone, and surveying me with something of a supercilious air. "Your most obedient, humble servant," said I. "I presume you are the landlord of this house." "Landlord?" said he. "Landlord? It is true I receive guests sometimes into my house, but I do so solely with the view of accommodating them. I do not depend upon innkeeping for a livelihood. I hire the principal part of the land in this neighbourhood." "If that be the case," said I had better continue my way to the Devil's Bridge. I am not at all tired, and believe it is not very far distant." "Oh, as you are here," said the farmer landlord, "I hope you will stay. I should be very sorry if any gentleman should leave my house at night after coming with an intention of staying, more especially in a night like this. Martha," said he, turning to a female between 30 and 40, who I subsequently learned was the mistress, "prepare the parlour instantly for this gentleman, and don't fail to make up a good fire." Martha forthwith hurried away, attended by a much younger female. "Till your room is prepared, sir," said he, "perhaps you will have no objection to sit down before our fire." "Not the least," said I. "Nothing gives me greater pleasure than to sit before a kitchen fire. First of all, however, I must settle with my guide, and likewise see that he has something to eat and drink." "Shall I interpret for you?" said the landlord. "The lad has not a word of English. I know him well." "I have not been under his guidance for the last 3 hours," said I, "without knowing that he cannot speak English, but I want no interpreter." "You do not mean to say, sir," said the landlord with a surprised and dissatisfied air, "that you understand Welsh?" I made no answer, but turning to the guide, thanked him for his kindness, and giving him some money, asked him if it was enough. "More than enough, sir," I did not expect half as much. Farewell." He was then about to depart, but I prevented him, saying, "You must not go till you have eaten and drunk. What will you have?" "Merely a cup of ale, sir," said the lad. "That won't do," said I. "You shall have bread and cheese and as much ale as you can drink. Pray," said I to the landlord, "let this young man have some bread and cheese and a large quart of ale." The landlord looked at me for a moment, then turning to the lad, he said, "What do you think of that, John? It is some time since you had a quart of ale to your own cheek." "Cheek," said I, "cheek, is that a Welsh word? Surely it is an importation from the English, and not a very genteel one." "Oh, come, sir," said the landlord, "we can dispense with your criticisms. A pretty thing indeed for you, on the strength of knowing half a dozen words of Welsh, to set up for a Welsh critic in the house of a person who knows the ancient British language perfectly." "Dear me," said I, "how fortunate I am. A person thoroughly versed in the ancient British language is what I have long wished to see. Pray what is the meaning of darfel cytherel?" "Oh, sir," said the landlord, "you must answer that question yourself. I don't pretend to understand gibberish." "Darfel cytherel," said I, "is not gibberish. It was the name of the great wooden image at Ddewi, or St. David's in Pembrokeshire, to which thousands of pilgrims in the days of Popery used to repair for the purpose of adoring it, and which at the time of the Reformation was sent up to London as a curiosity, where it eventually served as firewood to burn the monk Forest upon, who was sentenced to the stake by Henry VIII for denying his supremacy. What I want to know is the meaning of the name, which I could never get explained, but which you who know the ancient British language perfectly can doubtless interpret." "Oh, sir," said the landlord, "when I said I knew the British language perfectly, I perhaps went too far. There are, of course, some obsolete terms in the British tongue which I don't understand. Dar, what is it? Dalmod Coterel amongst the rest. But to a general knowledge of the Welsh language I think I may lay some pretensions. Were I not well acquainted with it, I should not have carried off the prize at various eisteddfodau as I have done. I am a poet, sir, a prydydd." "It is singular enough," said I, "that the only two Welsh poets I have seen have been innkeepers. One is yourself, the other a person I met in Anglesey. I suppose the muse is fond of cwrw da." "You would fain be pleasant, sir," said the landlord, "but I beg leave to inform you that I am not fond of pleasantries. And now, as my wife and the servant are returned, I will have the pleasure of conducting you to the parlour." "Before I go," said I should like to see my guide provided with what I ordered." I stayed till the lad was accommodated with bread and cheese and a foaming tankard of ale, and then bidding him farewell, I followed the landlord into the parlour, where I found a fire kindled, which, however, smoked exceedingly. I asked my host what I could have for supper, and was told that he did not know, but that if I would leave the matter to him, he would send the best he could. As he was going away, I said, "So you are a poet? Well, I am very glad to hear it, for I have been fond of Welsh poetry from my boyhood. What kind of verse do you employ in general? Did you ever write an awdl in the 24 measures? What are the themes of your songs? The deeds of the ancient heroes of South Wales, I suppose, and the hospitality of the great men of the neighbourhood, who receive you as an honoured guest at their tables. I'll bet a guinea that however clever a fellow you may be, you never sang anything in praise of your landlord's housekeeping equal to what Dafydd Nanmore sang in praise of that of Rhys of Twyn 400 years ago. For Rhys, if 100,000s ploughed the lands around his fair abode, did vines of 1,000 vineyards bleed, still corn and wine great Rhys would need. If all the earth had bread's sweet savour, and water all had cider's flavour, 3 roaring feasts in Rhys's hall would swallow earth and ocean all." "Hey?" "Really, sir," said the landlord, "I don't know how to reply to you, for the greater part of your discourse is utterly unintelligible to me. Perhaps you are a better Welshman than myself, but however that may be, I shall take the liberty of retiring in order to give orders about your supper." In about half an hour the supper made its appearance in the shape of some bacon and eggs. On tasting them I found them very good, and calling for some ale, I made a very tolerable supper. After the things had been removed, I drew near to the fire, but as it still smoked, I soon betook myself to the kitchen. My guide had taken his departure, but the others whom I had left were still there. The landlord was talking in Welsh to a man in a rough greatcoat about sheep. Setting myself down near the fire, I called for a glass of whisky and water, and then observing that the landlord and his friend had suddenly become silent, I said, "Pray go on with your discourse. Don't let me be any hindrance to you." "Yes, sir," said the landlord snappishly. "Go on with our discourse for your edification, I suppose." "Well," said I, "suppose it is for my edification. Surely you don't grudge a stranger a little edification, which will cost you nothing." "I don't know that, sir," said the landlord. "I don't know that. Really, sir, the kitchen is not the place for a gentleman." "Yes, it is," said I, "provided the parlour smokes. Come, come, I am going to have a glass of whisky and water. Perhaps you will take one with me." "Well, sir," said the landlord in rather a softened tone, "I have no objection to take a glass with you." 2 glasses of whisky and water were presently brought, and the landlord and I drank to each other's health. "Is this a sheep district?" said I, after a pause of a minute or two. "Yes, sir," said the landlord. "It may to a certain extent be called a sheep district." "I suppose the Southdown and Norfolk breeds would not do for these here parts," said I, with a regular Norfolk whine. "No, sir, I don't think they would exactly," said the landlord, staring at me. "Do you know anything about sheep?" "Plenty, plenty," said I, "quite as much indeed as about Welsh words and poetry." And then in a more whining tone than before I said, "Do you think that a body with money in his pocket could hire a nice comfortable sheep farm hereabouts?" "Oh, sir," said the landlord in a furious tone, "you have come to look out for a farm, I see, and to outbid us poor Welshmen. It is on that account you have studied Welsh. But, sir, I would have you know—" "Come," said I, "don't be afraid. I wouldn't have all the farms in your country, provided that you would tie them in a string and offer them to me. If I talked about a farm, it was because I am in the habit of talking about everything, being versed in all matters, do you see, or affecting to be so, which comes much to the same thing. My real business in this neighbourhood is to see the Devil's Bridge and the scenery about it." "Very good, sir," said the landlord. "I thought so at first. A great many English go to see the Devil's Bridge and the scenery near it, though I really don't know why, for there is nothing so very particular in either. We have a bridge here too, quite as good as the Devil's Bridge, and as for scenery, I'd back the scenery about this house against anything of the kind in the neighbourhood of the Devil's Bridge. Yet everybody goes to the Devil's Bridge and nobody comes here." "You might easily bring everybody here," said I, "if you would but employ your talent. You should celebrate the wonders of your neighbourhood in cowydds, and you would soon have plenty of visitors. But you don't want them, you know, and prefer to be without them." The landlord looked at me for a moment, and taking a sip of his whisky and water, he turned to the man with whom he had previously been talking, and recommenced the discourse about sheep. I made no doubt, however, that I was a restraint upon them. They frequently glanced at me, and soon fell to whispering. At last both got up and left the room, the landlord finishing his glass of whisky and water before he went away. "So you are going to the Devil's Bridge, sir?" said an elderly man, dressed in a grey coat with a broad-brimmed hat, who sat on the settle smoking a pipe in the company of another elderly man with a leather hat, with whom I had heard him discourse sometimes in Welsh, sometimes in English, the Welsh which he spoke being rather broken. "Yes," said I am going to have a sight of the bridge and the neighbouring scenery." "Well, sir, I don't think you will be disappointed, for both are wonderful." "Are you a Welshman?" said I. "No, sir, I am not. I am an Englishman from Durham, which is the best county in England." "So it is," said I, "for some things at any rate. For example, where do you find such beef as in Durham?" "Ah, where indeed, sir. I have always said that neither the Devonshire nor the Lincolnshire beef is to be named in the same day with that of Durham." "Well," said I, "what business do you follow in these parts? I suppose you farm?" "No, sir, I do not. I am what they call a mining captain." "I suppose that gentleman," said I, motioning to the man in the leather hat, "is not from Durham?" "No, sir, he is not. He is from this neighbourhood." "And does he follow mining?" "No, sir, he does not. He carries about the letters." "Is your mine near this place?" "Not very, sir. It is nearer the Devil's Bridge." Why is the bridge called the Devil's Bridge? Said I. Because, sir, 'tis said that the devil built it in old times, though that I can hardly believe, for the devil, do you see, delights in nothing but mischief, and it is not likely that such being the case he would have built a thing which must have been of wonderful service to people by enabling them to pass in safety over a dreadful gulf. I have heard, said the old postman with the leather hat, that the devil had no hand in the work at all, but that it was built by mynach, or monk, on which account the river over which the bridge is built is called Afon y Mynach, that is the monk's river. Did you ever hear, said I, of 3 creatures who lived a long time ago near the Devil's Bridge, called the Plant de Bat? Ah, master, said the old postman, I do see that you have been in these parts before. Had you not, you would not know of the Plant de Bat. No, said I have never been here before, but I heard of them when I was a boy, from a Cymro who taught me Welsh and had lived for some time in these parts. Well, what do they say here about the Plant de Bat? For he who mentioned them to me could give me no further information about them than that they were horrid creatures who lived in a cave near the Devil's Bridge several hundred years ago. Well, master, said the old postman, thrusting his forefinger twice or thrice into the bowl of his pipe, I will tell you what they say here about the Plant de Bat. In the old time, 200 or 300 years ago, a man lived somewhere about here called Bat, or Bartholomew. This man had 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, who, because their father's name was Bat, were generally called Plant de Bat, or Bat's children. Very wicked children they were from their cradle, giving their father and mother much trouble and uneasiness. No good in any one of them, neither in the boys nor the girl. Now the boys, once when they were rambling idly about, lighted by chance upon a cave near the Devil's Bridge. Very strange cave it was, with just 1 little hole at top to go in by. So the boys said to one another, Nice cave this for thief to live in. Suppose we come here when we are a little more big and turn thief ourselves. Well, they waited till they were a little more big, and then leaving their father's house they came to the cave and turned thief, lying snug there all day and going out at night to rob upon the roads. Well, there was soon much talk in the country about the robberies which were being committed, and people often went out in search of the thieves, but all in vain, and no wonder, for they were in a cave very hard to light upon, having, as I said before, merely 1 little hole at top to go in by. So Bat's boys went on swimmingly for a long time, lying snug in cave by day and going out at night to rob, letting no one know where they were but their sister, who was as bad as themselves, and used to come to them and bring them food and stay with them for weeks, and sometimes go out and rob with them. But the pitcher, which often go to the well, comes home broke at last. So it happened with Bat's children. After robbing people upon the roads by night, many a long year, and never being found out, they at last met one great gentleman upon the roads by night, and not only robbed but killed him, leaving his body all cut and gashed near Devil's Bridge. That job was the ruin of Plant de Bat, for the great gentleman's friends gathered together and hunted after his murderers with dogs, and at length came to the cave, and going in found it stocked with riches, and the Plant de Bat sitting upon the riches, not only the boys but the girl also. So they took out the riches and the Plant de Bat, and the riches they did give to churches and spitties, and the Plant de Bat they did execute, hanging the boys and burning the girl. That, master, is what they says in these parts about the Plant de Bat. Thank you, said I. Is the cave yet to be seen? Oh yes, it is yet to be seen, or part of it, for it is not now what it was, having been partly flung open to hinder other thieves from nestling in it. It is on the bank of the river Mynach, just before it joins the Rhyadr. Many gentlefolk in the summer go to see Plant de Bat's cave. Are you sure, said I, that Plant de Bat means Bat's children? I am not sure, master. I merely says what I have heard other people say. I believe some says it means the wicked children or the devil's children. And now, master, we may as well have done with them, for should you question me through the whole night, I could tell you nothing more about the plant de Bat. After a little further discourse, chiefly about sheep and the weather, I retired to the parlour, where the fire was now burning brightly. Seating myself before it, I remained for a considerable time staring at the embers and thinking over the events of the day. At length I rang the bell and begged to be shown my chamber, where I soon sank to sleep, lulled by the pattering of rain against the window and the sound of a neighbouring cascade. End of chapter 82. Chapter 83 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 83. A rainy and boisterous night was succeeded by a bright and beautiful morning. I arose, and having ordered breakfast, went forth to see what kind of country I had got into. I found myself amongst wild, strange-looking hills, not, however, of any particular height. The house, which seemed to front the east, stood on the side of a hill, on a wide platform, abutting on a deep and awful chasm, at the bottom of which chafed and foamed the Rhyadr. This river enters the valley of Pont Erwyd from the northwest, and makes a variety of snake-like turns, and at last bears away to the southeast just below the inn. The banks are sheer walls from 60 to 100 feet high, and the bed of the river has all the appearance of a volcanic rent. A brook, running from the south past the inn, tumbles into the chasm at an angle, and forms the cascade whose sound had lulled me to sleep the preceding night. After breakfasting I paid my bill and set out for the Devil's Bridge, without seeing anything more of that remarkable personage in whom were united landlord, farmer, poet, and mighty fine gentleman, the master of the house. I soon reached the bottom of the valley, where are a few houses, and the bridge from which the place takes its name, Pont Erwyd, signifying the bridge of Erwyd. As I was looking over the bridge, near which are 2 or 3 small waterfalls, an elderly man in a grey coat, followed by a young lad and dog, came down the road which I had myself just descended. "Good day, sir," said he, stopping, when he came upon the bridge. "I suppose you are bound my road." "Ah," said I, recognising the old mining captain with whom I had talked in the kitchen the night before. "Is it you? I am glad to see you. Yes, I am bound your way, provided you are going to the Devil's Bridge." "Then, sir, we can go together, for I am bound to my mine, which lies only a little way t'other side of the Devil's Bridge." Crossing the bridge at Erwyd, we directed our course to the south-east. "What young man is that," said I, "who is following behind us?" "The young man, sir, is my son John, and the dog with him is his dog Joe." "And what may your name be, if I may take the liberty of asking?" "Greaves, sir, John Greaves, from the county of Durham." "Ah, a capital county that," said I. "You like the county, sir? God bless you, John," said he in a loud voice, turning to the lad. "Why don't you offer to carry the gentleman's knapsack?" "Don't let him trouble himself," said I, "as I was just now saying, a capital county is Durham county." "You really had better let the boy carry your bag, sir." "No," said I would rather carry it myself. I question upon the whole whether there is a better county in England." "Is it long since your honour was in Durham county?" "A good long time, a matter of 40 years." 40 years! Why, that's the life of a man. That's longer than I have been out of the county myself. I suppose your honour can't remember much about the county?" "Oh yes, I can. I remember a good deal." "Please, your honour, tell me what you remember about the county. It would do me good to hear it." "Well, I remember it was a very fine county in more respects than one. One part of it was full of big hills and mountains, where there were mines of coal and lead, with mighty works, with tall chimneys spouting out black smoke, and engines roaring, and big wheels going round, some turned by steel, and others by what they call forces, that is, brooks of water dashing down steep channels. Another part was a more level country, with beautiful woods, happy-looking farmhouses, well-filled fields, and rich, glorious meadows, in which stood stately, with brown sides and short horns, the Durham ox." "Oh dear, said my companion. "Ah, I see your honour knows everything about Durham county." Forces! None but one who had been in Durham county would have used that word. I haven't heard it for 35 years. Forces! There was a force close to my house. I wonder if your honour has ever been in Durham city? Oh yes, I have been there. Does your honour remember anything about Durham city? Oh yes, I remember a good deal about it. Then, your honour, pray tell me what you remember about it. Pray do. Perhaps it will do me good. Well then, I remember that it was a fine old city standing on a hill with a river running under it, and that it had a fine old church, one of the finest in the whole of Britain, likewise a fine old castle, and last not least a capital old inn, where I got a capital dinner of roast Durham beef, and a capital glass of ale, which I believe was the cause of my being ever after fond of ale. Dear me! Ah, I see your honour knows all about Durham city. And now let me ask one question. How came your honour to Durham city and county? I don't think your honour is a Durham man either of town or field. I am not, but when I was a little boy I passed through Durham county with my mother and brother to a place called Scotland. Scotland! A queer country that, your honour. So it is, said I, a queerer country I never saw in all my life. And a queer set of people, your honour. So they are, said I, a queerer set of people than the Scotch you would scarcely see in a summer's day. The Durham folks, neither of town nor field, have much reason to speak well of the Scotch, your honour. I dare say not, said I. Very few people have. And yet the Durham folks, your honour, generally contrived to give them as good as they brought. That they did, said I. A pretty licking the Durham folks once gave the Scots under the walls of Durham city, after the scamps had been plundering the country for 3 weeks. A precious licking they gave them, slaying I don't know how many thousands, and taking their king prisoner. So they did, your honour, and under the command of a woman too. Very true, said I, Queen Philippa. Just so, your honour. The idea that your honour should know so much about Durham, both field and town. Well, said I, since I have told you so much about Durham, perhaps you will now tell me something about yourself. How did you come here? I had better begin from the beginning, your honour. I was born in Durham county, close beside the great force, which no doubt your honour has seen. My father was a farmer, and had a bit of a share in a mining concern. I was brought up from my childhood both to farming and mining work, but most to mining, because, do you see, I took most pleasure in it, being the more noble business of the two. Shortly after I had come to man's estate, my father died, leaving me a decent little property, whereupon I forsook farming altogether, and gave myself up, body, soul, and capital, to mining, which at last I thoroughly understand in all its branches. Well, your honour, about 35 years ago, that was when I was about 28, a cry went through the north country that a great deal of money might be made by opening Wales, that is, by mining in Wales in the proper fashion, which means the north country fashion, for there is no other fashion of mining good for much. There had long been mines in Wales, but they had always been worked in a poor, weak, languid manner, very different from that in the north country. So a company was formed, at the head of which were the Aldens, George and Thomas, for opening Wales, and they purchased certain mines in these districts which they knew to be productive, and which might be made yet more so, and settling down here called themselves the Rhyadr United. Well, after they had been here a little time, they found themselves in want of a man to superintend their concerns, above all in the smelting department. So they thought of me, who was known to most of the mining gentry in the north country, and they made a proposal to me through George Alden, afterwards Sir George, to come here and superintend. I said no at first, for I didn't like the idea of leaving Durham county to come to such an outlandish place as Wales. Howsomever, I at last allowed myself to be over-persuaded by George Alden, and afterwards Sir George, and here I came with my wife and family, for I must tell your honour I had married a respectable young woman of Durham county, by whom I had 2 little ones. Here I came and did my best for the service of the Rhyadr United. The company was terribly set to it for a long time, spending a mint of money and getting very poor returns. To my certain knowledge, the 2 Aldens, George and Tom, spent between them £30,000. The company, however, persevered, chiefly at the instigation of the Aldens, who were in the habit of saying, "Never say die," and at last got the better of all their difficulties and rolled in riches, and had the credit of being the first company that ever opened Wales, which they richly deserved, for I will uphold it that the Rhyadr United, particularly the Eldons, George and Thomas, were the first people who really opened Wales. In their service I have been for 35 years, and dare say shall continue so till I die. I have been tolerably comfortable, your honour, though I have had my griefs, the bitterest of which was the death of my wife, which happened about 8 years after I came to this country. I thought I should have gone wild at first, your honour. Having, however, always plenty to do, I at last got the better of my affliction. I continued single till my English family grew up and left me, when, feeling myself rather lonely, I married a decent young Welshwoman, by whom I had one son, the lad John, who is following behind with his dog Joe. And now your honour knows the whole story of John Greaves, miner from the county of Durham. And a most entertaining and instructive history it is, said I. You have not told me, however, how you contrived to pick up Welsh. I heard you speaking it last night with the postman. Why, through my Welsh wife, your honour. Without her I don't think I should ever have picked up the Welsh manner of discoursing. She is a good kind of woman, my Welsh wife, though. The loss of your Durham wife must have been a great grief to you, said I. It was the bitterest grief, your honour, as I said before, that I ever had. My next worst, I think, was the death of a dear friend. Who was that? Said I. Who was it, your honour? Why, the Duke of Newcastle. Dear me, said I, how came you to know him? Why, your honour, he lived at a place not far from here called Hafod, and so... Hafod, said I. I have heard of Hafod and its library, but I thought it belonged to an old Welsh family called Johns. Well, so it did, your honour, but the family died away, and the estate was put up for sale and purchased by the Duke, who built a fine house upon it, which he made his chief place of residence. The old family house, I must tell your honour, in which the library was, had been destroyed by fire. Well, he hadn't been long settled there before he found me out, and took wonderfully to me, discoursing with me and consulting me about his farming and improvements. Many is the pleasant chat and discourse I have had with his Grace for hours and hours together, for his Grace had not a bit of pride, at least he never showed any to me, though perhaps the reason of that was that we were both north country people. Lord, I would have laid down my life for his Grace, and have done anything but one, which he once asked me to do. Greaves, said the Duke to me one day, I wish you would give up mining and become my steward. Sorry, I can't oblige your Grace, said I, but give up mining I cannot. I will at any time give your Grace all the advice I can about farming and such like, but giving up mining I cannot. Because why? I conceive mining to be the noblest business in the versal world. Whereupon his Grace laughed and said, I dare say I was right, and never mentioned the subject again. Was his Grace very fond of farming and improving? Oh yes, your honour. Like all the great gentry, especially the north country gentry, his Grace was wonderfully fond of farming and improving, and a wonderful deal of good he did, reclaiming thousands of acres of land, which was before good for nothing, and building capital farmhouses and offices for his tenants. His grand feat, however, was bringing the Durham bull into this country, which formed a capital cross with the Welsh cows. Pity that he wasn't equally fortunate with the north country sheep. Did he try to introduce them into Wales? Yes, but they didn't answer, as I knew they wouldn't. Says I to the Duke, it won't do, your Grace, to bring the north country sheep here. Because why? The hills are too wet and cold for their constitutions. But his Grace, who had sometimes a will of his own, persisted and brought the north country sheep to these parts, and it turned out as I said. The sheep caught the disease, and the wool parted, and... But, said I, you should have told him about the salve made of bran, butter, and oil. You should have done that. Well, so I did, your honour. I told him about the salve, and the Duke listened to me, and the salve was made by these very hands. But when it was made, what do you think? The foolish Welsh wouldn't put it on, saying that it was against their laws and statutes and religion to use it, and talked about devil's salves and the witch of Endor, and the sin against the Holy Ghost and such like nonsense. So to prevent a regular rebellion, the Duke gave up the salve, and the poor sheep pined away and died, till at last there was not one left. Who holds the estate at present? Said I. Why, a great gentleman from Lancashire, your honour, who bought it when the Duke died. But he doesn't take the same pleasure in it which the Duke did, nor spend so much money about it. the consequence being that everything looks very different from what it looked in the Duke's time. The inn at the Devil's Bridge and the grounds look very different from what they looked in the Duke's time, for you must know that the inn and the grounds form part of the Hafod estate and are hired from the proprietor. By this time we had arrived at a small village with a toll bar and a small church or chapel at some little distance from the road, which here made a turn nearly full south. The road was very good, but the country was wild and rugged. There was a deep vale on the right, at the bottom of which rolled the Rhyadr in its cleft, rising beyond which were steep, naked hills. "This village," said my companion, "is called Spytty Cynfyn. Down on the right, past the church, is a strange bridge across the Rhyadr, which runs there through a horrid kind of place. The bridge is called Pont or the Parson's Bridge, because in the old time the clergyman passed over it every Sunday to do duty in the church here." "Why is this place called Spytty Cynfyn?" said I, "which means the hospital of the first boundary? Is there a hospital of the second boundary near here?" "I can't say anything about boundaries, your honour. All I know is that there is another Spytty farther on beyond Hafod, called Spytty Ystwyth, or the Spytty upon the Ystwyth. But to return to the matter of the Minister's Bridge, I would counsel your honour to go and see that bridge before you leave these parts. A vast number of gentry go to see it in the summer time. It was the bridge which the landlord was mentioning last night, though it scarcely belongs to his district, being quite as near the Devil's Bridge Inn as it is to his own, your honour." We went on discoursing for about half a mile further, when, stopping by a road which branched off to the hills on the left, my companion said, "I must now wish your honour good day, being obliged to go a little way up here to a mining work on a small bit of business. My son, however, and his dog Joe will show your honour the way to the Devil's Bridge, as they are bound to a place a little way past it. I have now but one word to say, which is, that should ever your honour please to visit me at my mine, your honour shall receive every facility for inspecting the works, and moreover have a bellyful of drink and victuals from Jock Greaves, miner from the county of Durham." I shook the honest fellow by the hand, and went on in company with the lad John and his dog as far as the Devil's Bridge. John was a highly intelligent lad, spoke Welsh and English fluently, could read, as he told me, both languages, and had some acquaintance with the writings of Twm o'r Nant, as he showed by repeating the following lines of the Carter poet, certainly not the worst which he ever wrote. "Twm o'r Nant mae cant am galw, Thomas Edwards yw fi enw. Twm o'r Nant is a nickname I've got, my name's Thomas Edwards, I wot." End of chapter 83. Chapter 84 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 84. I arrived at the Devil's Bridge at about 11 o'clock of a fine but cold day, and took up my quarters at the inn, of which I was the sole guest during the whole time that I continued there. For the inn, standing in a lone, wild district, has very few guests except in summer, when it is thronged with tourists, who avail themselves of that genial season to view the wonders of Wales, of which the region close by is considered amongst the principal. The inn, or rather hospice, for the sounding name of hospice is more applicable to it than the common one of inn, was built at a great expense by the late Duke of Newcastle. It is an immense lofty cottage with projecting eaves, and has a fine window to the east, which enlightens a stately staircase and a noble gallery. It fronts the north, and stands in the midst of one of the most remarkable localities in the world, of which it would require a far more vigorous pen than mine to convey an adequate idea. Far to the west is a tall, strange-looking hill, the top of which bears no slight resemblance to that of a battlemented castle. This hill, which is believed to have been in ancient times a stronghold of the Britons, bears the name of Bryn y Castell, or the hill of the castle. To the northwest are russet hills, to the east 2 brown paps, whilst to the south is a high swelling mountain. To the north, and just below the hospice, is a profound hollow, with all the appearance of the crater of an extinct volcano. At the bottom of this hollow the waters of two rivers unite, those of the Rhyadr from the north, and those of the Afon y Mynach, or the Monk's River, from the south-east. The Rhyadr, falling over a rocky precipice at the northern side of the hollow, forms a cataract very pleasant to look upon from the middle upper window of the inn. Those of the Mynach, which pass under the celebrated Devil's Bridge, are not visible, though they generally make themselves heard. The waters of both, after uniting, flow away through a romantic glen towards the west. The sides of the hollow, and indeed most of the ravines in the neighbourhood, which are numerous, are beautifully clad with wood. Penetrate now into the hollow above which the hospice stands. You descend by successive flights of steps, some of which are very slippery and insecure. On your right is the Monk's River, roaring down its dingle in 5 successive falls to join its brother the Rhyadr. Each of the falls has its own peculiar basin, 1 or 2 of which are said to be of awful depth. The length which these falls with their basins occupy is about 500 feet. On the side of the basin of the last but one is the cave, or the site of the cave, said to have been occupied in old times by the wicked children, the mysterious Plant de Bat, 2 brothers and a sister, robbers and murderers. At present it is nearly open on every side, having, it is said, been destroyed to prevent its being the haunt of other evil people. There is a tradition in the country that the fall at one time tumbled over its mouth. This tradition, however, is evidently without foundation, as from the nature of the ground the river could never have run but in its present channel. Of all the falls, the 5th or last is the most considerable. You view it from a kind of den, to which the last flight of steps, the ruggedest and most dangerous of all, has brought you. Your position here is a wild one. The fall, which is split into 2, is thundering beside you. Foam, foam, foam is flying all about you. The basin or cauldron is boiling frightfully below you. Hirsute rocks are frowning terribly above you, and above them forest trees, dank and wet with spray and mist, are distilling drops in showers from their boughs. But where is the bridge, the celebrated bridge of the evil man? From the bottom of the first flight of steps leading down into the hollow, you see a modern-looking bridge, bestriding a deep chasm or cleft to the south-east, near the top of the dingle of the Monk's River. Over it lies the road to Pont Erwyd. That, however, is not the Devil's Bridge, but about 20 feet below that bridge and completely overhung by it, don't you see a shadowy, spectral object, something like a bow, which likewise bestrides the chasm? You do. Well, that shadowy, spectral object is the celebrated Devil's Bridge, or as the timorous peasants of the locality call it, the Pont y Gwr Drwg. It is now merely preserved as an object of curiosity, the bridge above being alone used for transit, and is quite inaccessible except to birds and the climbing wicked boys of the neighbourhood, who sometimes at the risk of their lives contrive to get upon it from the frightfully steep northern bank, and snatch a fearful joy as, whilst lying on their bellies, they poke their heads over its sides worn by age, without parapet to prevent them from falling into the horrid gulf below. But from the steps in the hollow, the view of the Devil's Bridge, and likewise of the cleft, is very slight and unsatisfactory. To view it properly, and the wonders connected with it, you must pass over the bridge above it, and descend a precipitous dingle on the eastern side, till you come to a small platform in a crag. Below you now is a frightful cavity, at the bottom of which the waters of the Monk's River, which come tumbling from a glen to the east, whirl, boil, and hiss in a horrid pot or cauldron, called in the language of the country Twll yn y Graig, or the hole in the rock, in a manner truly tremendous. On your right is a slit, probably caused by volcanic force, through which the waters, after whirling in the cauldron, eventually escape. The slit is wonderfully narrow, considering its altitude, which is very great, considerably upwards of 100 feet. Nearly above you, crossing the slit, which is partly wrapped in darkness, is the far-famed bridge, the bridge of the evil man, a work which, though crumbling and darkly grey, does much honour to the hand which built it, whether it was the hand of Satan or of a monkish architect. For the arch is chaste and beautiful, far superior in every respect, except in safety and utility, to the one above it, which from this place you have not the mortification of seeing. Gaze on these objects, namely, the horrid seething pot or cauldron, the gloomy volcanic slit, and the spectral shadowy Devil's Bridge for about 3 minutes, allowing a minute to each. Then scramble up the bank and repair to your inn, and have no more sightseeing that day, for you have seen enough. And if pleasant recollections do not haunt you through the life of the noble falls, and the beautiful wooded dingles to the west of the bridge of the evil one, and awful and mysterious ones of the monk's boiling cauldron, the long, savage, shadowy cleft, and the grey, crumbling, spectral bridge, I say boldly that you must be a very unpoetical person indeed. End of chapter 84. Chapter 85 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 85. I dined in a parlour of the inn, commanding an excellent view of the hollow and the Rhyadr fall. Shortly after I had dined, a fierce storm of rain and wind came on. It lasted for an hour, and then everything again became calm. Just before evening was closing in, I took a stroll to a village which stands a little way to the west of the inn. It consists only of a few ruinous edifices, and is chiefly inhabited by miners and their families. I saw no men, but plenty of women and children. Seeing a knot of women and girls chatting, I went up and addressed them. Some of the girls were very good looking. None of the party had any English. All of them were very civil. I first talked to them about religion, and found that without single exception they were Calvinistic Methodists. I next talked to them about the Plant de Bat. They laughed heartily at the first mention of their name, but seemed to know very little about their history. After some 20 minutes' discourse I bade them good night and returned to my inn. The night was very cold. The people of the house, however, made up for me a roaring fire of turf, and I felt very comfortable. About 10 o'clock I went to bed, intending next morning to go and see Plynlimmon, which I had left behind me on entering Cardiganshire. When the morning came, however, I saw at once that I had entered upon a day by no means adapted for excursions of any considerable length, for it rained terribly. But this gave me very little concern. My time was my own, and I said to myself, if I can't go today, I can perhaps go tomorrow. After breakfast I passed some hours in a manner by no means disagreeable, sometimes meditating before my turf fire, with my eyes fixed upon it, and sometimes sitting by the window, with my eyes fixed upon the cascade of the Rhyadr, which was every moment becoming more magnificent. At length, about 12 o'clock, fearing that if I stayed within I should lose my appetite for dinner, which has always been one of the greatest of my enjoyments, I determined to go and see the Minister's Bridge, which my friend the old mining captain had spoken to me about. I knew that I should get a wetting by doing so, for the weather still continued very bad, but I don't care much for a wetting, provided I have a good roof, a good fire, and good fare to betake myself to afterwards. So I set out. As I passed over the bridge of the Mynach river, I looked down over the eastern balustrade. The bridge of the evil one, which is just below it, was quite invisible. I could see, however, the pot or crochan distinctly enough, and a horrible sight it presented. The waters were whirling round in a manner to describe which any word but frenzied would be utterly powerless. Half an hour's walking brought me to the little village through which I had passed the day before. Going up to a house I knocked at the door, and a middle-aged man opening it, I asked him the way to the bridge of the minister. He pointed to the little chapel to the west, and said that the way lay past it, adding that he would go with me himself, as he wanted to go to the hills on the other side to see his sheep. We got presently into discourse. He at first talked broken English, but soon began to speak his native language. I asked him if the chapel belonged to the Methodists. "It is not a chapel," said he, "it is a church." "Do many come to it?" said I. "Not many, sir, for the Methodists are very powerful here. Not more than 40 or 50 come." "Do you belong to the church?" said I. "I do, sir, thank God." "You may well be thankful," said I, "for it is a great privilege to belong to the Church of England." "It is so, sir," said the man, though few, alas, think so. I found him a highly intelligent person. On my talking to him about the name of the place, he said that some called it Spytty Cynfyn, and others Spytty Cynwyl, and that both Cynwyl and Cynfyn were the names of people, to one or other of which the place was dedicated, and that, like the place further on called Spytty Ystwyth, it was in the old time a hospital or inn for the convenience of the pilgrims going to the great monastery of Ystrad Fleur, or Strata, Florida. Passing through a field or two, we came to the side of a very deep ravine, down which was a zigzag path leading to the bridge. The path was very steep, and, owing to the rain, exceedingly slippery. For some way it led through a grove of dwarf oaks, by grasping the branches of which I was enabled to support myself tolerably well. Nearly at the bottom, however, where the path was most precipitous, the trees ceased altogether. Fearing to trust my legs, I determined to slide down, and put my resolution in practice, arriving at a little shelf close by the bridge without any accident. The man, accustomed to the path, went down in the usual manner. The bridge consisted of a couple of planks and a pole flung over a chasm of about 10 feet wide, on the farther side of which was a precipice with a path at least quite as steep as the one down which I had come, and without any trees or shrubs by which those who used it might support themselves. The torrent rolled about 9 feet below the bridge. Its channel was tortuous. On the south-east side of the bridge was a cauldron, like that on which I had looked down from the bridge over the river of the monks. The man passed over the bridge and I followed him. On the other side we stopped and turned round. The river was rushing and surging, the pot was boiling and roaring, and everything looked wild and savage. But the locality, for awfulness and mysterious gloom, could not compare with that on the east side of the Devil's Bridge, nor for sublimity and grandeur with that on the west. "Here you see, sir," said the man, "the bridge of the Offeiriad, called so, it is said, because the popes used to pass over it in the old time. And here you have the Rhyadr, which, though not so smooth nor so well off for banks as the Hafren and the Gough, gets to the sea before either of them, and as the Pennant says, is quite as much entitled to honour. Hafren y Wyn and Hyfryd a'i wedd, a Rhyadr fawr a'i anrhydedd." "Good rhyme, sir, that. I wish you would put it into Saesneg." "I am afraid I shall make a poor hand of it," said I. "However, I will do my best. "O pleasantly do glide along the Severn and the Wye, but Rhyadr's rough, and yet he's held by all in honour high." "Very good rhyme that, sir, though not so good as the Pennill Cymraeg. Ha! I do see that you know the two languages, and are one poet. And now, sir, I must leave you, and go to the hills to my sheep, who I am afraid will be suffering in this dreadful weather. However, before I go, I should wish to see you safe over the bridge." I shook him by the hand, and retracing my steps over the bridge, began clambering up the bank on my knees. "You will spoil your trousers, sir," cried the man from the other side. "I don't care if I do," said I, "provided I save my legs, which are in some danger in this place, as well as my neck, which is of less consequence." I hurried back amidst rain and wind to my friendly hospice, where, after drying my wet clothes as well as I could, I made an excellent dinner on fowl and bacon. Dinner over, I took up a newspaper which was brought me, and read an article about the Russian war, which did not seem to be going on much to the advantage of the Allies. Soon, flinging the paper aside, I stuck my feet on the stove, one on each side of the turf fire, and listened to the noises without. The bellowing of the wind down the mountain passes, and the roaring of the Rheidol fall at the north side of the valley, and the rushing of the 5 cascades of the river Mynach were truly awful. Perhaps I ought not to have said the 5 cascades of the Mynach, but the Mynach cascade, for now its 5 cascades had become one, extending from the chasm over which hung the bridge of Satan to the bottom of the valley. After a time I fell into a fit of musing. I thought of the plant de bat. I thought of the Spyttys or hospitals connected with the great monastery at Ystrad Fleur, or Strata, Florida. I thought of the remarkable bridge close by, built by a clever monk of that place to facilitate the coming of pilgrims with their votive offerings from the north to his convent. I thought of the convent built in the time of our Henry II by Rhys ap Gruffydd, Prince of South Wales, And lastly I thought of a wonderful man who was buried in its precincts, the greatest genius which Wales and perhaps Britain ever produced, on whose account, and not because of old it had been a magnificent building, and the most celebrated place of popish pilgrimage in Wales, I had long ago determined to visit it on my journey, a man of whose life and works the following is a brief account. End of chapter 85. Chapter 86 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 86. Dafydd ab Gwilym was born about the year 1320 at a place called Bro Gynnin in the county of Cardigan. Though born in wedlock, he was not conceived legitimately. His mother, being discovered by her parents to be pregnant, was turned out of doors by them, whereupon she went to her lover, who married her, though in doing so he acted contrary to the advice of his relations. After a little time, however, a general reconciliation took place. The parents of Ab Gwilym, though highly connected, do not appear to have possessed much property. The boy was educated by his mother's brother, Llyn ab Gwilym Fachan, a chief of Cardiganshire, but his principal patron in afterlife was Ifor, a cousin of his father, surnamed Hael, or the Bountiful, a chieftain of Glamorganshire. This person received him within his house, made him his steward and tutor to his daughter. With this young lady Ab Gwilym speedily fell in love, and the damsel returned his passion. Ifor, however, not approving of the connection, sent his daughter to Anglesey, and eventually caused her to take the Vale in a nunnery of that island. Dafydd pursued her, but not being able to obtain an interview, he returned to his patron, who gave him a kind reception. Under Ifor's roof he cultivated poetry with great assiduity and wonderful success. Whilst very young, being taunted by the circumstances of his birth by a brother bard called Rhys Meigan, he retorted in an ode so venomously bitter that his adversary, after hearing it, fell down and expired. Shortly after this event he was made head bard of Glamorgan by universal acclamation. After a stay of some time with Ifor, he returned to his native county, and lived at Bro Gynnin. Here he fell in love with a young lady of birth called Ddewi, who did not favour his addresses. He did not break his heart, however, on her account, but speedily bestowed it on the fair Mawddwy, whom he first saw at Rhyadr in Anglesey, to which place both had gone on a religious account. The lady, after some demur, consented to become his wife. Her parents refusing to sanction the union, their hands were joined beneath the greenwood tree by one Madog Benfras, a bard and a great friend of Ab Gwilym. The joining of people's hands by bards, which was probably a relic of Druidism, had long been practised in Wales, and marriages of this kind were generally considered valid and seldom set aside. The ecclesiastical law, however, did not recognise these poetical marriages, and the parents of Mawddwy, by appealing to the law, soon severed the union. After confining the lady for a short time, they bestowed her hand in legal fashion upon a chieftain of the neighbourhood, very rich, but rather old, and with a hump on his back, on account which he was nicknamed Bowback, or Little Humpback. Mawddwy, however, who passed her time in rather a dull manner with this person, which would not have been the case had she done her duty by endeavouring to make the poor man comfortable, and by visiting the sick and needy around her, was soon induced by the bard to elope with him. The lovers fled to Glamorgan, where Ifor Hael, not much to his own credit, received them with open arms, probably forgetting how he had immured his own daughter in a convent rather than bestow her on Ab Gwilym. Having a hunting lodge in a forest on the banks of the lovely Taff, he allotted it to the fugitives as a residence. Ecclesiastical law, however, as strong in wild Wales as in other parts of Europe, soon followed them into Glamorgan, and very properly separated them. The lady was restored to her husband, and Ab Gwilym fined to a very high amount. Not being able to pay the fine, he was cast into prison, but then the men of Glamorgan arose to a man, swearing that their head bard should not remain in prison. "Then pay his fine," said the ecclesiastical law, or rather the ecclesiastical lawyer. So we will, said the men of Glamorgan, and so they did. Every man put his hand into his pocket. The amount was soon raised, the fine paid, and the bard set free. Ab Gwilym did not forget this kindness of the men of Glamorgan, and to requite it wrote an address to the sun, in which he requests that luminary to visit Glamorgan, to bless it, and to keep it from harm. The piece concludes with some noble lines somewhat to this effect. If every strand oppression strong should arm against the son of song, the weary wight would find, I ween, a welcome in Glamorgan green. Some time after his release he meditated a second elopement with Mawddwy, and even induced her to consent to go off with him. A friend, to whom he disclosed what he was thinking of doing, asking him whether he would venture a second time to take such a step, "I will," said the bard, "in the name of God and the men of Glamorgan." No second elopement, however, took place, the bard probably thinking, as has been well observed, that neither God nor men of Glamorgan would help him a second time out of such an affair. He did not attain to any advanced age, but died when about 60, some 20 years before the rising of Glendower. Some time before his death his mind, fortunately, took a decidedly religious turn. He is said to have been eminently handsome in his youth, tall, slender, with yellow hair falling in ringlets down his shoulders. He is likewise said to have been a great libertine. The following story is told of him. In a certain neighbourhood he had a great many mistresses, some married and others not. Once upon a time, in the month of June, he made a secret appointment with each of his lady loves, the place and hour of meeting being the same for all. Each was to meet him at the same hour beneath a mighty oak, which stood in the midst of a forest glade. Some time before the appointed hour he went, and climbing up the oak, hid himself amidst the dense foliage of its boughs. When the hour arrived, he observed all the nymphs tripping to the place of appointment. All came, to the number of 24. Not one stayed away. For some time they remained beneath the oak, staring at each other. At length an explanation ensued, and it appeared they had all come to meet Ab Gwilym. "Oh, the treacherous monster!" cried they with one accord. "Only let him show himself, and we will tear him to pieces." "Will you?" said Ab Gwilym from the oak. "Here I am. Let who has been most wanton with me make the first attack upon me." The females remained for some time speechless. All of a sudden, however, their anger kindled, not against the bard, but against each other. From harsh and taunting words they soon came to actions. Hair was torn off, faces were scratched, blood flowed from cheek and nose. Whilst the tumult was at its fiercest, Ab Gwilym slipped away. The writer merely repeats this story, and he repeats it as concisely as possible, in order to have an opportunity of saying that he does not believe one particle of it. If he believed it, he would forthwith burn the most cherished volume of the small collection of books from which he derives delight and recreation, namely that which contains the songs of Ab Gwilym, for he would have nothing in his possession belonging to such a heartless scoundrel as Ab Gwilym must have been had he got up the scene above described. Any common man who would expose to each other and the world a number of hapless, trusting females who had favoured him with their affections, and from the top of a tree would feast his eyes upon their agonies of shame and rage, would deserve to be emasculated. Had Ab Gwilym been so dead to every feeling of gratitude and honour as to play the part which the story makes him play, he would have deserved not only to be emasculated, but to be scourged with harp strings in every market town in Wales, and to be dismissed from the service of the Muse. But the writer repeats that he does not believe one tittle of the story, though Ab Gwilym's biographer, the learned and celebrated William Owen, not only seems to believe it, but rather chuckles over it. It is the opinion of the writer that the story is of Italian origin, and that it formed part of one of the many rascally novels brought over to England after the marriage of Lionel, Duke of Clarence, the third son of Edward III, with Violante, daughter of Galeazzo, Duke of Milan. Dafydd Ab Gwilym has been in general considered as a songster who never employed his muse on any subject save that of love, and there can be no doubt that by far the greater number of his pieces are devoted more or less to the subject of love. But to consider him merely in the light of an amatory poet would be wrong. He has written poems of wonderful power on almost every conceivable subject. Ab Gwilym has been styled the Welsh Erwyd, and with great justice, but not merely because, like the Roman, he wrote admirably on love. The Roman was not merely an amatory poet. Let the shade of Pythagoras say whether the poet who embodied in immortal verse the oldest, the most wonderful, and at the same time the most humane of all philosophy was a mere amatory poet. Let the shade of blind Homer be called up to say whether the bard who composed the tremendous line "Surgit ad hos, clippi dominus septemplicus Ajax," equal to save any one of his own, was a mere amatory songster. Yet, diversified as the genius of the Roman was, there is no species of poetry in which he shone in which the Welshman may not be said to display equal merit. Ab Gwilym, then, has been fairly styled the Welsh Ovid. But he was something more, and here let there be no sneers about Welsh. The Welsh are equal in genius, intellect, and learning to any people under the sun, and speak a language older than Greek, and which is one of the immediate parents of the Greek. He was something more than the Welsh Ovid. He was the Welsh Horace, and wrote light, agreeable, sportive pieces, equal to any things of the kind composed by Horace in his best moods. But he was something more. He was the Welsh Martial, and wrote pieces equal in pungency to those of the great Roman epigrammatist, and perhaps more than equal, for we never heard that any of Martial's epigrams killed anybody, whereas Ab Gwilym's piece of vituperation on Rhys Meigan, pity that poets should be so virulent, caused the Welshman to fall down dead. But he was yet something more. He could, if he pleased, be a Tyrtaeus. He was no fighter. Where was there ever a poet that was? But he wrote an ode on a sword, the only warlike piece that he ever wrote, the best poem on the subject ever written in any language. Finally, he was something more. He was what not one of the great Latin poets was, a Christian. That is, in his latter days, when he began to feel the vanity of all human pursuits, when his nerves began to be unstrung, his hair to fall off, and his teeth to drop out, and he then composed sacred pieces, entitling him to rank with, we were going to say Caedmon. Had we done so, we should have done wrong. No uninspired poet ever handled sacred subjects like the great Saxon Skald, but which entitled him to be called a great religious poet, inferior to none but the protégé of Hilda. Before ceasing to speak of Ab Gwilym, it would be necessary to state that his amatory pieces, which constitute more than one half of his productions, must be divided into two classes, the purely amatory, and those only partly devoted to love. His poems to Ddewi and the daughter of Ifor Hael are productions very different from those addressed to Mawddwy. There can be no doubt that he had a sincere affection for the two first. There is no levity in the cowydds which he addressed to them, and he seldom introduces any other objects than those of his love. But in his cowydds addressed to Mawddwy, is there no levity? Is Mawddwy ever prominent? His cowydds to that woman abound with humorous levity, and for the most part have far less to do with her than with natural objects, the snow, the mist, the trees of the forest, the birds of the air, and the fishes of the stream. His first piece to Mawddwy is full of levity quite inconsistent with true love. It states how, after seeing her for the first time at Rosir in Anglesey, and falling in love with her, he sends her a present of wine by the hands of a servant, which present she refuses, casting the wine contemptuously over the head of the valet. This commencement promises little in the way of true passion, so that we are not disappointed when we read a little further on that the bard is dead and buried, all on account of love, and that Mawddwy makes a pilgrimage to Manu to seek for pardon for killing him, nor when we find him begging the popish image to convey a message to her. Then presently we almost lose sight of Mawddwy amidst birds, animals, and trees, and we are not sorry that we do, for though Ab Gwilym is mighty in humour, great in describing the emotions of love and the beauties of the lovely, he is greatest of all in describing objects of nature. Indeed, in describing them he has no equal, and the writer has no hesitation in saying that in many of his cowydds in which he describes various objects of nature, by which he sends messages to Mawddwy, he shows himself a far greater poet than Ovid appears in any one of his metamorphoses. There are many poets who attempt to describe natural objects without being intimately acquainted with them, but Ab Gwilym was not one of these. No one was better acquainted with nature. He was a stroller, and there is every probability that during the greater part of the summer he had no other roof than the foliage, and that the voices of birds and animals were more familiar to his ears than was the voice of man. During the summer months, indeed, in the early part of his life, he was, if we may credit him, generally lying perdu in the woodland or mountain recesses near the habitation of his mistress, before or after her marriage, awaiting her secret visits, made whenever she could escape the vigilance of her parents, or the watchful jealousy of her husband, and during her absence he had nothing better to do than to observe objects of nature and to describe them. His ode to the fox, one of the most admirable of his pieces, was composed on one of these occasions. Want of space prevents the writer from saying as much as he could wish about the genius of this wonderful man, the greatest of his country's songsters, well calculated by nature to do honour to the most polished age and the most widely spoken language. The bards his contemporaries, and those who succeeded him for several hundred years, were perfectly convinced of his superiority, and not only over themselves, but over all the poets of the past. And one, and a mighty one, old Iolo the bard of Glendower, went so far as to insinuate that after Ab Gwilym it would be of little avail to anyone to make verses. Aed lle mae'r eang dangnef, ac aed y gerdd gydag ef. To heaven's high peace let him depart, and with him go the mistral art. He was buried at Ystrad Flir, and a yew tree was planted over his grave, to which Griffith Grigg, a brother bard, who was one time his enemy, but eventually became one of the most ardent of his admirers, addressed an ode, of part of which the following is a paraphrase. Thou noble tree, who shelterest kind the dead man's house from winter's wind, may lightnings never lay thee low, no archer cut from thee his bow, nor crispin peel thee pegs to frame, but may thou ever bloom the same, a noble tree, the grave to guard of Cambria's most illustrious bard. End of chapter 86. Chapter 87 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 87. The morning of the 5th of November looked rather threatening. As, however, it did not rain, I determined to set off for Plynlimmon, and returning at night to the inn, resume my journey to the south on the following day. On looking into a pocket almanac, I found it was Sunday. This very much disconcerted me, and I thought at first of giving up my expedition. Eventually, however, I determined to go, for I reflected that I should be doing no harm, and that I might acknowledge the sacredness of the day by attending morning service at the little Church of England chapel, which lay in my way. The mountain of Plynlimmon, to which I was bound, is the third in Wales for altitude, being only inferior to Snowdon and Cadair Idris. Its proper name is Pym, or Pimp, Limon, signifying the 5 points, because towards the upper part it is divided into 5 hills or points. Plynlimmon is a celebrated hill on many accounts. It has been the scene of many remarkable events. In the 10th century a dreadful battle was fought on one of its spurs between the Danes and the Welsh, in which the former sustained a bloody overthrow. And in 1401 a conflict took place in one of its valleys between the Welsh under Glendower and the Flemings of Pembrokeshire, who, exasperated at having their homesteads plundered and burned by the chieftain who was the mortal enemy of their race, assembled in considerable numbers and drove Glendower and his forces before them to Plynlimmon, where, the Welshman standing at bay, a contest ensued in which, though eventually worsted, the Flemings were at one time all but victorious. What, however, has more than anything else contributed to the celebrity of the hill is the circumstance of its giving birth to 3 rivers, the first of which, the Severn, is the principal stream in Britain, the second, the Wye, the most lovely river, probably, which the world can boast of, and the third the Rhyadr, entitled to high honour for its boldness and impetuosity, and the remarkable banks between which it flows in its very short course, for there are scarcely 20 miles between the ffynnon or source of the Rhyadr and the aber or place where it disembogues itself into the sea. I started about 10 o'clock on my expedition, after making, of course, a very hearty breakfast. Scarcely had I crossed the Devil's Bridge when a shower of hail and rain came on. As, however, it came down nearly perpendicularly, I put up my umbrella and laughed. The shower pelted away till I had nearly reached Spytty, when it suddenly left off, and the day became tolerably fine. On arriving at the Spytty, I was sorry to find that there would be no service till 3 in the afternoon. As waiting till that time was out of the question, I pushed forward on my expedition. Leaving Pont Erwyd at some distance on my left, I went duly north till I came to a place amongst hills where the road was crossed by an angry-looking rivulet, the same, I believe, which enters the Rhyadr near Pont Erwyd, and which is called the Castle River. I was just going to pull off my boots and stockings in order to wade through, when I perceived a pole and a rail laid over the stream a little distance above where I was. This rustic bridge enabled me to cross without running the danger of getting a regular sousing, for these mountain streams, even when not reaching so high as the knee, occasionally sweep the wader off his legs, as I know by my own experience. From a lad whom I presently met, I learned that the place where I crossed the water was called Gough, or the foot of the red slope. About 20 minutes' walk from hence brought me to Castell Dyffryn, an inn about 6 miles distant from the Devil's Bridge, and situated near a spur of the Plynlimmon range. Here I engaged a man to show me the sources of the rivers and the other wonders of the mountain. He was a tall, athletic fellow, dressed in brown coat, round buff hat, corduroy trousers, linen leggings, and high-lows, and though a Cymro, had much more the appearance of a native of Tipperary than a Welshman. He was a kind of shepherd to the people of the house, who, like many others in South Wales, followed farming and innkeeping at the same time. End of chapter 87. Chapter 88 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 88. Leaving the inn, my guide and myself began to ascend a steep hill just behind it. When we were about halfway up, I asked my companion, who spoke very fair English, why the place was called the castle. "Because, sir," said he, "there was a castle here in the old time." "Whereabouts was it?" said I. "Yonder," said the man, standing still and pointing to the right. "Don't you see yonder brown spot in the valley? There the castle stood." "But are there no remains of it?" said I. "I can see nothing but a brown spot." "There are none, sir, but there a castle once stood, and from it the place we came from had its name, and likewise the river that runs down to Pont Erwyd." "And who lived there?" said I. "I don't know, sir," said the man, "but I suppose they were grand people, or they would not have lived in a castle." After ascending the hill and passing over its top, we went down its western side, and soon came to a black, frightful bog between two hills. Beyond the bog, and at some distance to the west of the two hills, rose a brown mountain, not abruptly, but gradually, and looking more like what the Welsh call a rhyw, or slope, than a mynydd, or mountain. "That, sir," said my guide, "is the grand Plynlimmon." "It does not look much of a hill," said I. "We are on very high ground, sir, or it would look much higher. I question upon the whole whether there is a higher hill in the world." "God bless Plynlimmon Mawr," said he, looking with reverence towards the hill. "I am sure I have a right to say so, for many is the good crown I have got by showing gentlefolks, like yourself, to the top of him." "You talk of Plynlimmon Mawr, or the great Plynlimmon," said I. Where are the small ones? Yonder they are, said the guide, pointing to 2 hills towards the north. One is Plynlimmon Canol, and the other Plynlimmon Bach, the middle and the small Plynlimmon. Plynlimmon, said I, means 5 summits. You have pointed out only 3. Now where are the other 2? Those 2 hills which we have just passed make up the 5. However, I will tell your worship that there is a 6th summit. Don't you see that small hill connected with the big Plynlimmon on the right? I see it very clearly, said I. Well, your worship, that's called Brynllw, the hill of the calf, or the calf Plynlimmon, which makes the 6th summit. Very good, said I, and perfectly satisfactory. Now let us ascend the big Plynlimmon. In about a quarter of an hour we reached the summit of the hill, where stood a large cairn, or heap of stones. I got upon the top and looked around me. The mountainous wilderness extended on every side, a waste of russet-coloured hills, with here and there a black craggy summit. No signs of life or cultivation were to be discovered, and the eye might search in vain for a grove or even a single tree. The scene would have been cheerless in the extreme had not a bright sun lighted up the landscape. This does not seem to be a country of much society, said I to my guide. It is not, sir. The nearest house is the inn we came from, which is now 3 miles behind us. Straight before you there is not one for at least 10, and on either side it is an anialwch to a vast distance. Plynlimmon is not a sociable country, sir. Nothing to be found in it but here and there a few sheep or a shepherd. Now, said I, descending from the cairn, we will proceed to the sources of the rivers. The ffynnon of the Rhyadr is not far off, said the guide. It is just below the hill. We descended the western side of the hill for some way. At length, coming to a very craggy and precipitous place, my guide stopped, and pointing with his finger into the valley below, said, There, sir, if you look down, you can see the source of the Rhyadr. I looked down and saw far below what appeared to be part of a small sheet of water. And that is the source of the Rhyadr, said I. Yes, sir, said my guide, that is the ffynnon of the Rhyadr. Well, said I, is there no getting to it? Oh, yes, but the path, sir, as you see, is rather steep and dangerous. Never mind, said I, let us try it. Isn't seeing the fountain sufficient for you, sir? By no means, said I. It is not only necessary for me to see the source of the rivers, but to drink of them, in order that in after times I may be able to harangue about them with a tone of confidence and authority. Then follow me, sir, but please to take care, for this path is more fit for sheep or shepherds than gentlefolk. And a truly bad path I found it, so bad indeed that before I had descended 20 yards I almost repented having ventured. I had a capital guide, however, who went before and told me where to plant my steps. There was one particularly bad part, being little better than a sheer precipice, but even here I got down in safety with the assistance of my guide, and a minute afterwards found myself at the source of the Rhyadr. The source of the Rhyadr is a small, beautiful lake, about a quarter of a mile in length. It is overhung on the east and north by frightful crags, from which it is fed by a number of small rills. The water is of the deepest blue and of very considerable depth. The banks, except to the north and east, slope gently down and are clad with soft and beautiful moss. The river, of which it is the head, emerges at the southwestern side and brawls away in the shape of a considerable brook amidst moss, and rushes down a wild glen tending to the south. To the west the prospect is bounded at a slight distance by high swelling ground. If few rivers have a more wild and wondrous channel than the Rhyadr, fewer still have a more beautiful and romantic source. After kneeling down and drinking freely of the lake, I said, Now, where are we to go to next? The nearest ffynnon to that of the Rhyadr, sir, is the ffynnon of the Severn. Very well, said I, let us now go and see the ffynnon of the Severn. I followed my guide over a hill to the northwest into a valley, at the further end of which I saw a brook streaming apparently to the south, where was an outlet. That brook, said the guide, is the young Severn. The brook came from round the side of a very lofty rock, singularly variegated, black and white, the northern summit presenting something of the appearance of the head of a horse. Passing round this crag, we came to a fountain surrounded with rushes, out of which the brook, now exceedingly small, came murmuring. "The crag above," said my guide, "is called Crag y Ceffyl, or the Rock of the Horse, and this spring at its foot is generally called the Ffynnon of the Hafren. However, drink not of it, master, for the Ffynnon of the Hafren is higher up the Nant. Follow me, and I will presently show you the real Ffynnon of the Hafren." I followed him up a narrow and very steep dingle. Presently we came to some beautiful little pools of water in the turf, which was here remarkably green. "These are very pretty pools, aren't they, master?" said my companion. "Now, if I was a false guide, I might bid you stoop and drink, saying that these were the sources of the Severn. But I am a true cyfarwydd, and therefore tell you not to drink, for these pools are not the sources of the Hafren, no more than the spring below. The Ffynnon of the Severn is higher up the Nant. Don't fret, however, but follow me, and we shall be there in a minute." So I did as he bade me, following him without fretting higher up the Nant. Just at the top he halted and said, "Now, master, I have conducted you to the source of the Severn. I have considered the matter deeply, and have come to the conclusion that here, and here only, is the true source. Therefore stoop down and drink, in full confidence that you are taking possession of the Holy Severn." The source of the Severn is a little pool of water some 20 inches long, 6 wide, and about 3 deep. It is covered at the bottom with small stones, from between which the water gushes up. It is on the left side of the Nant as you ascend, close by the very top. An unsightly heap of black turf earth stands right above it to the north. Turf heaps, both large and small, are in abundance in the vicinity. After taking possession of the Severn by drinking at its source, rather a shabby source for so noble a stream, I said, "Now let us go to the fountain of the Wye." "A quarter of an hour will take us to it, your honour," said the guide, leading the way. The source of the Wye, which is a little pool not much larger than that which constitutes the fountain of the Severn, stands near the top of a grassy hill, which forms part of the great Plynlimmon. The stream, after leaving its source, runs down the hill towards the east, and then takes a turn to the south. The mountains of the Severn and the Wye are in close proximity to each other. That of the Rhyadr stands somewhat apart from both, as if, proud of its own beauty, it disdained the other two for their homeliness. All three are contained within the compass of a mile. "And now I suppose, sir, that our work is done, and we may go back to where we came from," said my guide, as I stood on the grassy hill after drinking copiously of the fountain of the Wye. "We may," said I, "but before we do, I must repeat some lines made by a man who visited these sources and experienced the hospitality of a chieftain in this neighbourhood 400 years ago." Then, taking off my hat, I lifted up my voice and sang. "From high Plynlimmon's shaggy side, 3 streams in 3 directions glide. To thousands at their mouths who tarry, honey, gold, and mead they carry. Flow also from Plynlimmon high 3 streams of generosity. The first, a noble stream indeed, like rills of Mona, runs with mead. The second bears from vineyards thick wine to the feeble and the sick. The third, till time shall be no more, mingled with gold, shall silver pour." "Nice pennillion, sir, I dare say," said my guide, "provided a person could understand them. What's meant by all this mead, wine, gold and silver?" "Why," said I, "the bard meant to say that Plynlimmon, by means of its 3 channels, sends blessings and wealth in 3 different directions to distant places, and that the person whom he came to visit, and who lived on Plynlimmon, distributed his bounty in 3 different ways, giving mead to thousands at his banquets, wine from the vineyards of Gascony to the sick and the feeble of the neighbourhood, and gold and silver to those who were willing to be tipped, amongst whom no doubt was himself, as poets have never been above receiving a present." "Nor above asking for one, your honour. There's a prydydd in this neighbourhood who will never lose a shilling for want of asking for it. Now, sir, have the kindness to tell me the name of the man who made those pennillion." "Lewis Glyn Cothi," said I, At least it was he who made the Plynlimmon from which those verses were translated." "And what was the name of the gentleman whom he came to visit?" "His name," said I, "was Dafydd ap Thomas Vychan." "And where did he live?" "Why, I believe he lived at the castle, which you told me once stood on the spot which you pointed out as we came up. At any rate, he lived somewhere upon Plynlimmon." "I wish there was some rich gentleman at present living on Plynlimmon," said my guide. "One of that sort is much wanted." "You can't have everything at the same time," said I. "Formerly you had a chieftain who gave away wine and mead, and occasionally a bit of gold or silver, but then no travellers and tourists came to see the wonders of the hills, for at that time nobody cared anything about hills. At present you have no chieftain, but plenty of visitors, who come to see the hills and the sources, and scatter plenty of gold about the neighbourhood." We now bent our steps homeward, bearing slightly to the north, going over hills and dales covered with gorse and ling. My guide walked with a calm and deliberate gait, yet I had considerable difficulty in keeping up with him. There was, however, nothing surprising in this. He was a shepherd walking on his own hill, and having first-rate wind, and knowing every inch of the ground, made great way without seeming to be in the slightest hurry. I would not advise a road walker, even if he be a first-rate one, to attempt to compete with a shepherd on his own, or indeed any hill. Should he do so, the conceit would soon be taken out of him. After a little while we saw a rivulet running from the west. "This ffrwd," said my guide, "is called Ffrenig. It here divides Shire Trefaldwyn from Cardiganshire, one in North and the other in South Wales." Shortly afterwards we came to a hillock of rather a singular shape. "This place, sir," said he, "is called Eisteddfa." "Why is it called so?" said I. "Eisteddfa means the place where people sit down." "It does so," said the guide, "and it is called the place of sitting because 3 men from 3 different quarters of the world once met here, and one proposed that they should sit down." "And did they?" said I. "They did, sir, and when they had sat down they told each other their histories." "I should be glad to know what their histories were," said I. "I can't exactly tell you what they were, but I have heard say there was a great deal in them about the Tylwyth Teg, or fairies." "Do you believe in fairies?" said I. "I do, sir, but they are very seldom seen, and when they are, they do no harm to anybody. I only wish there were as few corpse candles as there are Tylwyth Teg, and that they did as little harm." "They foreshow people's death, don't they?" said I. "They do, sir, but that's not all the harm they do. They are very dangerous for anybody to meet with. If they come bump up against you when you are walking carelessly, it's generally all over with you in this world. I'll give you an example. A man returning from market, from Llan Eglwys to Llan Curig, not far from Plynlimmon, was struck down dead as a horse, not long ago, by a corpse candle. It was a rainy, windy night, and the wind and rain were blowing in his face, so that he could not see it, or get out of its way. And yet the candle was not abroad on purpose to kill the man. The business that it was about was to prognosticate the death of a woman who lived near the spot, and whose husband dealt in wool, poor thing. She was dead and buried in less than a fortnight. Ah, master, I wish that corpse candles were as few and as little dangerous as the Tylwyth Teg or fairies." We returned to the inn, where I settled with the honest fellow, adding a trifle to what I had agreed to give him. Then, sitting down, I called for a large measure of ale, and invited him to partake of it. He accepted my offer with many thanks and bows, and as we sat and drank our ale, we had a great deal of discourse about the places we had visited. The ale being finished, I got up and said, "I must now be off for the Devil's Bridge," whereupon he also arose, and offering me his hand, said, "Farewell, master, I shall never forget you. Were all the gentlefolks who came here to see the sources like you, we should indeed feel no want in these hills of such a gentleman as is spoken of in the Plynlimmon." The sun was going down as I left the inn. I recrossed the streamlet by means of the pole and rail. The water was running with much less violence than in the morning, and was considerably lower. The evening was calm and beautifully cool, with a slight tendency to frost. I walked along with a bounding and elastic step, and never remember to have felt more happy and cheerful. I reached the hospice at about 6 o'clock, a bright moon shining upon me. and found a capital supper awaiting me, which I enjoyed exceedingly. How one enjoys one's supper at one's inn after a good day's walk, provided one has the proud and glorious consciousness of being able to pay one's reckoning on the morrow. End of chapter 88. Chapter 89 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 89. The morning of the 6th was bright and glorious. As I looked from the window of the upper sitting room of the hospice, the scene which presented itself was wild and beautiful to a degree. The oak-covered tops of the volcanic crater were gilded with the brightest sunshine, whilst the eastern sides remained in dark shade, and the gap or narrow entrance to the north in shadow yet darker, in the midst of which shone the silver of the Rhyadr cataract. Should I have lived 100 years, I shall never forget the wild, fantastic beauty of that morning scene. I left the friendly hospice at about 9 o'clock to pursue my southern journey. By this time the morning had lost much of its beauty, and the dull grey sky, characteristic of November, began to prevail. The way lay up a hill to the south-east. On my left was a glen down which the river of the Monk rolled with noise and foam. The country soon became naked and dreary, and continued so for some miles. At length, coming to the top of a hill, I saw a park before me, through which the road led after passing under a stately gateway. I had reached the confines of the domain of Hafod. Hafod Rhyd, or the summer mansion of Rhyd, has from time immemorial been the name of a dwelling on the side of a hill above the Ystwyth, looking to the east. At first it was a summer boothie, or hunting lodge to Welsh chieftains, but subsequently expanded to the roomy, comfortable dwelling of Welsh squires, where hospitality was much practised, and bards and harpers liberally encouraged. Whilst belonging to an ancient family of the name of Johns, several members of which made no inconsiderable figure in literature, it was celebrated far and wide for its library, in which was to be found, amongst other treasures, a large collection of Welsh manuscripts on various subjects, history, medicine, poetry and romance. The house, however, and the library were both destroyed in a dreadful fire which broke out. This fire is generally called the Great Fire of Hafod, and some of those who witnessed it have been heard to say that its violence was so great that burning rafters mixed with flaming books were hurled high above the summits of the hills. The loss of the house was a matter of triviality compared with that of the library. The house was soon rebuilt, and probably phoenix-like, looked all the better for having been burnt, but the library could never be restored. On the extinction of the family, the last hope of which, an angelic girl, faded away in the year 1811, the domain became the property of the late Duke of Newcastle, a kind and philanthropic nobleman, and a great friend of agriculture, who held it for many years, and considerably improved it. After his decease it was purchased by the head of an ancient Lancashire family, who used the modern house as a summer residence, as the Welsh chieftains had used the wooden boothie of old. I went to a kind of lodge, where I had been told I should find somebody who would admit me to the church, which stood within the grounds, and contained a monument which I was very desirous of seeing, partly from its being considered one of the masterpieces of the great chantry, and partly because it was a memorial to the lovely child, the last scion of the old family, who had possessed the domain. A good-looking young woman, the only person whom I saw, on my telling my errand, forthwith took a key and conducted me to the church. The church was a neat edifice, with rather a modern look. It exhibited nothing remarkable without, and only one thing remarkable within, namely the monument, which was indeed worthy of notice, and which, had Chantry executed nothing else, might well have entitled him to be considered, what the world has long pronounced him, the prince of British sculptors. This monument, which is of the purest marble, is placed on the eastern side of the church, below a window of stained glass, and represents a truly affecting scene. A lady and gentleman are standing over a dying girl of angelic beauty, who is extended on a couch, and from whose hand a volume, the Book of Life, is falling. The woman is weeping. Beneath is the following inscription: "To the memory of Mary, the only child of Thomas and Jane Johns, who died in 1811 after a few days' sickness. This monument is dedicated by her parents." An inscription worthy by its simplicity and pathos to stand below such a monument. After presenting a trifle to the woman, who to my great surprise could not speak a word of English, I left the church and descended the side of the hill, near the top of which it stands. The scenery was exceedingly beautiful. Below me was a bright green valley, at the bottom of which the Ystwyth ran brawling, now hid amongst groves, now showing a long stretch of water. Beyond the river, to the east, was a noble mountain, richly wooded. The Ystwyth, after a circuitous course, joins the Rhyadr, near the strand of the Irish Channel, which the united rivers enter at a place called Ystwyth, where there stands a lovely town of the same name, which sprang up under the protection of a baronial castle, still proud and commanding even in its ruins, built by Strongbow, the conqueror of the great Western Isle. Near the lower part of the valley the road tended to the south, up and down through woods and bowers, the scenery still ever increasing in beauty. At length, after passing through a gate and turning round a sharp corner, I suddenly beheld Hafod on my right hand, to the west at a little distance above me, on a rising ground, with a noble range of mountains behind it. A truly fairy place it looked, beautiful but fantastic, in the building of which 3 styles of architecture seemed to have been employed. At the southern end was a Gothic tower, at the northern an Indian pagoda. The middle part had much the appearance of a Grecian villa. The walls were of resplendent whiteness, and the windows, which were numerous, shone with beautiful gilding. Such was modern Hafod, a strange contrast, no doubt, to the hunting lodge of old. After gazing at this house of eccentric taste for about a quarter of an hour, sometimes with admiration, sometimes with a strong disposition to laugh, I followed the road which led past the house in nearly a southerly direction. Presently the valley became more narrow and continued narrowing till there was little more room than was required for the road and the river, which ran deep below it on the left-hand side. Presently I came to a gate, the boundary in the direction in which I was going of the Hafod domain. Here, when about to leave Hafod, I shall devote a few lines to a remarkable man whose name should ever be associated with the place. Edward Llwyd was born in the vicinity of Hafod about the period of the Restoration. His father was a clergyman who, after giving him an excellent education at home, sent him to Oxford, at which seat of learning he obtained an honourable degree, officiated for several years as tutor, and was eventually made custodiary of the Ashmolean Museum. From his early youth he devoted himself with indefatigable zeal to the acquisition of learning. He was fond of natural history and British antiquities, but his favourite pursuit, and that in which he principally distinguished himself, was the study of the Celtic dialects, and it is but doing justice to his memory to say that he was not only the best Celtic scholar of his time, but that no one has arisen since worthy to be considered his equal in Celtic erudition. Partly at the expense of the university, partly at that of various powerful individuals who patronised him, he travelled through Ireland, the Western Highlands, Wales, Cornwall and Armorica for the purpose of collecting Celtic manuscripts. He was particularly successful in Ireland and Wales. Several of the most precious Irish manuscripts in Oxford and also in the Chandos Library were of Llwyd's collection, and to him the old hall at Hafod was chiefly indebted for its treasures of ancient British literature. Shortly after returning to Oxford from his Celtic wanderings, he sat down to the composition of a grand work in 3 parts, under the title of Archaeologia Britannica, which he had long projected. The first was to be devoted to the Celtic dialects, the second to British antiquities, and the third to the natural history of the British Isles. He only lived to complete the first part. It contains various Celtic grammars and vocabularies, to each of which there is a preface written by Llwyd in the particular dialect to which the vocabulary or grammar is devoted. Of all these prefaces, the one to the Irish is the most curious and remarkable. The first part of the Archaeologia was published at Oxford in 1707, 2 years before the death of the author. Of his correspondence, which was very extensive, several letters have been published, all of them relating to the philology, antiquities, and natural history. End of chapter 89. Chapter 90 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Burrow. Chapter 90. Shortly after leaving the grounds of Hafod, I came to a bridge over the Ystwyth. I crossed it and was advancing along the road, which led apparently to the south-east, when I came to a company of people who seemed to be loitering about. It consisted entirely of young men and women, the former with crimson favours, the latter in the garb of old Wales, blue tunics and sharp-crowned hats. Going up to one of the young women, I said, "Petit yw, what's the matter?" "Priodas, a marriage," she replied, after looking at me attentively. I then asked her the name of the bridge, whereupon she gave a broad grin, and after some little time replied, "Pont y Groes," the bridge of the cross. I was about to ask her some other questions, when she turned away with a loud chuckle, and said something to another wench near her, who, grinning yet more uncouthly, said something to a third, who grinned too, and lifting up her hands and spreading her fingers wide, said, "Dyn oddi dir a Gogledd, a man from the north country, he he." Forthwith there was a general shout, the wenches crying, "A man from the north country, he he," and the fellows crying, "A man from the north country, ha ha." "Is this the way you treat strangers in the south?" said I. But I had scarcely uttered the words, when with redoubled shouts the company exclaimed, "There's Cymraeg, there's pretty Cymraeg. Go back, David, to Shire Vaughan. That Cymraeg won't pass here." Finding they disliked my Welsh, I had recourse to my own language. "Really," I said in English, "such conduct is unaccountable. What do you mean?" But this only made matters worse, for the shouts grew louder still, and every one cried, "There's pretty English. Well, if I couldn't speak better English than that, I'd never speak English at all. No, David, if you must speak at all, stick to Cymraeg." Then forthwith all the company set themselves in violent motion, the women rushing up to me with their palms and fingers spread out in my face, without touching me, however, as they wheeled round me at a yard's distance, crying, "A man from the north country, he he," and the fellows acting just in the same way, rushing up with their hands spread out, and then wheeling round me with cries of, "A man from the north country, ho ho." I was so enraged that I made for a heap of stones by the roadside, intending to take some up and fling them at the company. Reflecting, however, that I had but one pair of hands, and the company at least 40, and that by such an attempt at revenge I should only make myself ridiculous, I gave up my intentions, and continued my journey at a rapid pace, pursued for a long way by "he he," and "ho ho," and "Go back, David, to your goats in Anglesey, you are not wanted here." I began to descend a hill forming the eastern side of an immense valley, at the bottom of which rolled the river. Beyond the valley to the west was an enormous hill, on the top of which was a most singular-looking crag, seemingly leaning in the direction of the south. On the right-hand side of the road were immense works of some kind in full play and activity, for engines were clanging and puffs of smoke were ascending from tall chimneys. On inquiring of a boy the name of the works, I was told that they were called the works of Level Fawr, or the Great Level, a mining establishment. But when I asked him the name of the hill with the singular peak on the other side of the valley, he shook his head and said he did not know. Near the top of the hill I came to a village consisting of a few cottages and a shabby-looking church. A rivulet descending from some crags to the east crosses the road, which leads through the place, and tumbling down the valley joins the Ystwyth at the bottom. Seeing a woman standing at the door, I inquired the name of the village. "Spytty Ystwyth," she replied, but she, no more than the boy down below, could tell me the name of the strange-looking hill across the valley. This second Spytty, or monastic hospital, which I had come to, looked in every respect an inferior place to the first.
Whatever its former state might have been, nothing but dirt and wretchedness were now visible. Having reached the top of the hill, I entered upon a wild moory region. Presently I crossed a little bridge over a rivulet, and seeing a small house on the shutter of which was painted Cwrw, I went in, sat down on an old chair which I found vacant, and said in English to an old woman who sat knitting by the window, "Bring me a pint of ale." "Dim Saesneg," said the old woman. "I told you to bring me a pint of ale," said I to her in her own language. "You shall have it immediately, sir," said she, and going to a cask she filled the jug with ale, and after handing it to me resumed her seat and knitting. "It is not very bad ale," said I, after I had tasted it. "It ought to be very good," said the old woman, "for I brewed it myself." "The goodness of ale," said I, "does not so much depend on who brews it as on what it is brewed of. Now there is something in this ale which ought not to be. What is it made of?" "Malt and hop." "It tastes very bitter," said I. "Is there no shwerlis in it?" "I do not know what shwerlis is," said the old woman. "It's what the Saxons call wormwood," said I. "Oh, wormwood. No, there is no wormwood in my beer, at least not much." "Oh, then there is some. I thought there was. Why do you put such stuff into your ale?" "We are glad to put it in sometimes when hops are dear, as they are this year. Moreover, wermod is not bad stuff, and some folks like the taste better than that of hops." "Well, I don't. However, the ale is drinkable. What am I to give you for the pint?" "You are to give me a groat." "That is a great deal," said I. "For a groat I ought to have a pint of ale, made of the best malt and hops." "I give you the best I can afford. One must live by what one sells. I do not find that easy work." "Is this house your own?" "Oh no, I pay rent for it, and not a cheap one." "Have you a husband?" "I had, but he is dead." "Have you any children?" "I had 3, but they are dead too, and buried with my husband at the monastery." "Where is the monastery?" "A good way farther on, in the strath beyond Rhyd Fendigaid." "What is the name of the little river by the house?" "Afon Marchnad, Market River." "Why is it called Afon Marchnad?" "Truly, gentleman, I cannot tell you." I went on sipping my ale, and finding fault with its bitterness, till I had finished it, when getting up I gave the old lady her groat, bade her farewell, and departed. End of chapter 90. Chapter 91 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 91. And now for the resting place of Dafydd ap Gwilym. After wandering for some miles towards the south, over a bleak moory country, I came to a place called Fair Ros, a miserable village consisting of a few half-ruined cottages situated on the top of a hill. From the hill I looked down on a wide valley of a russet colour, along which a river ran towards the south. The whole scene was cheerless. Sullen hills were all around. Descending the hill I entered a large village, divided into 2 by the river, which here runs from east to west, but presently makes a turn. There was much mire in the street. Immense swine lay in the mire, who turned up their snouts at me as I passed. Women in Welsh hats stood in the mire, along with men without any hats at all, but with short pipes in their mouths. They were talking together. As I passed, however, they held their tongues, the women leering contemptuously at me, the men glaring sullenly at me, and causing tobacco smoke to curl in my face. On my taking off my hat, however, and inquiring the way to the monachlog, everybody was civil enough, and 20 voices told me the way to the monastery. I asked the name of the river. "The Dyfi, sir, the Dyfi." "The name of the bridge?" "Pont to Rhyd Fendigaid, the bridge of the Blessed Ford, sir." I crossed the bridge of the Blessed Ford, and presently leaving the main road, I turned to the east by a dunghill, up a narrow lane parallel with the river. After proceeding a mile up the lane, amidst trees and copses, and crossing a little brook which runs into the Dyfi, out of which I drank, I saw before me, in the midst of a field in which there were tombstones and broken ruins, a rustic-looking church. A farmhouse stood near it, in the garden of which stood the framework of a large gateway. I crossed over into the churchyard, ascended a green mound, and looked about me. I was now in the very midst of the Monachlog Ystrad Fleur, the celebrated monastery of the Strata, Florida, to which in old times popish pilgrims from all parts of the world repaired. The scene was solemn and impressive. On the north side of the river a large bulky hill looked down upon the ruins and the church, and on the south side, some way behind the farmhouse, was another which did the same. Rugged mountains formed the background of the valley to the east, down from which came murmuring the fleet but shallow Dyfi. Such is the scenery which surrounds what remains of Strata, Florida. Those scanty broken ruins compose all which remains of that celebrated monastery in which saints and mitred abbots were buried, and in which, or in whose precincts, was buried Dafydd ap Gwilym, the greatest genius of the Cymbric race, and one of the first poets of the world. After standing for some time on the mound, I descended and went up to the church. I found the door fastened, but obtained through a window a tolerable view of the interior, which presented an appearance of the greatest simplicity. I then strolled about the churchyard, looking at the tombstones, which were humble enough, and for the most part modern. I would give something, said I, to know whereabouts in this neighbourhood Ab Gwilym lies. That, however, is a secret that no one can reveal to me. At length I came to a yew tree, which stood just by the northern wall, which is at a slight distance from the Dyfi. It was one of two trees, both of the same species, which stood in the churchyard, and appeared to be the oldest of the two. Who knows, said I, but this is the tree that was planted over Ab Gwilym's grave, and to which Gruffydd Grug wrote an ode? I looked at it attentively, and thought that there was just a possibility of its being the identical tree. If it was, however, the benison of Gruffydd Grug had not had exactly the effect which he intended, for either lightning or the force of wind had splitten off a considerable part of the head and trunk, so that though one part of it looked strong and blooming, the other was white and spectral. Nevertheless, relying on the possibility of its being the sacred tree, I behaved just as I should have done had I been quite certain of the fact. Taking off my hat, I knelt down and kissed its root, repeating lines from Gruffydd Grug, with which I blended some of my own in order to accommodate what I said to present circumstances. O tree of yew which here I spy, by Ystrad Fleur's blessed monastery, beneath thee lies by cold death bound, the tongue for sweetness once renowned. Better for thee thy boughs to wave, though scathed above Ab Gwilym's grave, than stand in pristine glory dressed, where some ignobler bard doth rest. I'd rather hear a taunting rhyme from one who'll live through endless time, than hear my praises chanted loud by poets of the vulgar crowd. I had left the churchyard and was standing near a kind of garden at some little distance from the farmhouse, gazing about me and meditating, when a man came up attended by a large dog. He had rather a youthful look, was of the middle size and dark complexioned. He was respectably dressed, except that upon his head he wore a common hairy cap. "Good evening," said I to him in Welsh. "Good evening, gentlemen," said he in the same language. "Have you much English?" said I. "Very little. I can only speak a few words." "Are you a farmer?" "Yes, I farm the greater part of the strath." "I suppose the land is very good here." "Why do you suppose so?" "Because the monks built their house here in the old time, and the monks never built their houses except on good land." "Well, I must say the land is good. Indeed, I do not think there is any so good in Shire Aberteifi." "I suppose you are surprised to see me here. I came to see the old Monachlog." "Yes, gentlemen, I saw you looking about it." "Am I welcome to see it?" "Groeso, gwr boneddig, groeso. Many, many welcomes to you, gentlemen." "Do many people come to see the monastery?" Farmer: "Yes, many gentlefolks come to see it in the summer time." Myself: "It is a poor place now." Farmer: "Very poor. I wonder any gentlefolks come to look at it." Myself: "It was a wonderful place once. You merely see the ruins of it now. It was pulled down at the Reformation." Farmer: "Why was it pulled down then?" Myself: because it was a house of idolatry to which people used to resort by hundreds to worship images. Had you lived at that time, you would have seen people down on their knees before stocks and stones, worshipping them, kissing them, and repeating Plynlimmon to them. Farmer: What fools! How thankful I am that I live in wiser days. If such things are going on in the old monachlog, it was high time to pull it down. Myself: What kind of a rent do you pay for your land? Farmer: Oh, rather a stiffish one. Myself: £2 an acre? Farmer: £2 an acre? I wish I paid no more. Myself: Well, I think that would be quite enough. In the time of the old monastery you might have had the land at 2 shillings an acre. Farmer: Might I? Then those couldn't have been bad times after all. Myself: I beg your pardon? They were horrible times, times in which there were monks and friars and graven images, which people kissed and worshipped and sang Plynlimmon to. Better pay £3 an acre and live on crusts and water in the present enlightened days than pay 2 shillings an acre and sit down to beef and ale 3 times a day in the old superstitious times. Farmer: Well, I scarcely know what to say to that. Myself: What do you call that high hill on the other side of the river? Farmer: I call that hill Bunk Pen Banydd. Myself: Is the source of the Dyfi far from here? Farmer: The head of the Dyfi is about 2 miles from here, high up in the hills. Myself: What kind of place is the head of the Dyfi? Farmer: The head of the Dyfi is a small lake about 50 yards long and 20 across. Myself: Where does the Dyfi run to? Farmer: The Dyfi runs to the sea, which it enters at a place which the Cymry call Aberdyfi, and the Saxons Cardigan. Myself: Don't you call Cardiganshire Shire Aberdyfi? Farmer: We do. Myself: Are there many Gleisiaid in the Dyfi? Farmer: Plenty, and salmons too. That is further down. The best place for salmon and Gleisiaid is a place a great way down the stream called Dinas. Myself: Do you know an animal called Llyn? Farmer: No, I do not know that beast. Myself: There used to be many in the Dyfi. Farmer: What kind of beast is the Llyn? Myself: A beast with a broad tail, on which account the old Cymry did call him Llyn. Clever beast he was, made himself a house of wood in the middle of the river, with 2 doors, so that when hunter came upon him he might have good chance of escape. Hunter often after him, because he had skin good to make hat. Farmer: Ha! I wish I could catch that beast now in Dyfi. Myself: Why so? Farmer: Because I want hat. I would make myself hat of his skin. Myself: Oh, you could not make yourself a hat even if you had the skin. Farmer: Why not? Shot coney in Bunk Pen Banydd, made myself cap of his skin. So why not make hat of skin of broadtail, should I catch him in Dyfi? Myself: How far is it to Tregaron? Farmer: 'Tis 10 miles from here, and 8 from the Rhyd Fendigaid. Myself: Must I go back to the Rhyd Fendigaid to get to Tregaron? Farmer: You must. Myself: Then I must be going, for the night is coming down. Farewell. Farmer: Farewell, Saxon gentleman. End of chapter 91. Chapter 92 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 92. It was dusk by the time I had regained the high road by the village of the Rhyd Fendigaid. As I was yet 8 miles from Tregaron, the place where I intended to pass the night, I put on my best pace. In a little time I reached a bridge over a stream which seemed to carry a considerable tribute to the Dyfi. "What is the name of this bridge?" said I to a man riding in a cart, whom I met almost immediately after I had crossed the bridge. "Pont Vale, methought he said. But as his voice was husky and indistinct, very much like that of a person somewhat the worse for liquor, I am by no means positive. It was now very dusk, and by the time I had advanced about a mile farther, dark night settled down, which compelled me to abate my pace a little, more especially as the road was by no means first-rate. I had come, to the best of my computation, about 4 miles from the Rhyd Fendigaid, when the moon began partly to show itself, and presently, by its glimmer, I saw some little way off on my right hand what appeared to be a large sheet of water. I went on, and in about a minute saw 2 or 3 houses on the left, which stood nearly opposite to the object which I had deemed to be water, and which now appeared to be about 50 yards distant, in a field which was separated from the road by a slight hedge. Going up to the principal house, I knocked, and a woman making her appearance at the door, I said, "I beg pardon for troubling you, but I wish to know the name of this place." "Maes Llyn, the field of the lake," said the woman. "And what is the name of the lake?" said I. "I do not know," said she, "but the place where it stands is called Maes Llyn, as I said before." "Is the lake deep?" said I. "Very deep," said she. "How deep?" said I. "Over the tops of the houses," she replied. "Any fish in the lake?" "Oh yes, plenty." "What fish?" "Oh, there are llysowen, and the fish we called Esgyrn." "Eels and tench," said I. "Anything else?" "I do not know," said the woman. "Folks say that there used to be queer beast in the lake. Water cow used to come out at night and eat people's clover in the fields." "Pooh," said I, "that was merely some person's cow or horse turned out at night to fill its belly at other folks' expense." "Perhaps so," said the woman. "Have you any more questions to ask?" "Only," said I, "how far is it to Tregaron?" "About 3 miles. Are you going there?" "Yes, I am going to Tregaron." "Pity that you did not come a little time ago," said the woman. "You might then have had pleasant company on your way. Pleasant man stopped here to light his pipe. He too going to Tregaron." "It doesn't matter," said I. "I am never happier than when keeping my own company." Bidding the woman good night, I went on. The moon now shone tolerably bright, so that I could see my way, and I sped on at a great rate. I had proceeded nearly half a mile when I thought I heard steps in advance, and presently saw a figure at some little distance before me. The individual, probably hearing the noise of my approach, soon turned round and stood still. As I drew near, I distinguished a stout, burly figure of a man, seemingly about 60, with a short pipe in his mouth. "Ah, is it you?" said the figure in English, taking the pipe out of his mouth. "Good evening. I am glad to see you." Then, shaking some burning embers out of his pipe, he put it into his pocket and trudged on beside me. "Why are you glad to see me?" said I, slackening my pace. "I am a stranger to you. At any rate, you are to me." "Always glad to see English gentleman," said the figure. "Always glad to see him." "How do you know that I am an English gentleman?" said I. "Oh, I know Englishman at first sight. No one like him in the whole world." "Have you seen many English gentlemen?" said I. "Oh yes, have seen plenty when I have been up in London." "Have you been much in London?" "Oh yes, when I was a drover, was up in London every month." "And were you much in the society of English gentlemen when you were there?" "Oh yes, a great deal." "Whereabouts in London did you chiefly meet them?" "Whereabouts? Oh, in Smithfield." "Dear me," said I, "I thought that was rather a place for butchers than gentlemen." "Great place for gentlemen, I assure you," said the figure. "Met there the finest gentleman I ever saw in my life. Very grand, but kind and affable, like every true gentleman. Talked to me a great deal about Anglesey runts and Welsh legs of mutton, and at parting shook me by the hand and asked me to look in upon him if I was ever down in his parts, and see his sheep and taste his ale." "Do you know who he was?" said I. "Oh yes, I know all about him. Earl of Leicester, from county of Norfolk. Fine old man indeed. You very much like him. Speak just in same way." "Have you given up the business of drover long?" said I. "Oh yes, given him up a long time, ever since Dom's railroad came into fashion." "And what do you do now?" said I. "Oh, not much. Live upon my means. Picked up a little property, a few sticks, just enough for old Crow to build him nest with. Sometimes, however, undertake a little job for neighbouring people and get a little money. Can do everything in a small way, if necessary. Build little bridge, if asked. Jack of all trades. Live very comfortably. And where do you live? Oh, not very far from Tregaron. And what kind of place is Tregaron? Oh, very good place. Not quite so big as London, but very good place. What is it famed for? Said I. Oh, famed for very good ham. Best ham at Tregaron in all Shire Cardigan. Famed for anything else? Oh, yes. Famed for great man, clever thief, Tum Shon Catti, who was born there. Dear me, said I. When did he live? Oh, long time ago, more than 200 year. And what became of him? Said I. Was he hung? Hung? No. Only stupid thief hung. Tum Shon, clever thief. Died rich man, justice of the peace, and mayor of Brecon. Very singular, said I, that they should make a thief mayor of Brecon. Oh, Tum Shon Catti, very different from other thieves. Funny fellow, and so good-natured that everybody loved him, so they made him magistrate. Not, however, before he had become very rich man, by marrying great lady who fell in love with him. Ah, said I, that's the way of the world. He became rich, so they made him a magistrate. Had he remained poor, they would have hung him in spite of all his fun and good nature. Well, can't you tell me some of the things he did? Oh, yes, can tell you plenty. One day in time of fair, Tom Shon Catti goes into ironmonger's shop in Llandovery. Master, says he, I want to buy a good large iron porridge pot. Please to show me some. So the man brings 3 or 4 big iron porridge pots, the very best he has. Tom takes up one and turns it round. This look very good porridge pot, said he. I think it will suit me. Then he turns it round and round again, and at last lifts it above his head and peeks into it. Ha ha, says he, this won't do. I see one hole here. What mean you by wanting to sell article like this to stranger? Says the man, there be no hole in it. But there is, says Tom, holding it up and peeking into it again. I see the hole quite plain. Take it and look into it yourself. So the man takes the pot, and having held it up and peeked in, as I hope to be saved, says he, I can see no hole. Says Tom, good man, if you put your head in, you will find that there is a hole. So the man tries to put in his head, but having some difficulty, Tom lends him a helping hand by jamming the pot quite down over the man's face. Then whisking up the other pots, Tom leaves the shop, saying as he goes, Friend, I suppose you now see there is a hole in the pot. Otherwise, how could you have got your head inside? Very good, said I. Can you tell us something more about Tum Shon Catti? Oh, yes, can tell you plenty about him. The farmer at Newton, just 1 mile beyond the bridge at Brecon, had one very fine bull, but with a very short tail. Says Tom to himself, by God's nails and blood, I will steal the farmer's bull, and then sell it to him for the other bull in the open market. Then Tom makes one fine tail, just for all the world such a tail as the bull ought to have had, then goes by night to the farmer's stall at Newton, steals away the bull, and then sticks to the bull's short stump the fine bull's tail, which he himself had made. The next market day he takes the bull to the marketplace at Brecon, and calls out, Very fine bull this, who will buy my fine bull? Quoth the farmer who stood nigh at hand, That very much like my bull, which thief stole t'other night. I think I can swear to him. Says Tom, What do you mean? This bull is not your bull, but mine. Says the farmer, I could swear that this is my bull, but for the tail. The tail of my bull was short, but the tail of this is long. I would fain know whether the tail of this be real tail or not. You would, says Tom. Well, so you shall. Thereupon he whips out the big knife and cuts off the bull's tail some little way above where the false tail was joined on. Ha ha, said Tom, as the bull's stump of tail bled, and the bit of tail bled too, to which the false tail was stuck, and the bull kicked and bellowed. What do you say now? Is it a true tail or no? By my faith, says the farmer, I see that the tail is a true tail, and that the bull is not mine. I beg pardon for thinking that he was. Begging pardon, says Tom, is all very well, but will you buy the bull? No, said the farmer, I should be loath to buy a bull with tail cut off close to the rump. Ha, says Tom, who made me cut off the tail but yourself?
Did you not force me to do so in order to clear my character? Now, as you made me cut off my bull's tail, I will make you buy my bull without his tail." "Yes, yes," cried the mob. "As he forced you to cut off the tail, you now force him to buy the bull without the tail." Says the farmer, "What do you ask for the bull?" Says Tom. "I ask for him £10. Says the farmer. "I will give you 8. "No," says Tom. "You shall give me 10, or I will have you up before the justice." "That is right," cried the mob. "If he won't pay you £10, have him up before the justice." Thereupon the farmer, becoming frightened, pulled out the £10 and gave it for his own bull to Tom Shone Catty, who wished him joy of his bargain. As the farmer was driving the bull away, he said to Tom, "Won't you give me the tail?" "No," said Tom. "I shall keep it against the time I steal another bull with a short tail." And thereupon he runs off. "A clever fellow," said I, "though it was rather cruel in him to cut off the poor bull's tail. Now perhaps will you tell me how he came to marry the rich lady?" "Oh yes, I will tell you. One day as he was wandering about, dressed quite like a gentleman, he heard a cry, and found one very fine lady in the hands of one highwayman, who would have robbed and murdered her. Tom kills the highwayman and conducts the lady home to her house and her husband, for she was a married lady. Out of gratitude to Tom for the service he had done, the gentleman and lady invite him to stay with them. The gentleman, who is a great gentleman, fond of his bottle and hunting, takes mightily to Tom for his funny sayings, and because Tom's a good hand at a glass when at table, and a good hand at a leap when in field. The lady also takes very much to Tom because he is one dommed, handsome fellow, with plenty of wit and what they call poetry. For Tom, amongst other things, was no bad poet, and could treat a lady to Plynlimmon about her face and her ankle and the tip of her ear. At last Tom goes away upon his wanderings, not, however, before he has got one promise from the lady, that if ever she becomes disengaged, she will become his wife. Well, after some time, the lady's husband dies, and leaves her all his property, so that all of a sudden she finds herself one great independent lady, mistress of the whole of Strathfeen, one fair and pleasant valley far away there over the eastern hills by the Ddewi, on the borders of Shire Car. Tom, as soon as he hears the news of this, sets off for Strathfeen, and asks the lady to perform her word. But the lady, who finds herself one great and independent lady, and moreover does not quite like the idea of marrying one thief, for she had learnt who Tom was, does hum and ha, and at length begs to be excused, because she has changed her mind. Tom begs and entreats, but quite in vain, till at last she tells him to go away and not trouble her any more. Tom goes away, but does not yet lose hope. He takes up his quarters in one strange little cave, nearly at the top of one wild hill, very much like Sugarloaf, which does rise above the Ddewi, just within Shire Car. I have seen the cave myself, which is still called Ystrefel Twm Shone Catty. A very queer cave it is, in strange situation, steep rock just above it, Ddewi river roaring below. There Tom takes up his quarters, and from there he often sallies forth, in hope of having interview with fair lady, and making her alter her mind, but she will have nothing to do with him, and at last shuts herself up in her house, and will not go out. Well, Tom nearly loses all hope. He, however, determines to make one last effort, so one morning he goes to the house and stands before the door, entreating with one loud and lamentable voice that the lady will see him once more, because he is come to bid her one eternal farewell, being about to set off for the wars in the kingdom of France. Well, the lady, who hears all he says, relents a little, and showing herself at the window, before which are very strong iron bars, she says, "Here I am. Whatever you have to say, say it quickly and go your way." Says Tom, "I am come to bid you one eternal farewell, and have but one last slight request to make, which is that you vouchsafe to stretch out of the window your lily white hand, that I may impress one last burning kiss of love on the same." Well, the lady hesitates one little time. At last, having one woman's heart, she thinks she may grant him this last little request, and stretching her hand through the bars, she says, "Well, there's my hand, kiss it once and be gone."
Forthwith Tom, seizing her wrist with his left hand, says, "I have got you now, and will never let you go till you swear to become my wife." "Never," said the lady, "will I become the wife of one thief," and strives with all her might to pull her hand free, but cannot, for the left hand of Tom is more strong than the right of other man. Thereupon Tom with his right hand draws forth his sword, and with one dreadful shout does exclaim, "Now will you swear to become my wife, for if you don't, by God's blood and nails, I will this moment smite off your hand with this sword." Then the lady, being very much frightened, and having one sneaking kindness for Tom, who though he looked very fierce, looked also very handsome, said, "Well, well, a promise is a promise. I promise to become your wife, and so I will. I swear I will. By all I hold holy, I swear. So let go of my hand, which you have almost pulled off, and come in and welcome." So Tom lets go her hand, and the lady opens her door, and before night they were married. And in less than 1 month Tom, being now very rich, and lord of Ystrad Feen, was made justice of the peace and chairman at quarter session. And what kind of justice of the peace did Tom make? Oh, the very best justice of the peace that ever was. He made the old saying good, "You must get one thief to catch one thief." He had not been a justice 3 years before there was not a thief in Shire Brecon, nor in Shire Car, for they also made him justice of Carmarthenshire, and a child might walk through the country quite safe with a purse of gold in its hands. He said that as he himself could not have a finger in the pie, he would take care nobody else should. And yet he was not one bloody justice either. Never hanged thief without giving him a chance to reform. But when he found him quite hardened, he would say, "Hang up de rogue." Oh, Tom was not a very hard man, and had one grateful heart for any old kindness which had been shown him. One day Tom sat on the bench with other bigwigs, Tom the biggest wig of the lot. A man was brought up charged with stealing one bullock. Tom no sooner cast eye on the man than he remembered him quite well. Many years before Tom had stole a pair of oxen, which he wished to get through the town of Brecon, but did not dare to drive them through, for at that very time there was one warrant out against Tom at Brecon for something he had done. So Tom stands with his oxen on the road, scratching his head and not knowing what to do. At length there comes a man along the road making towards Brecon, to whom Tom says, "Honest man, I want these 2 oxen to be driven to such and such a public house 2 miles beyond Brecon. I would drive them myself, only I have business to do elsewhere of more importance. Now if you will drive them for me there, and wait till I come, which will not be long, I will give you a groat." Says the man, "I will drive them there for nothing, for as my way lies past that same public house, I can easily afford to do so." So Tom leaves the oxen with the man, and by a rough and roundabout road makes for the public house beyond Brecon, where he finds the man waiting with the oxen, who hands them over to him and goes on his way. Now in the man brought up before him and the other bigwigs on the bench for stealing the bullock, Tom does recognise the man who had done him that same good turn. Well, the evidence was heard against the man, and it soon appeared quite clear that the man did really steal the bullock. Says the other bigwigs to Tom, "The fact has been proved quite clear. What have we now to do but to adjudge at once that the dommed thief be hung?" But Tom, who remembered that the man had once done him one good turn, had made up his mind to save the man. So says he to the other bigwigs, "My very worthy esteemed friends and coadshutors, I do perfectly agree with you that the fact has been proved clear enough, but with respect to the man, I should be very much grieved should he be hung for this one fact, for I did know him long time ago, and did find him to be one dommed honest man in one transaction which I had with him. So, my worthy and esteemed friends and coadshutors, I would esteem it one great favour if you would adjudge that the man should be let off this one time. If, however, you deem it inexpedient to let the man off, then of course the man must be hung, for I shall not presume to set my opinions and judgments against your opinions and judgments, which are far better than my own." Then the other bigwigs did look very big and solemn, and did shake their heads, and did whisper to one another that they were afraid the matter could not be done. At last, however, they did come to the conclusion that as Tom had said that he had known the fellow once to be the one dommed honest man, and as they had great regard for Tom, who was one dommed good magistrate and highly respectable gentleman with whom they were going to dine the next day, for Tom, I must tell you, was in the habit of giving the very best dinners in all Shire Brecon, it might not be incompatible with the performance of their duty to let the man off this one time, seeing as how the poor fellow had probably merely made one slight little mistake. Well, to make the matter short, the man was let off with only a slight reprimand, and left the court. Scarcely, however, had he gone 20 yards when Tom was after him, and tapping him on the shoulder said, "Honest friend, a word with you." Then the man turning round, Tom said, "Do you know me, pray?" "I think I do, your honour," said the man. "I think your honour was one of the bigwigs who were just now so kind as to let me off." "I was so," said Tom, "and it is well for you that I was the biggest of these bigwigs before whom you stood placed, otherwise to a certainty you would have been hung up on high. But did you ever see me before this affair?" "No, your honour," said the man, "I don't remember ever to have seen your honour before." Says Tom, "Don't you remember one long time ago driving a pair of oxen through Brecon for a man who stood scratching his head on the road?" "Oh yes," says the man, "I do remember that well enough." "Well," said Tom, "I was that man. I had stolen that pair of oxen, and I dared not drive them through Brecon. You drove them for me, and for doing me that good turn I have this day saved your life. I was thief then, but am now bigwig. I am Twm Sean Catty. Now lookee, I have saved your life this one time, but I can never save it again. Should you ever be brought up before me again, though but for stealing one kid, I will hang you as high as ever Haman was hung. One word more. Here are 5 pieces of gold. Take them, employ them well, and reform as I have done, and perhaps in time you may become one bigwig like myself." Well, the man took the money and laid it out to the best advantage, and became at last so highly respectable a character that they made him a constable. And now, my gentleman, we are close upon Tregaron. After descending a hill, we came to what looked like a small suburb, and presently crossed a bridge over the stream, the waters of which sparkled merrily in the beams of the moon, which was now shining bright over some lofty hills to the south-east. Beyond the bridge was a small market-place, on the right-hand side of which stood an ancient-looking church. The place upon the whole put me very much in mind of an Andalusian village overhung by its sierra. "Where is the inn?" said I to my companion. "Yonder it be," said he, pointing to a large house at the farther end of the market-place. "A very good inn that, Talbot Arms, where they are always glad to see English gentlemens." Then, touching his hat and politely waving his hand, he turned on one side, and I saw him no more. End of chapter 92. Chapter 93 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 93. I experienced very good entertainment at the Tregaron Inn, had an excellent supper, and a very comfortable bed. I arose at about 8 in the morning. The day was dull and misty. After breakfast, according to my usual fashion, I took a stroll to see about. The town, which is very small, stands in a valley near some wild hills called the Berwyn, like the range to the south of Llangollen. The stream which runs through it, and which falls into the Dyfi at a little distance from the town, is called the Brenig, probably because it descends from the Berwyn hills. These southern Berwyns form a very extensive mountain region, extending into Brecon and Carmarthenshire, and contain within them, as I long subsequently found, some of the wildest solitudes and most romantic scenery in Wales. High up amidst them, at about 5 miles from Tregaron, is a deep broad lake which constitutes the source of the Ddewi, a very beautiful stream, which after many turnings and receiving of waters of numerous small streams, discharges itself into Carmarthen Bay. I did not fail to pay a visit to Tregaron Church. It is an antique building with a stone tower. The door being open, as the door of a church always should be, I entered, and was kindly shown by the clerk, whom I met in the aisle, all about the sacred edifice. There was not much to be seen. Amongst the monuments was a stone tablet to John Herbert, who died 1690. The clerk told me that the name of the clergyman of Tregaron was Hughes. He said that he was an excellent charitable man, who preached the gospel and gave himself great trouble in educating the children of the poor. He certainly seemed to have succeeded in teaching them good manners. As I was leaving the church I met a number of little boys belonging to the church school. No sooner did they see me than they drew themselves up it, a rank at one side, and as I passed took off their caps and simultaneously shouted, "Good morning." And now something with respect to the celebrated hero of Tregaron, Tom Sean Catty, concerning whom I picked up a good deal during my short stay there, and of whom I subsequently read something in printed books. According to the tradition of the country, he was the illegitimate son of Sir John Wynn of Gwedir, by one Catherine Jones of Tregaron, and was born at a place called Ffynnon Lydiat, close by Tregaron, towards the conclusion of the 16th century. He was baptized by the name of Thomas Jones, but was generally called Tom Sean Catty, that is, Tom Jones, son of Catty or Catherine. His mother, who was a person of some little education, brought him up and taught him to read and write. His life, till his 18th year, was much like other peasant boys. He kept cows, drove bullocks, and learned to plough and harrow, but always showed a disposition to roguery and mischief. Between 18 and 19, in order to free himself and his mother from poverty, which they had long endured, he adopted the profession of a thief, and soon became celebrated through the whole of Wales for the cleverness and adroitness which he exercised in his calling, qualities in which he appears to have trusted much more than in strength and in daring, though well endowed with both. His disguises were innumerable, and all impenetrable. Sometimes he would appear as an ancient crone, sometimes as a begging cripple, sometimes as a broken soldier. Though by no means scrupulous as to what he stole, he was particularly addicted to horse and cattle stealing, and was no less successful in altering the appearance of animals than his own, as he would frequently sell cattle to the very persons from whom he had stolen them, after they had been subjected to such a metamorphosis by means of dyes and scissors that recognition was quite impossible. Various attempts were made to apprehend him, but all without success. He was never at home to people who particularly wanted him, or if at home he looked anything but the person they came in quest of. Once a strong and resolute man, a farmer, who conceived, and very justly, that Tom had abstracted a bullock from his stall, came to Tregaron, well armed, in order to seize him. Rising up to the door of Tom's mother, he saw an aged and miserable-looking object, with a beggar's staff and wallet, sitting on a stone bench beside the door. "Does Tom Sean Catty live here?" said the farmer. "Oh yes, he lives here," replied the beggar. "Is he at home?" "Oh yes, he is at home." "Will you hold my horse whilst I go in and speak to him?" "Oh yes, I will hold your horse." Thereupon the man dismounted, took a brace of pistols out of his holsters, gave the cripple his horse's bridle and likewise his whip, and entered the house boldly. No sooner was he inside than the beggar, or rather Tom Sean Catty, for it was he, jumped on the horse's back and rode away to the farmer's house, which was some 10 miles distant, altering his dress and appearance as he rode along, having various articles of disguise in his wallet. Arriving at the house, he told the farmer's wife that her husband was in the greatest trouble and wanted £50, which she was to send by him, and that he came mounted on her husband's horse and brought his whip, that she might know he was authorised to receive the money. The wife, seeing the horse and the whip, delivered the money to Tom without hesitation, who forthwith made the best of his way to London, where he sold the horse and made himself merry with the price, and with what he got from the farmer's wife, not returning to Wales for several months. Though Tom was known by everybody to be a thief, he appears to have lived on very good terms with the generality of his neighbours, both rich and poor. The poor he conciliated by being very free of the money which he acquired by theft and robbery, and with the rich he ingratiated himself by humorous jesting, at which he was a proficient, and by being able to sing a good song. At length, being an extremely good-looking young fellow, he induced a wealthy lady to promise to marry him. This lady is represented by some as a widow, and by others as a virgin heiress. After some time, however, she refused to perform her promise, and barred her doors against him. Tom retired to a cave on the side of a steep wild hill near the lady's house, to which he frequently repaired, and at last, having induced her to stretch her hand to him through the window bars, under the pretence that he wished to imprint a parting kiss upon it, he won her by seizing her hand and threatening to cut it off unless she performed her promise. Then, as everything at the time at which he lived could be done by means of money, he soon obtained for himself a general pardon, and likewise a commission as justice of the peace, which he held to the time of his death, to the satisfaction of everybody except thieves and ill-doers, against whom he waged incessant war, and with whom he was admirably qualified to cope, from the knowledge he possessed of their ways and habits, from having passed so many years of his life in the exercise of the thieving trade. In his youth he was much addicted to poetry, and a great many Plynlimmon of his composition, chiefly on his own thievish exploits, are yet recited by the inhabitants of certain districts of the shires of Brecon, Carmarthen and Cardigan. Such is the history, or rather the outline of the history of Twm Siôn Catti. Concerning the actions attributed to him, it is necessary to say that the greater part consist of myths, which are told of particular individuals of every country, from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic. For example, the story of cutting off of the bull's tail is not only told of him, but of the Irish thief Delaney, and is to be found in the lives of Irish rogues and reparees. Certain tricks related of him in the printed tale bearing his name are almost identical with various rogueries related in the story book of Gwilym, the Russian robber, and the most poetical part of Twm Siôn's history, namely that in which he threatens to cut off the hand of the reluctant bride unless she performs her promise, is, in all probability, an offshoot of the grand myth of the severed hand, which in various ways figures in the stories of most nations, and which is turned to considerable account in the tale of the above-mentioned Russian worthy Gwilym. End of chapter 93. Chapter 94 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 94. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning when I started from Tregaron. The sky was still cloudy and heavy. I took the road to Llyn, distant about 8 miles, intending, however, to go much farther ere I stopped for the night. The road lay nearly south-west. I passed by Abercoed, a homestead near the bottom of a dingle, down which runs a brook into the Dyfi, which flows here close by the road. Then by Abercarvan, where another brook disembogues. Aber, as perhaps the reader already knows, is a disembogment, and wherever a place commences with Aber, there to a certainty does a river flow into the sea, or a brook or rivulet into a river. I next passed through Nant Derfen, and in about 3/4 of an hour after leaving Tregaron, reached a place of old renown called Llan Ddewi is a small village situated at the entrance of a gorge leading up to some lofty hills which rise to the east and belong to the same mountain range as those near Tregaron. A brook flowing from the hills murmurs through it and at length finds its way into the Dyfi. An ancient church stands on a little rising ground just below the hills. Multitudes of rooks inhabit its steeple and fill throughout the day the air with their cawing. The place wears a remarkable air of solitude, but presents nothing of gloom or horror, and seems just the kind of spot in which some quiet, pensive man, fatigued but not soured by the turmoil of the world, might settle down, enjoy a few innocent pleasures, make his peace with God, and then compose himself to his long sleep. It is not without reason that Llan Ddewi has been called a place of old renown. In the 5th century, one of the most remarkable ecclesiastical convocations which the world has ever seen was held in this secluded spot, It was for the purpose of refuting certain doctrines which had for some time past caused much agitation in the church, and which originated with one Morgan, a native of North Wales, who left his country at an early age and repaired to Italy, where, having adopted the appellation of Pelagius, which is a Latin translation of his own name, Morgan, which signifies by the sea shore, he soon became noted as a theological writer. It is not necessary to enter into any detailed exposition of his opinions. It will, however, be as well to state that one of the points which he was chiefly anxious to inculcate was that it is possible for a man to lead a life entirely free from sin by obeying the dictates of his own reason without any assistance from the grace of God, a dogma certainly to the last degree delusive and dangerous. When the convocation met, there were a great many sermons preached by the various learned and eloquent divines, but nothing was produced which was pronounced by the general voice a satisfactory answer to the doctrines of the heresiarch. At length it was resolved to send for Ddewi, a celebrated teacher of theology at Manu in Pembrokeshire, who from motives of humility had not appeared in the assembly. Messengers therefore were dispatched to Ddewi, who after repeated entreaties was induced to repair to the place of meeting, where after 3 days' labour in a cell he produced a treatise in writing, in which the tenets of Morgan were so triumphantly overthrown that the convocation unanimously adopted it, and sent it into the world with a testimony of approbation as an antidote to the heresy, and so great was its efficacy that from that moment the doctrines of Morgan fell gradually into disrepute. Ddewi shortly afterwards became primate of Wales, being appointed to the see of Minivi or Manu, which from that time was called Tŷ Ddewi, or David's house, a name which it still retains amongst the Cymry, though at present called by the Saxons St. David's. About 5 centuries after his death, the crown of canonization having been awarded to Ddewi, various churches were dedicated to him, amongst which was that now called Llan Ddewi Brefi, which was built above the cell in which the good man composed his celebrated treatise. If this secluded gorge or valley is connected with a remarkable historical event, it is also associated with one of the wildest tales of mythology. Here, according to old tradition, died one of the humped oxen of the team of Hugh Gadarn, distracted at having lost its comrade, which perished from the dreadful efforts which it made along with the others in drawing the afanc hen, or old crocodile, from the lake of lakes. It fled away from its master, and wandered about till coming to the glen now called that of Llan Ddewi Brefi, it fell down and perished after excessive bellowing, from which noise the place probably derived its name of Brefi. Bref in Cymric signifies a mighty bellowing or lowing. Horns of enormous size, said to have belonged to this humped ox or bison, were for many ages preserved in the church. Many will exclaim, who was Hugh Gadarn? Hugh Gadarn, in the Gwlad yr Haf, or summer country, a certain region of the east, perhaps the Crimea, which seems to be a modification of Cumbria, taught the Cymry the arts of civilized life, to build comfortable houses, to sow grain and reap, to tame the buffalo and the bison, and turn their mighty strength to profitable account, to construct boats with wicker and the skins of animals, to drain pools and morasses, to cut down forests, cultivate the vine and encourage bees, make wine and mead, frame lutes and fifes, and play upon them, compose rhymes and verses, fuse minerals and form them into various instruments and weapons, and to move in masses against their enemies, and finally, when the summer country became overpopulated, led an immense multitude of his countrymen across many lands to Britain, a country of forests, in which bears, wolves and bisons wandered, and of morasses and pools full of dreadful effinc or crocodiles, a country inhabited only by a few savage Gauls, but which, shortly after the arrival of Hugh and his people, became a smiling region, forests being thinned, bears and wolves hunted down, effinc annihilated, bulls and bisons tamed, corn planted, and pleasant cottages erected. After his death he was worshipped as the god of agriculture and war by the Cymry and the Gauls. The Germans paid him divine honours under the name of Heus, from which name the province of Hesse, in which there was a mighty temple devoted to him, derived its appellation. The Scandinavians worshipped him under the name of Odin and Gorta, the latter word a modification of Cadan or mighty. The wild Finns feared him as a wizard and honoured him as a musician under the name of Wainamoinen, and it is very probable that he was the wondrous being whom the Greeks termed Odysseus. Till a late period, the word Hugh amongst the Cymry was frequently used to express God. Gwir Hugh, God knows, being a common saying. Many Welsh poets have called the Creator by the name of the creature, amongst others Iolo Gough in his Ode to the Ploughman. The mighty Hugh who lives for ever, of mead and wine to men the giver, the emperor of land and sea, and of all things that living be, did hold a plough with his good hand, soon as the deluge left the land, to show to men both strong and weak, the haughty-hearted and the meek, of all the arts the heaven below, the noblest is to guide the plough. So much for Hugh Gadarn, or Hugh the Mighty, whose name puts one strangely in the mind of Al-Qadar Hu, or the mighty he of the Arabians. I went to see the church. The inside was very rude and plain, a rough table covered with a faded cloth served for an altar. On the right-hand side was a venerable-looking chest. "What is there in that box?" said I to the old sexton who attended me. "The treasure of the church, sir," he replied in a feeble, quaking voice. "Dear me," said I, "what does the treasure consist of?" "You shall see, sir," said he, and drawing a large key out of his pocket he unlocked the chest, and taking out a cup of silver he put it into my hand, saying, "This is the treasure of the church, sir." I looked at the cup. It was tolerably large, and of very chaste workmanship. Graven upon it were the following words: "Poculum Ecclesi de LXXN Ddewi Brevi, 1574. "Do you always keep this cup in that chest?" said I. "Yes, sir. We have kept it there since the cup was given to us by the godly Queen Elizabeth." I said nothing, but I thought to myself, I wonder how long a cup like this would have been safe in a crazy chest in a country church in England. I kissed the sacred relic of old times with reverence and returned it to the sexton. "What became of the horns of Hugh Gadarn's bull?" said I, after he had locked the cup again in its dilapidated coffer. "They did dwindle away, sir, till they came to nothing." "Did you see any part of them?" said I. "Oh no, sir, I did never see any part of them, but one very old man who is buried here did tell me shortly before he died that he had seen one very old man who had seen one of them one little tip." "Who is the old man who said that to you?" said I. "I will show you his monument, sir." Then taking me into a dusky pew, he pointed to a small rude tablet against the church wall, and said, "This is his monument, sir." The tablet bore the following inscription, and below it a rude englyn on death, not worth transcribing: "Cyfadriaeth am Thomas Jones, diweddar o'r dros Llyn, yn y plwyf hwn bu farw Gwerfror 6 Fed 1830 yn 92 oed. To the memory of Thomas Jones of Traws Llyn, across the grove, in this parish, who died February the 6th, 1830, aged 92. After copying the inscription, I presented the old man with a trifle and went my way. End of chapter 94. Chapter 95 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 95. The country between Llan and Lampeter presented nothing remarkable, and I met on the road nothing worthy of being recorded. On arriving at Lampeter, I took a slight refreshment at the inn, and then went to see the college, which stands a little way to the north of the town. It was founded by Bishop Burgess in the year 1820 for the education of youths, intended for the ministry of the Church of England. It is a neat quadrate edifice with a courtyard in which stands a large stone basin. From the courtyard you enter a spacious dining hall, over the door of which hangs a well-executed portrait of the good bishop. From the hall you ascend by a handsome staircase to the library, a large and lightsome room, well stored with books in various languages. The grand curiosity is a manuscript codex containing a Latin synopsis of scripture, which once belonged to the monks of Bangor Yscoed. It bears marks of blood with which it was sprinkled when the monks were massacred by the heathen Saxons at the instigation of Austin, the Pope's missionary in Britain. The number of students seldom exceeds 40. It might be about 2:30 in the afternoon when I left Lampeter. I passed over a bridge, taking the road to Llan, which, however, I had no intention of attempting to reach that night, as it was considerably upwards of 20 miles distant. The road lay seemingly due east. After walking very briskly for about an hour, I came to a very small hamlet consisting of not more than 6 or 7 houses. Of these, 3 seemed to be public houses, as they bore large flaming signs. Seeing 3 rather shabby-looking fellows standing chatting with their hands in their pockets, I stopped and inquired in English the name of the place. "Pen something," said one of them, who had a red face and a large carbuncle on his nose, which served to distinguish him from his companions, who, though they had both very rubicund faces, had no carbuncles. "It seems rather a small place to maintain 3 public houses," said I. "How do the publicans manage to live?" "Oh, tolerably well, sir. We get bread and cheese and have a groat in our pockets. No great reason to complain. Have we, neighbours?" "No, no great reason to complain," said the other 2. "Dear me," said I, "are you the publicans?" "We are, sir," said the man with the carbuncle on his nose, "and shall be each of us glad to treat you to a pint in his own house in order to welcome you to Shire Car, shan't we, neighbours?" "Yes, in truth we shall," said the other 2. "By Shire Car," said I suppose you mean Shire Cardigan." "Shire Cardigan?" said the man. "No, indeed, by Shire Car is meant Carmarthenshire. Your honour has left beggarly Cardigan some way behind you. Come, your honour, come and have a pint. This is my house," said he, pointing to one of the buildings. "But," said I suppose if I drink at your expense you expect to drink at mine?" "Why, we can't say that we shall have any objection, your honour. I think we will arrange the matter in this way. You will go into my house, where we will each of us treat your honour with a pint, and for each pint we treat your honour shall treat us with 1. "Do you mean each?" said I. "Why, yes, your honour, for a pint amongst 3 would be rather a short allowance." "Then it would come to this," said I. "I should receive 3 pints from you 3, and you 3 would receive 9 from me." "Just so, your honour. I see your honour is a ready reckoner." "I know how much 3 times 3 make," said I. "Well, thank you kindly, but I must decline your offer. I am bound on a journey." "Where are you bound to, master?" "To Llan, but if I can find an inn a few miles farther on, I shall stop there for the night." "Then you will put up at the Pump Saint, master." "Well, you can have your 3 pints here, and your 3 pipes too, and yet get easily there by 7. Come in, master, come in. If you take my advice you will think of your pint and your pipe, and let all the rest go to the devil." "Thank you," said I, "but I can't accept your invitation. I must be off." And in spite of yet more pressing solicitations I went on. I had not got far when I came to a point where the road parted into 2. Just at the point were a house and premises belonging apparently to a stonemason, as a great many pieces of half-cut granite were standing about, and not a few tombstones. I stopped and looked at one of the latter. It was to the memory of somebody who died at the age of 66, and at the bottom bore the following bit of poetry. "Ti ddaiar o ddaiar asturiar mewn braw, mae daia I daia yn fwan a ddaw, a ddaiar mewn ddaia rhaid aros bob darn, nes daia o daia gyfrodir I fan." Thou earth from earth, reflect with anxious mind that earth to earth must quickly be consigned, and earth in earth must lie entranced, enthralled, till earth from earth to judgment shall be called. "What conflicting opinions there are in this world," said I, after I had copied the quatrain and translated it. "The publican yonder tells me to think of my pint and pipe, and let everything else go to the devil, and the tombstone here tells me to reflect with dread, a much finer expression, by the by, than reflect with anxious mind, as I have got it, that in a very little time I must die and lie in the ground till I am called to judgment. Now which is most right, the tombstone or the publican? Why, I should say the tombstone decidedly. The publican is too sweeping when he tells you to think of your pint and pipe and nothing else. A pint and pipe are good things. I don't smoke myself, but I dare say a pipe is a good thing for them who like it. But there are certainly things worth being thought of in this world besides a pint and a pipe. Hills and dales, woods and rivers, for example. Death and judgment, too, are worthy now and then of very serious thought. So it won't do to go with the publican the whole hog. But with respect to the tombstone, it is quite safe and right to go with it its whole length. It tells you to think of death and judgment, and assuredly we ought to do of them. It does not, however, tell you to think of nothing but death and judgment, and to eschew every innocent pleasure within your reach. If it did, it would be a tombstone quite as sweeping in what it says as the publican who tells you to think of your pint and pipe, and let everything else go to the devil. The wisest course evidently is to blend the whole of the philosophy of the tombstone with a portion of the philosophy of the publican, and something more, to enjoy one's pint and pipe and other innocent pleasures, and to think every now and then of death and judgment. That is what I intend to do, and indeed it is what I have done for the last 30 years. I went on. Desolate hills rose in the east, the way I was going, but on the south were beautiful hillocks adorned with trees and hedgerows. I was soon amongst the desolate hills, which then looked more desolate than they did at a distance. They were of a wretched russet colour, and exhibited no other signs of life and cultivation than here and there a miserable field and vile-looking hovel. And if there was here nothing to cheer the eye, there was also nothing to cheer the ear. There were no songs of birds, no voices of rills. The only sound I heard was the lowing of a wretched bullock from a far-off slope. I went on slowly and heavily. At length I got to the top of this wretched range. Then what a sudden change! Beautiful hills in the far east, a fair valley below me, and groves and woods on each side of the road which led down to it. The sight filled my veins with fresh life, and I ascended this side of the hill as merrily as I had come up the other side despondently. About half-way down the hill I came to a small village. Seeing a public house, I went up to it, and inquired in English of some people within the name of the village. "Llyn," said a dark-faced young fellow of about 24. "And what is the name of the valley?" said I. "Llyn," was the answer. "The valley is named after the village." "You mean that the village is named after the valley," said I, "for Llyn means fair valley." "It may be so," said the young fellow. "We don't know much here." Then after a moment's pause he said, "Are you going much further?" "Only as far as Pimpside." "Have you any business there?" said he. "No," I replied, "I am travelling the country, and shall only put up there for the night." "You had better stay here," said the young fellow. "You will be better accommodated here than at the Pimpside." "Very likely," said I, "but I have resolved to go there, and when I once make a resolution I never alter it." Then bidding him good evening, I departed. Had I formed no resolution at all about stopping at the Pimpside, I certainly should not have stayed at this house, which had all the appearance of a tramper's hostelry, and though I am very fond of the conversation of trampers, who are the only people from whom you can learn anything, I would much rather have the benefit of it abroad than in their own lairs. A little further down I met a woman coming up the ascent. She was tolerably respectably dressed, seemed about 35, and was rather good looking. She walked somewhat slowly, which was probably more owing to a large bundle which she bore in her hand than to her path being uphill. "Good evening," said I, stopping. "Good evening, your honour," said she, stopping and brightly panting. "Do you come from far?" said I. "Not very far, your honour, but quite far enough for a poor feeble woman." "Are you Welsh?" said I. "Och no, your honour, I am Mary Bain from Dunmanway in the kingdom of Ireland." "What are you doing here?" said I. "Och sure, I am travelling the country with soft goods." "Are you going far?" said I. "Merely to the village a little farther up, your honour." "I am going farther," said I. "I am thinking of passing the night at the Pimpside." "Well then, I would just advise your honour to do no such thing, but turn back with me to the village above, but there is an elegant inn where your honour will be well accommodated." "Oh, I saw that as I came past," said I. "I don't think there is much accommodation there." "Oh, your honour is clane mistaken. There is always an elegant fire and an elegant bed too."
Is there only one bed? Said I. Oh yes. There are 2 beds, one for the accommodation of the people of the house, and the other for that of the visitors. And do the visitors sleep together then? Said I. Oh yes, unless they wish to be unsociable. Those who are not disposed to be sociable sleeps in the chimney corners. Ah, said I see it is a very agreeable inn. However, I shall go on to the Pimp Saint. I am sorry for it, your honour, for your honour's sake. Your honour won't be half so elegantly served at the Pimp Saint as there above. Of what religion are you? Said I. Oh, I am a Catholic, just like your honour, for if I am not clane mistaken, your honour is an Irishman. Who is your spiritual director? Said I. Why, then it is just Father Tobin, your honour, whom of course your honour knows. Oh yes, said I, when you next see him present my respects to him. What name shall I mention, your honour? Shosha Buru, said I. Oh, then I was right in taking your honour for an Irishman. None but the Royal Paddy bears that name. Credit to your honour is your name, for it is a famous name, and a credit to your name is your honour, for it is a neat name, without a bend you are. God bless your honour, and good night, and may you find decent quarters in the Pimp Saint. Leaving Mary Bain, I proceeded on my way. Evening was rather fine, but twilight was coming rapidly on. I reached the bottom of the valley, and soon overtook a young man dressed something like a groom. We entered into conversation. He spoke Welsh and a little English. His Welsh I had great difficulty in understanding, as it was widely different from that which I had been accustomed to. He asked me where I was going to. I replied to the Pimp Saint, and then inquired if he was in service. I am, said he. With whom do you live? Said I. With Mr. Johns of Dolcothy, he answered. Struck by the word Cothy, I asked if Dolcothy was ever called Glyn Cothy. Oh yes, said he, frequently. How odd, thought I to myself, that I should have stumbled all of a sudden upon the country of my old friend Lewis Glyn Cothy, the greatest poet after Ap Gwilym of all Wales. Is Cothy a river? Said I to my companion. It is, said he. Presently we came to a bridge over a small river. Is this river the Cothy? Said I. No, said he. This is the Twrch. The bridge is called Pont y Twrch. The bridge of Twrch, or the Hog, said I to myself. There is a bridge of the same name in the Scottish Highlands, not far from the pass of the Trossachs. I wonder whether it has its name from the same cause as this, namely from passing over a river called the Twrch or Torc, which word in Gaelic signifies boar or hog, even as it does in Welsh. It had now become nearly dark. After I proceeded some way farther, I asked the groom if we were far from the inn of the Pimp Saint. Close by, said he, and presently pointing to a large building on the right-hand side, he said, This is the inn of the Pimp Saint, sir. Nos Daichi. End of chapter 95. Chapter 96 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 96. I entered the inn of the Pimp Saint. It was a comfortable old-fashioned place with a very large kitchen and a rather small parlour. The people were kind and attentive, and soon set before me in the parlour a homely but savoury supper and a foaming tankard of ale. After supper I went into the kitchen, and sitting down with the good folks in an immense chimney corner, listened to them talking in their Carmarthenshire dialect till it was time to go to rest, when I was conducted to a large chamber, where I found an excellent and clean bed awaiting me, in which I enjoyed a refreshing sleep, occasionally visited by dreams in which some of the scenes of the preceding day again appeared before me, but in an indistinct and misty manner. Awaking in the very depths of the night, I thought I heard the murmuring of a river. I listened, and soon found that I had not been deceived. I wonder whether that river is the Cothy, said I, the stream of the immortal Lewis. I suppose that it is, and rendered quite happy by the idea, I soon fell asleep again. I rose about 8 and went out to look about me. The village consists of little more than half a dozen houses. The name Pimp Saint signifies 5 saints,
Why the place is called so I know not. Perhaps the name originally belonged to some chapel which stood either where the village now stands or in the neighbourhood. The inn is a good specimen of an ancient Welsh hostelry. Its gable is to the road, and its front to a little space on one side of the way. At a little distance up the road is a blacksmith's shop. The country around is interesting. On the north-west a fine wooded hill, to the south a valley through which flows the Cothy, a fair river, the one whose murmur had come so pleasingly upon my ear in the depth of night. After breakfast I departed for Llandovery. Presently I came to a lodge on the left-hand side, besides an ornamental gate at the bottom of an avenue leading seemingly to a gentleman's seat. On inquiring of a woman who sat at the door of the lodge, to whom the grounds belonged, she said to Mr. Johns, and that if I pleased I was welcome to see them. I went in and advanced along the avenue, which consisted of very noble oaks. On the right was a vale in which a beautiful brook was running north and south. Beyond the vale to the east were fine wooded hills. I thought I had never seen a more pleasing locality, though I saw it to great disadvantage, the day being dull, and the season the latter fall. Presently on the avenue, making a slight turn, I saw the house, a plain but comfortable gentleman's seat with wings. It looked to the south down the dale. With what satisfaction I could live in that house, said I to myself, if backed by a couple of thousands a year. With what gravity I could sign a warrant in its library, and with what dreamy comfort translate an ode of Lewis Glyn Cothi, my tankard of rich ale beside me. I wonder whether the proprietor is fond of the old bard and keeps good ale. Were I an Irishman instead of a Norfolk man, I would go in and ask him. Returning to the road, I proceeded on my journey. I passed over Pont Rhyadr, or the bridge of the Rhyadr, a small river flowing through a dale, then by Clas Howell, a lofty mountain which appeared to have three heads. After walking for some miles I came to where the road divided into two. By a signpost I saw that both led to Llandovery, one by Pont Rhyd and the other by Llanwrda. The distance by the first was 6 miles and a half, by the latter 8.5. Feeling quite the reverse of tired, I chose the longest road, namely the one by Llanwrda, along which I sped at great rate. In a little time I found myself in the heart of a romantic winding dell, overhung with trees of various kinds, which a tall man whom I met told me was called the Cwm Dwr Llanwrda, or the watery coombe of Llanwrda, and might well be called the watery coombe, for there were several bridges in it, two within a few hundred yards of each other. The same man told me that the war was going on very badly, that our soldiers were suffering much, and that the snow was 2 feet deep at Sebastopol. Passing through Llanwrda, a pretty village with a singular looking church, close to which stood an enormous yew, I entered a valley which I learned was the valley of the Ddewi. I directed my course to the north, having the river on my right, which runs towards the south in a spacious bed, which, however, except in times of flood, it scarcely half fills. Beautiful hills were on either side, partly cultivated, partly covered with wood, and here and there dotted with farmhouses and gentlemen's seats. Green pastures which descended nearly to the river occupied in general the lower parts. After journeying about 4 miles amid this kind of scenery, I came to a noble suspension bridge, and crossing it, found myself in about a quarter of an hour at Llandovery. It was about 2:30 when I arrived. I put up at the Castle Inn, and forthwith ordered dinner, which was served up between 4 and 5. During dinner I was waited upon by a strange old fellow who spoke Welsh and English with equal fluency. "What countryman are you?" said I. "An Englishman," he replied. "From what part of England?" "From Herefordshire." "Have you been long here?" "Oh yes, upwards of 20 years." "How came you to learn Welsh?" "Oh, I took to it and soon picked it up." "Can you read it?" said I. "No, I can't." "Can you read English?" "Yes, I can, that is, a little." "Why didn't you try to learn to read Welsh?" "Well, I did, but I could make no hand of it. It's one thing to speak Welsh and another to read it." "I can read Welsh much better than I speak it," said I. "Ah, you are a gentleman. Gentlefolks always find it easier to learn to read a foreign lingo than to speak it, but it's quite the contrary with we poor folks." "One of the most profound truths ever uttered connected with language," said I to myself. I asked him if there were many Church of England people in Llandovery. "A good many," he replied. "Do you belong to the church?" said I. "Yes, I do." "If this were Sunday I would go to church," said I. "Oh, if you wish to go to church you can go to-night. This is Wednesday, and there will be service at 6:30. If you like, I will come for you." "Pray do," said I. "I should like above all things to go." Dinner over, I sat before the fire, occasionally dozing, occasionally sipping a glass of whiskey and water. A little after 6 the old fellow made his appearance with a kind of Spanish hat on his head. We set out. The night was very dark. We went down a long street seemingly in the direction of the west. "How many churches are there in Llandovery?" said I to my companion. "Only one, but you are not going to Llandovery church but to that of Llanfair, in which our clergyman does duty once or twice a week." "Is it far?" said I. "Oh no, just out of the town, only a few steps farther." We seemed to pass over a bridge and began to ascend a rising ground. Several people were going in the same direction. "There," said the old man, "follow with these, and a little farther up you will come to the church which stands on the right hand." He then left me. I went with the rest and soon came to the church. I went in and was at once conducted by an old man, who I believe was the sexton, to a large pew close against the southern wall. The inside of the church was dimly lighted. It was long and narrow, and the walls were painted with a yellow colour. The pulpit stood against the northern wall near the altar, and almost opposite to the pew in which I sat. After a little time the service commenced. It was in Welsh. When the litanies were concluded, the clergyman, who appeared to be a middle-aged man, who had a rather fine voice, began to preach. His sermon was from the 119th Psalm. Am hynny hoffais di gorchymynion yn mwy nag aw. Therefore have I loved my commandments more than gold. The sermon, which was extempore, was delivered with great earnestness, and I make no doubt was a very excellent one, but owing to its being in South Welsh, I did not derive much benefit from it, as I otherwise might have done. When it was over, a great many got up and went away. Observing, however, that not a few remained, I determined upon remaining too. When everything was quiet, the clergyman, descending from the pulpit, repaired to the vestry, and having taken off his gown, went into a pew, and standing up began a discourse, from which I learned that there was to be a sacrament on the ensuing Sabbath. He spoke with much fervency, enlarging upon the high importance of the Holy Communion, and exhorting people to come to it in a fit state of mind. When he had finished, a man in a neighbouring pew got up and spoke about his own unworthiness, saying this and that about himself, his sins of commission and omission, and dwelling particularly on his uncharitableness and the malicious pleasure which he took in the misfortunes of his neighbours. The clergyman listened attentively, sometimes saying "ah," and the congregation also listened attentively, a voice here and there frequently saying "ah." When the man had concluded, the clergyman again spoke, making observations on what he had heard, and hoping that the rest would be visited with the same contrite spirit as their friend. Then there was a hymn, and we went away. The moon was shining on high, and cast its silvery light on the tower, the church, some fine trees which surrounded it, and the congregation going home. A few of the better dressed were talking to each other in English, but with an accent and pronunciation which rendered the discourse almost unintelligible to my ears. I found my way back to my inn and went to bed, after musing a while on the concluding scene of which I had been witness in the church. End of chapter 96. Chapter 97 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 97. The morning of the 9th was very beautiful, with a slight tendency to frost. I breakfasted, and having no intention of proceeding on my journey that day, I went to take a leisurely view of Llandovery and the neighbourhood. Llandovery is a small but beautiful town, situated amidst fertile meadows. It is a water-girdled spot, whence its name Llandovery or Llanymdovery, which signifies the church surrounded by water. On its west is the Ddewi, and on its east the river Bran or Brine, which, descending from certain lofty mountains to the north-east, runs into the Ddewi a little way below the town. The most striking object which Llandovery can show is its castle, from which the inn, which stands near to it, has its name. This castle, majestic though in ruins, stands on a green mound, the eastern side of which is washed by the Bran. Little with respect to its history is known. One thing, however, is certain, namely that it was one of the many strongholds which at one time belonged to Griffith ap Nicholas, Lord of Dinevor, one of the most remarkable men which South Wales has ever produced, of whom a brief account here will not be out of place. Griffith ap Nicholas flourished towards the concluding part of the reign of Henry VI. He was a powerful chieftain of South Wales, and possessed immense estates in the counties of Carmarthen and Cardigan. King Henry VI, fully aware of his importance in his own country, bestowed upon him the commission of the peace, an honour at that time seldom vouchsafed to a Welshman, and the captaincy of Tregaron, a strong royal castle situated on the southern bank of the Dyfi a few miles above Cardigan. He had many castles of his own, in which he occasionally resided, but his chief residence was Dinevor, halfway between Llandovery and Carmarthen, once a palace of the kings of South Wales, from whom Griffith traced lineal descent. He was a man very proud at heart, but with too much wisdom to exhibit many marks of pride, speaking generally with the utmost gentleness and suavity, and though very brave, never addicted to dashing into danger for the mere sake of displaying his valour. He was a great master of the English tongue, and well acquainted with what learning it contained, but nevertheless was passionately attached to the language and literature of Wales, a proof of which he gave by holding a congress of bards and literati at Carmarthen, at which various pieces of eloquence and poetry were recited, and certain alterations introduced into the canons of Welsh versification. Though holding offices of trust and emolument under the Saxon, he in the depths of his soul detested the race, and would have rejoiced to see it utterly extirpated from Britain. This hatred of his against the English was the cause of his doing that which cannot be justified on any principle of honour, giving shelter and encouragement to Welsh thieves, who were in the habit of plundering and ravaging the English borders. Though at the head of a numerous and warlike clan, which was strongly attached to him on various accounts, Griffith did not exactly occupy a bed of roses. He had amongst his neighbours 4 powerful enemies, who envied him his large possessions, with whom he had continual disputes about property and privilege. Powerful enemies they may well be called, as they were no less personages than Humphrey Duke of Buckingham, Richard Duke of York, who began the contest for the crown with King Henry VI, Jasper Earl of Pembroke, son of Owen Tudor, and half-brother of the king, and the Earl of Warwick. These accused him at court of being a comforter and harbourer of thieves, the result being that he was deprived not only of the commission of the peace, but of the captaincy of Tregaron, which the Earl of Pembroke, through his influence with his half-brother, procured for himself. They moreover induced William Borley and Thomas Corbett, 2 justices of the peace for the county of Hereford, to grant a warrant for his apprehension on the grounds of his being in league with the thieves of the marshes. Griffith, in the bosom of his mighty clan, bade defiance to Saxon warrants, though once having ventured to Hereford, he nearly fell into the power of the ministers of justice, only escaping by the intervention of Sir John Scudamore, with whom he was connected by marriage. Shortly afterwards, the civil war breaking out, the Duke of York apologised to Griffith, and besought his assistance against the king, which the chieftain readily enough promised, not out of affection for York, but from the hatred which he felt on account of the Tregaron affair for the Earl of Pembroke, who had sided, very naturally, with his half-brother, the king, and commanded his forces in the west. Griffith fell at the great battle of Mortimer's Cross, which was won by York by a desperate charge made right at Pembroke's banner by Griffith and his Welshmen, when the rest of the Yorkists were wavering. His last words were, "Welcome death, since honour and victory make for us." The power and wealth of Griffith ap Nicholas, and also parts of his character, have been well described by one of his bards, Gwilym ab Llyn Hen, in an ode to the following effect: Griffith ap Nicholas, who like thee, for wealth and power and majesty, which most abound I cannot say, on either side of Ddewi gay, from hence to where it meets the brine, trees or stately towers of thine, The chair of judgment thou didst gain, but not to deal in judgment's vein. To thee upon thy judgment chair, from near and far, do crowds repair. But though betwixt the weak and strong no questions rose from right or wrong, the strong the weak to thee would hie, the strong to do thee injury, and to the weak thou wine wouldst deal, and wouldst trip up the mighty heel. A lion unto the lofty thou, a lamb unto the weak and low. Much thou resemblest Nydd of yore, surpassing all who went before. Like him thou'rt famed for bravery, for noble birth and high degree. Hail, captain of Kilgarran's hold, lieutenant of Carmarthen old. Hail, chieftain, Cambria's choicest boast. Hail, justice at the Saxon's cost. 7 castles high confess thy sway, 7 palaces thy hands obey. Against my chief with envy fired, 3 dukes and judges, 2 conspired. But thou a dauntless front didst show, and to retreat they were not slow. Oh, with what gratitude is heard from mouth of thine the whispered word. The deepest pools in rivers found in summer are of softest sound. The sage concealeth what he knows, a deal of talk no wisdom shows. The sage is silent as the grave, whilst of his lips the fool is slave. Thy smile doth every joy impart, of faith the fountain is thy heart. Thy hand is strong, thine eye is keen, thy head o'er every head is seen. The church of Llandovery is a large edifice, standing at the southern extremity of the town, in the vicinity of the Ddewi. The outside exhibits many appearances of antiquity, but the interior has been sadly modernised. It contains no remarkable tombs. I was pleased, however, to observe upon 1 or 2 of the monuments the name of Rice, the appellation of the great clan of which Griffith ap Nicholas belonged, of the old regal race of South Wales. On inquiring of the clerk, an intelligent young man who showed me over the sacred edifice, as to the state of the Church of England at Llandovery, he gave me a very cheering account, adding, however, that before the arrival of the present incumbent it was very low indeed. "What is the clergyman's name?" said I. "I heard him preach last night." "I know you did, sir," said the clerk, bowing, "for I saw you at the service at Llanfair. His name is Hughes." "Any relation of the clergyman at Tregaron?" said I. "Own brother, sir." "He at Tregaron bears a very high character," said I. "And very deservedly, sir," said the clerk, "for he is an excellent man. He is, however, not more worthy of his high character than his brother here is of the one which he bears, which is equally high, and which the very dissenters have nothing to say against." "Have you ever heard," said I, "of a man of the name of Rhys Pritchard, who preached within these walls some 200 years ago?" "Rhys Pritchard, sir? Of course I have. Who hasn't heard of the old vicar, the Welshman's candle? Ah, he was a man indeed. We have some good men in the church, very good, but the old vicar, where shall we find his equal?" "Is he buried in this church?" said I. "No, sir. He was buried out abroad in the churchyard, near the wall by the Ddewi." "Can you show me his tomb?" said I. "No, sir, nor can anyone. His tomb was swept away more than 100 years ago, by a dreadful inundation of the river, which swept away not only tombs, but dead bodies out of graves. But there's his house in the market-place, the old vicarage, which you should go and see. I would go and show it you myself, but I have church matters just now to attend to. The place of church clerk at Llandovery, long a sinecure, is anything but that under the present clergyman, who, though not a Rhys Pritchard, is a very zealous Christian, and not unworthy to preach in the pulpit of the old vicar." Leaving the church I went to see the old vicarage, but before saying anything respecting it, a few words about the old vicar. Rhys Pritchard was born at Llandovery about the year 1575 of respectable parents. He received the rudiments of a classical education at the school of the place, and at the age of 18 was sent to Oxford, being intended for the clerical profession. At Oxford he did not distinguish himself in an advantageous manner, being more remarkable for dissipation and riot than application in the pursuit of learning. Returning to Wales he was admitted into the ministry, and after the lapse of a few years was appointed vicar of Llandovery. His conduct for a considerable time was not only unbecoming a clergyman, but a human being in any sphere. Drunkenness was very prevalent in the age in which he lived, but Rees Pritchard was so inordinately addicted to that vice that the very worst of his parishioners were scandalised and said, "Bad as we may be, we are not half so bad as the parson." He was in the habit of spending the greater part of his time in the public house, from which he was generally trundled home in a wheelbarrow in a state of utter insensibility. God, however, who is aware of what every man is capable of, had reserved Rees Pritchard for great and noble things, and brought about his conversion in a very remarkable manner. The people of the tavern which Rees Pritchard frequented had a large he-goat, which went in and out and mingled with the guests. One day Rees, in the midst of his orgies, called the goat to him and offered it some ale. The creature, far from refusing it, drank greedily, and soon becoming intoxicated, fell down upon the floor, where it lay quivering, to the great delight of Rees Pritchard, who made its drunkenness a subject of jest to his boon companions, who however said nothing, being struck with horror at such conduct in a person who was placed among them to be a pattern and example. Before night, however, Pritchard became himself intoxicated, and was trundled to the vicarage in the usual manner. During the whole of the next day he was very ill and kept at home, but on the following one he again repaired to the public house, sat down and called for his pipe and tankard. The goat was now perfectly recovered, and was standing nigh. No sooner was the tankard brought than Rees took hold of it, held it to the goat's mouth. The creature, however, turned away its head in disgust, and hurried out of the room. This circumstance produced an instantaneous effect upon Rees Pritchard. "My God," he said to himself, "is this poor dumb creature wiser than I? Yes, surely it has been drunk, but having once experimented the wretched consequences of drunkenness, it refuses to be drunk again. How different is its conduct to mine! I, after having experienced 100 times the filthiness and misery of drunkenness, have still persisted in debasing myself below the condition of a beast. Oh, if I persist in this conduct, what have I to expect but wretchedness and contempt in this world, and eternal perdition in the next? But thank God, it is not yet too late to amend. I am still alive. I will become a new man. The goat has taught me a lesson." Smashing his pipe, he left his tankard untasted on the table, went home, and became an altered man. Different as an angel of light is from the fiend of the pit, was Rees Pritchard from that moment from which he had been in former days. For upwards of 30 years he preached the gospel, as it had never been preached before in the Welsh tongue since the time of St. Paul, supposing the beautiful legend to be true which tells us that St. Paul in his wanderings found his way to Britain, and preached to the inhabitants the inestimable efficacy of Christ's bloodshedding in the fairest Welsh, having, like all the other apostles, the miraculous gift of tongues. The good vicar did more. In the short intervals of relaxation which he allowed himself from the labour of the ministry during those years, he composed a number of poetical pieces, which after his death were gathered together into a volume and published under the title of Canwyll y Cymru, or The Candle of the Welshman. This work, which has gone through almost countless editions, is written in 2 common easy measures, and the language is so plain and simple that it is intelligible to the homeliest hind who speaks the Welsh language. All of the pieces are of a strictly devotional character, with the exception of one, namely a welcome to Charles, Prince of Wales, on his return from Spain, to which country he had gone to see the Spanish lady, whom at one time he sought as bride. Some of the pieces are highly curious, as they bear upon events at present forgotten. For example, the song upon the year 1629, when the corn was blighted throughout the land, and a warning to the Cymry to repent when the plague of blotches and boils was prevalent in London. Some of the pieces are written with astonishing vigour. For example, the Song of the Husbandman, and God's Better Than All, of which last piece the following is a literal translation. God's better than all, God's better than heaven or aught therein, than the earth or aught we there can win. Better than the world or its wealth to me, God's better than all that is or can be. Better than father, than mother, than nurse, better than riches, oft proving a curse. Better than Martha or Mary even, better by far is the God of heaven. If God for thy portion thou hast ta'en, there's Christ to support thee in every pain.
The world to respect thee thou wilt gain, to fear thee the fiend and all his train. Of the best of portions thou choice didst make, when thou the high God to thyself didst take. A portion which none from thy grasp can rend, whilst the sun and the moon on their course shall wend. When the sun grows dark and the moon turns red, when the stars shall drop and millions dread, when the earth shall vanish with its pomp in fire, thy portion still shall remain entire. Then let not thy heart, though distressed, complain. A hold on thy portion firm maintain. Thou didst choose the best portion. Again I say, resign it not till thy dying day. The old vicarage of Llandovery is a very large mansion of dark red brick, fronting the principal street or market-place, and with its back to a green meadow bounded by the river Bran. It is in a very dilapidated condition, and is inhabited at present by various poor families. The principal room, which is said to have been the old vicar's library, and the place where he composes Undying Candle, is in many respects a remarkable apartment. It is of large dimensions. The roof is curiously inlaid with stucco or mortar, and is traversed from east to west by an immense black beam. The fireplace, which is at the south, is very large and seemingly of high antiquity. The windows, which are 2 in number and look westward into the street, have a quaint and singular appearance. Of all the houses in Llandovery, the old vicarage is by far the most worthy of attention, irrespective of the wonderful monument of God's providence and grace who once inhabited it. The reverence in which the memory of Rhys Pritchard is still held in Llandovery, the following anecdote will show. As I was standing in the principal street staring intently at the antique vicarage, a respectable-looking farmer came up, and was about to pass, but observing how I was employed, he stopped and looked now at me and now at the antique house. Presently he said, "A fine old place, is it not, sir? But do you know who lived there?" Wishing to know what the man would say, provided he thought I was ignorant as to the ancient inmate, I turned a face of inquiry upon him, whereupon he advanced towards me 2 or 3 steps, and placing his face so close to mine that his nose nearly touched my cheek, he said in a kind of piercing whisper, "The vicar!" Then drawing his face back, he looked me full in the eyes, as if to observe the effect of his intelligence, gave me 2 nods, as if to say, "He did indeed," and departed. The vicar of Llandovery had then been dead nearly 200 years. Truly the man in whom piety and genius are blended is immortal upon earth. End of chapter 97. Chapter 98 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 98. On the 10th I departed from Llandovery, which I have no hesitation in saying is about the pleasantest little town in which I have halted in the course of my wanderings. I intended to sleep at Gough, a place some 20 miles distant, just within Glamorganshire, to reach which it would be necessary to pass over part of a range of wild hills, generally called the Black Mountains. I started at about 10 o'clock. The morning was lowering, and there were occasional showers of rain and hail. I passed by Rhys Pritchard's church, holding my hat in my hand as I did so, not out of respect for the building, but from reverence for the memory of the sainted man who of old from its pulpit called sinners to repentance, and whose remains slumber in the churchyard, unless washed away by some frantic burst of the neighbouring Ddewi. Crossing a bridge over the Bran, just before it enters the greater stream, I proceeded along a road running nearly south, and having a range of fine hills on the east. Presently violent gusts of wind came on, which tore the sere leaves by thousands from the trees, of which there were plenty by the roadsides. After a little time, however, this elemental hurly-burly passed away. A rainbow made its appearance, and the day became comparatively fine. Turning to the south-east under a hill covered with oaks, I left the vale of the Ddewi behind me,
and soon caught a glimpse of some very lofty hills which I supposed to be the Black Mountains. It was a mere glimpse, for scarcely had I descried them when mist settled down and totally obscured them from my view. In about an hour I reached Llan, a large village. The name signifies the church of Gadog. Gadog was a British saint of the 5th century, who, after labouring amongst his own countrymen for their spiritual good for many years, crossed the sea to Brittany, where he died. Scarcely had I entered Llan when a great shower of rain came down. Seeing an ancient-looking hostelry, I at once made for it. In a large and comfortable kitchen I found a middle-aged woman seated at a huge deal table near a blazing fire, with a couple of large books open before her. Sitting down on a chair, I told her in English to bring me a pint of ale. She did so, and again sat down to her books, which on inquiry I found to be a Welsh Bible and concordance. We soon got into discourse about religion, but did not exactly agree, for she was a bitter Methodist, as bitter as her beer, only half of which I could get down. Leaving Llan, I pushed forward. The day was now tolerably fine. In 2 or 3 hours I came to a glen, the sides of which were beautifully wooded. On my left was a river, which came roaring down from a range of lofty mountains right before me to the south-east. The river, as I was told by a lad, was the South, or Southey, the lofty range of the Black Mountains. Past a pretty village on my right, standing something in the shape of a semicircle, and in about half an hour came to a bridge over a river, which I supposed to be the South, which I had already seen, but which I subsequently learned was an altogether different stream. It was running from the south, a wild, fierce flood amidst rocks and stones, the waves all roaring and foaming. After some time I reached another bridge near the foot of a very lofty ascent. On my left to the east upon a bank was a small house, on one side of which was a wheel turned round by a flush of water running in a little artificial canal. Close by it were 2 small cascades, the waters of which, and also those of the canal, passed under the bridge in the direction of the west. Seeing a decent-looking man engaged in sawing a piece of wood by the roadside, I asked him in Welsh whether the house with the wheel was a flour mill. "Nage," said he, "it is a pandy, fulling mill." "Can you tell me the name of a river," said I, "which I have left about a mile behind me? Is it the South?" "Nage," said he, "it is the Lleidaach." Then, looking at me with great curiosity, he asked if I came from the north country. "Yes," said I certainly come from there." "I am glad to hear it," said he, "for I have long wished to see a man from the north country." "Did you ever see one before?" said I. "Never in my life," he replied. "Men from the north country seldom show themselves in these parts." "Well," said I am not ashamed to say that I come from the north." "Ain't you? Well, I don't know that you have any particular reason to be ashamed, for it is rather your misfortune than your fault. But the idea of any one coming from the north, ho, ho!" "Perhaps in the north," said I, "they laugh at a man from the south." "Laugh at a man from the south? No, no, they can't do that." "Why not?" said I. "Why shouldn't the north laugh at the south as well as the south at the north?" "Why shouldn't it? Why, you talk like a fool. How could the north laugh at the south as long as the south remains the south and the north the north? Laugh at the south? You talk like a fool, David, and if you go on in that way I shall be angry with you. However, I'll excuse you, for you are from the north, and what can one expect from the north but nonsense? Now tell me, do you of the north eat and drink like other people? What do you live upon?" "Why, as for myself," said I generally live on the best I can get." "Let's hear what you eat. Bacon and eggs?" "Oh yes, I eat bacon and eggs when I can get nothing better." "And what do you drink? Can you drink ale?" "Oh yes," said I am very fond of ale when it's good. Perhaps you will stand a pint?" Said the man, looking somewhat blank. "There is no ale in the Pandy, and there is no public house near at hand. Otherwise, where are you going to-night?" "To Gwter. "Well then, you had better not loiter. Gwter is a long way off over the mountain. It will be dark, I am afraid, long before you get to Gwter. Good evening, David. I am glad to have seen you, for I have long wished to see a man from the north country. Good evening. You will find plenty of good ale at Gwter." I went on my way. The road led in a south-eastern direction, gradually upward to very lofty regions. After walking about half an hour I saw a kind of wooden house on wheels drawn by 2 horses coming down the hill towards me. A short black-looking fellow in brown-top boots, corduroy breeches, jockey coat and jockey cap sat on the box, holding the reins in one hand and a long whip in the other. Beside him was a swarthy woman in a wild, flaunting dress. Behind the box, out of the forepart of the caravan, peered 2 or 3 black children's heads. A pretty little foal, about 4 months old, came frisking and gambolling before now beside the horses, whilst a colt of some 16 months followed more leisurely behind. When the caravan was about 10 yards distant, I stopped, and raising my left hand with the little finger pointed aloft, I exclaimed, "Shŵn colabengro shŵn, in Nibbles nav, where may to be joring to?" Stopping his caravan with considerable difficulty, the small black man glared at me for a moment like a wild cat, and then said in a voice partly snappish, partly kind, "Savo shan too? Are you one of the Ingrins? I am the chap what certain folks calls the Romany Rye. Well, I'll be jiggered if I wasn't thinking so, and if I wasn't penning so to my Jewer as we were welling down the Chong. It is a long time since we last met. Captain Bosville, I suppose. I may call you captain now." "Yes, the old man has been dead and buried this many a year, and his sticks and titles are now mine. Poor soul, I hope he is happy. Indeed, I know he is, for he lies in Cockleshell churchyard, the place he was always so fond of, and has his Sunday waistcoat on him with the fine gold buttons, which he was always so proud of. Ah, you may well call it a long time since we met. Why, it can't be less than 30 year. Something about that. You were a boy then of about 15. So I was, and you a tall young slip of about 20. Well, how did you come to Llyn Mande? Why, I knew you by your fighting mug. There ain't such another mug in England. No more there aren't. My old father always used to say it was of no use hitting it, for it always broke his knuckles. Well, it was kind of you to Llyn Mande after so many years. The last time I think I saw you was near Brummagem, when you were travelling south with Jasper Petulengro. And, I say, what's become of the young woman you used to keep company with?" "I don't know." "You don't? Well, she was a fine young woman and virtuous. I remember her knocking down and giving a black eye to my old mother, who was wonderfully deep in Romany, for making a bit of a gilly about you and she. What was the song? Lord, how my memory fails me. Oh, here it is. Ando burco rai cano, ote pivo te cavo, tu lerasque ando becco perani, te cobacha por pico." "Have you seen Jasper Petulengro lately?" said I. "Yes, I have seen him, but it was at a very considerable distance. Jasper Petulengro doesn't come near the likes of we now. Lord, you can't think what grand folks he and his wife have become of late years, and all along of a trumpery lill, which somebody has written about them. Why, they were hand and glove with the Queen and Prince, and folks say that his wife was going to be made Dame of Honour, and Jasper Justice of the Peace and Deputy Ranger of Windsor Park." "Only think," said I. "And now tell me, what brought you into Wales?" "What brought me into Wales? I'll tell you, my own fool's head. I was doing nicely in the Cawlo Gough and the neighbourhood, when I must needs pack up and come into these parts with bag and baggage, wife and childer. I thought that Wales was what it was some 30 years agone, when our folk used to say, for I was never here before, that there was something to be done in it. But I was never more mistaken in my life. The country is overrun with Hindity Mescri, wild Irish, with whom the Romany folky stand no chance. The fellows underwork me at tinkering, and the women outscream my wife at telling fortunes. Moreover, they say the country is theirs and not intended for niggers like we, and they are generally in vast numbers. What can a poor little Roman family do but flee away before them? A pretty journey I have made into Wales, had I not contrived to pass off a pagado bav engro, a broken-winded horse. At a fair, I at this moment should be without a tringorushi piece in my pocket. I am now making the best of my way back to Brummagem, and if ever I come again to this Hindity country, may Calcraft nash me." "I wonder you didn't try to serve some of the Irish out," said I. "I served one out, brother, and my wife and childer helped to wipe off a little of the score. We had stopped at a nice green, near a village over the hills in Glamorganshire, when up comes a Hindity family and bids us take ourselves off. Now it so happened that there was but one man and a woman and some childer, so I laughed and told them to drive us off. Well, brother, without many words, there was a regular scrimmage. The Hindity mush came at me, the Hindity mushy at me jower, and the Hindity chalves at me chai. It didn't last long, brother. In less than 3 minutes I had hit the Hindity mush, who was a plaguey big fellow, but couldn't fight, just under the point of the chin, and sent him to the ground with all his senses gone. My jower had almost scratched an eye out of the Hindity mushy, and my chai had sent the Hindity childer scampering over the green. "Who has got to quit now?" said I to the Hindity mush, after he had got on his legs, looking like a man who has been cut down after hanging just a minute and a half. "Who has got notice to quit now, I wonder?" Well, brother, he didn't say anything, nor did any of them, but after a little time they all took themselves off with a cart they had to the south. Just as they got to the edge of the green, however, they turned round and gave a yell which made all our blood run cold, for I knew what it meant, and said, "This is no place for us." So we got everything together and came away, and though the horses were tired, never stopped till we had got 10 miles from the place. And well it was we acted as we did, for had we stayed, I have no doubt that a whole Hindity clan would have been down upon us before morning and cut our throats. "Well," said I, "farewell. I can't stay any longer. As it is, I shall be late at Vale." "Farewell, brother," said Captain Bosvile, and giving a cry he cracked his whip and set his horses in motion. "Won't you give us 6pence to drink?" cried Mrs. Bosvile, with a rather shrill voice. "Hold your tongue, you she-dog," said Captain Bosvile. "Is that the way in which you take leave of an old friend? Hold your tongue, and let the Ingrin gentleman jaw on his way." I proceeded on my way as fast as I could, for the day was now closing in. My progress, however, was not very great, for the road was steep and continually becoming more so. In about half an hour I came to a little village, consisting of 3 or 4 houses, one of them, at the door of which several carts were standing, bore the sign of a tavern. "What is the name of this place?" said I to a man who was breaking stones on the road. "Capel Gwynfa," said he. Rather surprised at the name, which signifies in English the chapel of the place of bliss, I asked the man why it was called so. "I don't know," said the man. "Was there ever a chapel here?" said I. "I don't know, sir. There is none now." "I dare say there was in the old time," said I to myself as I went on, "in which some holy hermit prayed and told his beads, and occasionally received benighted strangers. What a poetical word that Gwynfa, place of bliss, is. Owen Pugh uses it in his translation of Paradise Lost to express paradise, for he has rendered the words Paradise Lost by Col Gwynfa, the loss of the place of bliss. I wonder whether the old scholar picked up the word here. Not unlikely. Strange fellow that Owen Pugh. Wish I had seen him. No hope of seeing him now except in the heavenly Gwynfa. Wonder whether there is such a place. Tom Paine thinks there's not. Strange fellow that Tom Paine, Norfolk man. Wish I had never read him. Presently I came to a little cottage with a toll bar. Seeing a woman standing at the door, I inquired of her the name of the gate. "Cowslip Gate, sir." "Has it any Welsh name?" "None that I know of, sir." This place was at a considerable altitude, and commanded an extensive view of the south, west, and north. Heights upon heights rose behind it to the east. From here the road ran to the south for a little way, nearly level, then turned abruptly to the east, and was more steep than ever. After the turn I had a huge chalk cliff towering over me on the right, and a chalk precipice on my left. Night was now coming on fast, and rather to my uneasiness, masses of mist began to pour down the sides of the mountain. I hurried on, the road making frequent turnings. Presently the mist swept down upon me, and was so thick that I could only see a few yards before me. I was now obliged to slacken my pace, and to advance with some degree of caution. I moved on in this way for some time, when suddenly I heard a noise, as if a number of carts were coming rapidly down the hill. I stopped and stood with my back close against the high bank. The noise drew nearer, and in a minute I saw distinctly through the mist horses, carts, and forms of men passing. In 1 or 2 cases the wheels appeared to be within a few inches of my feet. I let the train go by and then cried out in English, "Am I right for Gwtavau?" "Hey!" said a voice after a momentary interval. "Am I right for Gwtavau?" I shouted yet louder. "Yes, sure," said a voice, probably the same. Then instantly a much rougher voice cried, "Who the devil are you?" I made no answer, but went on, whilst the train continued its way rumbling down the mountain. At length I gained the top, where the road turned and led down a steep descent towards the south-west. It was now quite night, and the mist was of the thickest kind. I could just see that there was a frightful precipice on my left, so I kept to the right, hugging the side of the hill. As I descended I heard every now and then loud noises in the vale, probably proceeding from the stone quarries. I was drenched to the skin, nay through the skin, by the mist, which I verily believe was more penetrating than that described by Ab Gwilym. When I had proceeded about a mile I saw blazes down below, resembling those of furnaces, and soon after came to the foot of the hill. It was here pouring with rain, but I did not put up my umbrella, as it was impossible for me to be more drenched than I was. Crossing a bridge over a kind of torrent, I found myself amongst some houses. I entered one of them, from which a blaze of light and a roar of voices proceeded, and on inquiring of an old woman who confronted me in the passage, I found that I had reached my very much needed haven of rest, the tavern of Gwtavau in the county of Glamorgan. End of chapter 98. Chapter 99 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 99. The old woman who confronted me in the passage of the inn turned out to be the landlady. On learning that I intended to pass the night at her house, she conducted me into a small room on the right-hand side of the passage, which proved to be the parlour. It was cold and comfortless, for there was no fire in the grate. She told me, however, that one should be lighted, and going out presently returned with a couple of buxom wenches, who I soon found were her daughters. The good lady had little or no English. The girls, however, had plenty, and of a good kind too. They soon lighted a fire, and then the mother inquired if I wished for any supper. "Certainly," said I, "for I have not eaten anything since I left Llandovery. What can I have?" "We have veal and bacon," said she. "That will do," said I. "Fry me some veal and bacon, and I shan't complain. But pray tell me what prodigious noise is that which I hear on the other side of the passage?" "It is only the miners and the carters in the kitchen making merry," said one of the girls. "Is there a good fire there?" said I. "Oh yes," said the girl. "We have always a good fire in the kitchen." "Well then," said I shall go there till supper is ready, for I am wet to the skin, and this fire casts very little heat." "You will find them a rough set in the kitchen," said the girl. "I don't care if I do," said I. "When people are rough I am civil, and I have always found that civility beats roughness in the long run." Then going out I crossed the passage and entered the kitchen. It was nearly filled with rough, unkempt fellows, smoking, drinking, whistling, singing, shouting and jabbering, some in a standing, some in a sitting posture. My entrance seemed at once to bring everything to a dead stop. The smokers ceased to smoke. The hand that was conveying the glass or the mug to the mouth was arrested in air. The hurly-burly ceased, and every eye was turned upon me with a strange inquiring stare. Without allowing myself to be disconcerted, I advanced to the fire, spread out my hands before it for a minute, gave 2 or 3 deep ahs of comfort, and then turning round said, "Rather a damp night, gentlemen. Fire cheering to one who has come the whole way from Llandovery, taking a bit of a walk in Wales to see the scenery and to observe the manners and customs of the inhabitants. Fine country, gentlemen, noble prospects, hill and dale. Fine people too, open-hearted and generous, no wonder, descendants of the ancient Britons. Hope I don't intrude. Other room rather cold and smoking. If I do, will retire at once. Don't wish to interrupt any gentlemen in their avocations or deliberations. Scorn to do anything ungenteel or calculated to give offence. Hope I know how to behave myself. Ought to do so. Learnt grammar at the high school at Edinburgh. Offence! Intrusion! cried 20 voices. God bless your honour. No intrusion and no offence at all. Sit down. Sit here. Won't you drink? Please to sit here, sir, said an old, grimy-looking man, getting up from a seat in the chimney corner. There is no seat for me whilst you are here. It belongs to you. Sit down in it. And laying hold of me, he compelled me to sit down in a chair of dignity, whilst half a dozen hands pushed mugs of beer towards my face. These, however, I declined to partake of, on the very satisfactory ground that I had not taken supper, and that it was a bad thing to drink before eating, more especially after coming out of a mist. Have you any news to tell of the war, sir? Said a large, tough fellow who was smoking a pipe. The last news that I heard of the war, said I, was that the snow was 2 feet deep at Sebastopol. I heard 3, said the man. However, if there be but 2, it must be bad work for the poor soldiers. I suppose you know that we shall beat the Russians in the end. No, I don't, said I. The Russians are a young nation, and we are an old. They are coming on, and we are going off. Every dog has its day. That's true, said the man, but I am sorry that you think we shall not beat the Russians, for the Russians are a bad set. Can you speak Welsh? Said a darkish man with black, bristly hair and a small inquisitive eye. Oh, I know 2 words in Welsh, said I. Bara a caws. That's bread and cheese, said the man. Then turning to a neighbour of his, he said in Welsh, he knows nothing of Cymraeg, only 2 words. We may say anything we please, he can't understand us. What a long nose he has. Mind he aren't nosing us, said his neighbour. I should be loth to wager that he doesn't understand Welsh, and after all, he didn't say that he did not, but got off by saying he understood those 2 words. No, he doesn't understand Welsh, said the other. No Sais understands Welsh, and this is a Sais. Now, with regard to that piece of job work which you and I undertook, and forthwith he and the other entered into a disquisition about the job work. The company soon got into its old train, drinking and smoking and making a most terrific hullabaloo. Nobody took any further notice of me. I sat snug in the chimney corner, trying to dry my wet things, and as the heat was very great, partially succeeded. In about half an hour one of the girls came to tell me that my supper was ready, whereupon I got up and said, Gentlemen, I thank you for your civility. I am now going to supper. Perhaps before I turn in for the night I may look in upon you again. Then, without waiting for an answer, I left the kitchen and went into the other room, where I found a large dish of veal cutlets and fried bacon awaiting me, and also a smoking bowl of potatoes. Ordering a jug of ale, I sat down, and what with hunger and the goodness of the fare, for everything was first rate, made one of the best suppers I ever made in my life. Supper over, I called for a glass of whisky and water, over which I trifled for about half an hour, and then betook myself again to the kitchen. Almost as soon as I entered, the company, who seemed to be discussing some point and were not making much hurly-burly, became silent, and looked at me in a suspicious and uneasy manner. I advanced towards the fire. The old man who had occupied the seat in the chimney corner and had resigned it to me had again taken possession of it. As I drew near to the fire he looked upon the ground, and seemed by no means disposed to vacate the place of honour. After a few moments, however, he got up and offered me the seat, with slight motion of his hand, and without saying a word. I did not decline it, but sat down, and the old gentleman took a chair near. Universal silence now prevailed. Sullen looks were cast at me, and I saw clearly enough that I was not welcome. Frankness was now my only resource. "What's the matter, gentlemen?" said I. "You are silent and don't greet me kindly. Have I given you any cause of offence?" No one uttered a word in reply for nearly a minute, when the old man said slowly and deliberately, "Why, sir, the long and the short of it is this. We have got it into our heads that you understand every word of our discourse. Now, do you or do you not?" "Understand every word of your discourse?" said I. "I wish I did. I would give £5 to understand every word of your discourse." "That's a clever attempt to get off, sir," said the old man, "but it won't exactly do. Tell us whether you know more Welsh than bara a caws, or to speak more plainly, whether you understand a good deal of what we say." "Well," said I do understand more Welsh than bara y caws. I do understand a considerable part of a Welsh conversation. Moreover, I can read Welsh, and have the life of Tom a Nant at my fingers' ends." "Well, sir, that is speaking plain, and I will tell you plainly that we don't like to have strangers among us who understand our discourse, more especially if they be gentlefolks." "That's strange," said I. "A Welshman or foreigner, gentle or simple, may go into a public house in England, and nobody cares a straw whether he understands the discourse of the company or not." "That may be the custom in England," said the old man, "but it is not so in Wales." "What have you got to conceal?" said I. "I suppose you are honest men." "I hope we are, sir," said the old man, "but I must tell you once for all that we don't like strangers to listen to our discourse." "Come," said I will not listen to your discourse, but you shall listen to mine. I have a wonderful deal to say if I once begin. I have been everywhere." "Well, sir," said the old man, "if you have anything to tell us about where you have been and what you have seen, we shall be glad to hear you." "Have you ever been to Russia?" shouted a voice, that of the large rough fellow who asked me the question about the Russian war. "Oh yes, I have been in Russia," said I. "Well, what kind of country is it?" "Very different from this," said I, "which is a little country up in a corner, full of hills and mountains. That is an immense country, extending from the Baltic Sea to the confines of China, almost as flat as a pancake, there not being a hill to be seen for nearly 2000 miles. "A very poor country, isn't it? Always covered with ice and snow?" "Oh no, it is one of the richest countries in the world, producing all kinds of grain, with noble rivers intersecting it, and in some parts covered with stately forests. In the winter, which is rather long, there is a good deal of ice and snow, it is true, but in the summer the weather is warmer than here." "And are there any towns and cities in Russia, sir, as there are in Britain?" said the old man, who had resigned his seat in the chimney corner to me. "I suppose not, or if there be, nothing equal to Hereford or Bristol, in both of which I have been." "Oh yes," said I, "there are plenty of towns and cities. The two principal ones are Moscow and St. Petersburg, both of which are capitals. Moscow is a fine old city, far up the country, and was the original seat of empire. In it there is a wonderful building called the Kremlin, situated on a hill. It is partly palace, partly temple, and partly fortress. In one of its halls are I don't know how many crowns, taken from various kings whom the Russians have conquered. But the most remarkable thing in the Kremlin is a huge bell in a cellar or cave close by one of the churches. It is 12 feet high, and the sound it gives when struck with an iron bar, for there are no clappers to Russian bells, is so loud that the common Russians say it can be heard over the empire. The other city, St. Petersburg, where the court generally reside, is a modern and very fine city. So fine indeed that I have no hesitation in saying that neither Bristol nor Hereford is worthy to be named in the same day with it. Many of the streets are miles in length and straight as an arrow. The Nevsky Prospect, as it is called, a street which runs from the grand square where stands the Emperor's Palace to the monastery of St. Alexander Nevsky, is nearly 3 miles in length, and is full of noble shops and houses. The Neva, a river twice as broad and twice as deep as the Thames, and whose waters are clear as crystal, runs through the town, having on each side of it a superb quay fenced with granite, which affords one of the most delightful walks imaginable. If I had my choice of all the cities of the world to live in, I would choose St. Petersburg. "And did you ever see the Emperor?" said the rough fellow, whom I have more than once mentioned. "Did you ever see the Emperor Nicholas?" "Oh yes, I have seen him frequently." "Well, what kind of man is he? We should like to know." "A man of colossal stature, with a fine, noble, but rather stern and severe aspect. I think I now see him with his grey cloak, cocked hat, and white waving plumes, striding down the Nevsky Prospect, and towering by a whole head over other people." "Bravo! Did you ever see him at the head of his soldiers?" "Oh yes, I have seen the Emperor review 40,000 of his chosen troops in the Champ de Mars, and a famous sight it was. There stood the great proud man looking at his warriors as they manoeuvred before him. 2/3 of them were cavalry, and each horseman was mounted on a beautiful blood charger of Cossack or English breed, and arrayed in a superb uniform. The blaze, glitter and glory were too much for my eyes, and I was frequently obliged to turn them away. The scene upon the whole put me in mind of an immense field of tulips of various dyes, for the colours of the dresses, of the banners and the plumes were as gorgeous and manifold as the hues of those queenly flowers. "Bravo!" said 20 voices. "The gentleman speaks like an old Rhyadr. Have you been in other countries besides Russia?" "Oh yes, I have been in Turkey, the people of which are not Christians, but frequently put Christians to shame by their good faith and honour. I have been in the land of the Mograbins, or Moors, a people who live on a savoury dish called couscousu, and have the gloomiest faces and the most ferocious hearts under heaven. I have been in Italy, whose people, though the most clever in the world, are the most unhappy, owing to the tyranny of a being called the Pope, who, when I saw him, appeared to be under the influence of strong drink. I have been in Portugal, the people of which supply the whole world with wine, and drink only water themselves. I have been in Spain, a very fine country, the people of which are never so happy as when paying other folks' reckonings. I have been... But the wind is blowing wildly without, and the rain pelting against the windows. This is a capital night for a ghost story. Shall I tell you a ghost story which I learnt in Spain?" "Yes, sir, pray do. We all love ghost stories. Do tell us the ghost story of Spain." Thereupon I told the company Lope de Vega's ghost story, which is decidedly the best ghost story in the world. Long and loud was the applause which followed the conclusion of the grand ghost story of the world, in the midst of which I got up, bade the company good night, and made my exit. Shortly afterwards I desired to be shown to my sleeping apartment. It was a very small room upstairs, in the back part of the house, and I make no doubt was the chamber of the 2 poor girls, the landlady's daughters, as I saw various articles of female attire lying about. The spirit of knight-errantry within me was not, however, sufficiently strong to prevent me from taking possession of the female dormitory. So, forthwith divesting myself of every portion of my habiliments, which was steaming like a boiling tea-kettle, I got into bed between the blankets, and in a minute was fast in the arms of Morpheus. End of chapter 99. Chapter 100 of Wild Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. Wild Wales by George Borrow. Chapter 100. I slept soundly through the night. At about 8 o'clock on the following morning I got up and looked out of the window of my room, which fronted the north. A strange scene presented itself. A roaring brook was foaming along towards the west, just under the window. Immediately beyond it was a bank, not of green turf, grey rock, or brown mound, but of coal rubbish, coke and cinders. On the top of this bank was a fellow performing some dirty office or other with a spade and barrow. Beyond him, on the side of a hill, was a tramway, up which a horse was straining, drawing a load of something towards the northwest. Beyond the tramway was a grove of yellow-looking firs. Beyond the grove a range of white houses with blue roofs, occupied, I suppose, by miners and their families. And beyond these I caught a sight of the mountain on the top of which I had been the night before, only a partial one, however, as large masses of mist were still hanging about it. The morning was moist and dripping, and nothing could look more cheerless and uncomfortable than the entire scene. I put on my things, which were still not half dry, and went down into the little parlour, where I found an excellent fire awaiting me, and a table spread for breakfast. The breakfast was delicious, consisting of excellent tea, buttered toast, and Glamorgan sausages, which I really think are not a whit inferior to those of Epping. After breakfast I went into the kitchen, which was now only occupied by 2 or 3 people. Seeing a large brush on a dresser, I took it up, and was about to brush my nether habiliments, which were terribly bespattered with half-dried mire. Before, however, I could begin, up started one of the men, a wild, shock-headed fellow, dressed like a carter, in rough blue frieze coat, yellow, broad corduroy trousers, grey woollen stockings, and high-lows, and snatching the brush out of my hand, fell to brushing me most vigorously, puffing and blowing all the time in a most tremendous manner. I did not refuse his services, but let him go on, and to reward him as I thought, spoke kindly to him, asking him various questions. "Are you a carter?" said I. No answer. "One of Twm o'r Nant's people?" No answer. "Famous fellow that Twm o'r Nant, wasn't he? Did you ever hear how he got the great tree in at Carmarthen? What is wood per foot at present? Whom do you cart for? Or are you your own master? If so, how many horses do you keep?" To not one of these questions, nor to a dozen others which I put, both in English and Welsh, did my friend with the brush return any verbal answer, though I could occasionally hear a kind of stifled giggle proceeding from him. Having at length thoroughly brushed not only my clothes, but my boots and my hat, which last article he took from my head, and placed it on again very dexterously after brushing it, he put the brush down on the dresser, and then advanced to me, made me a bow, and waving his forefinger backwards and forwards before my face, he said with a broad grin, "Nice gentleman, will do anything for him but answer questions, and let him hear my discourse. Love to listen to his pleasant stories of foreign lands, ghosts and Tylwyth Teg, but before him deem it wise to be mum, quite mum. Know what he comes about, wants to hear discourse of poor man, that he may learn from it poor man's little ways and infirmities, and mark them down in one small little book to serve for fun to Lord Palmerston and the other great gentlefolks in London. Nice man, civil man I don't deny, and clever man too, for he knows Welsh and has been everywhere, but fox, old fox, lives at Plaza Cadno." Having been informed that there was a considerable iron foundry close by, I thought it would be worth my while to go and see it. I entered the premises, and was standing and looking round, when a man with the appearance of a respectable mechanic came up and offered to show me over the place. I gladly accepted his offer, and he showed me all about the iron foundry. I saw a large steam engine at full play, terrible furnaces, and immense heaps of burning, crackling cinders, and a fiery stream of molten metal rolling along. After seeing what there was to be seen, I offered a piece of silver to my kind conductor, which he at once refused. On my asking him, however, to go to the inn and have a friendly glass, he smiled and said he had no objection. So we went to the inn and had 2 friendly glasses of whisky and water together, and also some discourse. I asked him if there were any English employed on the premises. "None," said he, "nor Irish either, we are all Welsh." Though he was a Welshman, his name was a very common English one. After paying the reckoning, which only amounted to 3 and 6pence, I departed for Swansea, distant about 13 miles. Gwter Fawr consists of one street, extending for some little way along the Swansea road, the foundry and a number of huts and houses scattered here and there. The population is composed almost entirely of miners, the workers at the foundry and their families. For the first 2 or 3 miles the country through which I passed did not at all prepossess me in favour of Glamorganshire. It consisted of low, sullen, peaty hills. Subsequently, however, it improved rapidly, becoming bold, wild, and pleasantly wooded. The aspect of the day improved, also with the appearance of the country. When I first started the morning was wretched and drizzly, but in less than an hour it cleared up wonderfully, and the sun began to flash out. As I looked on the bright luminary, I thought of Ab Gwilym's ode to the sun and Glamorgan, and with breast heaving and with eyes full of tears I began to repeat parts of it, or rather of a translation made in my happy boyish years. Each morn benign of countenance, upon Glamorgan's pennon glance, each afternoon in beauty clear, above my own dear bounds appear, bright outline of a blessed clime. Again, though sunk, arise sublime. Upon my errand swift repair, and unto green Glamorgan bear good days and terms of courtesy from my dear country and from me. Move round, but need I thee command, its chalk-white halls which cheerful stand, pleasant thy own pavilions too, its fields and orchards fair to view. O pleasant is thy task and high, in radiant warmth to roam the sky, to keep from ill that kindly ground, its meads and farms where mead is found, a land whose commons live content, where each man's lot is excellent, where hosts to hail thee shall upstand, where lads are bold and lasses bland, a land I oft from hill that's high have gazed upon with raptured eye, where maids are trained in virtue's school, where duteous wives spin dainty wool, a country with each gift supplied, confronting Cornwall's cliffs of pride. Came to Llan, a hamlet situated near a tremendous gorge, the sides of which were covered with wood. Thence to the village of Towy Bridge, at the bottom of a beautiful valley, through which runs the Towy, which after the Taff is the most considerable river in Glamorganshire. Continuing my course, I passed by an enormous edifice which stood on my right hand. It had huge chimneys which were casting forth smoke, and from within I heard the noise of a steam engine and the roar of furnaces. "What place is this?" said I to a boy. "Gwaith Hirion, sir. Perthyn I Mr. Pearson. Mr. Pearson's iron works, sir." I proceeded, and in about half an hour saw a man walking before me in the same direction in which I was. He was going very briskly, but I soon came up to him. He was a small, well-made fellow, with reddish hair and ruddy, determined countenance, somewhat tanned. He wore a straw hat, checkered shirt, open at the neck, canvas trousers, and blue jacket. On his feet were shoes remarkably thin, but no stockings, and in his hand he held a stout stick, with which, just before I overtook him, he struck a round stone which lay on the ground, sending it flying at least 50 yards before him on the road, and following it in its flight with a wild and somewhat startling halloo. "Good day, my friend," said I. "You seem to be able to use a stick." "And sure I ought to be, your honour, seeing as how our father taught me, who was the best fighting man with a stick that the Llanves ever had. Many is the head of a Caravad that he has broken with some such an Alpine wattle as the one I am carrying with me here." "A good thing," said I, "that there are no old waistcoats and cravats at present, at least bloody factions bearing those names." "Your honour thinks so? Faith, I am clane of the contrary opinion. I wish the old Llanvests and Caravads were fighting still, and I among them. Faith, there was some life in Ireland in their days." "And plenty of death too," said I. "How fortunate it is that the Irish have the English among them to prevent their cutting each other's throats." "The English prevent the Irish from cutting each other's throats? Well, if they do, it is only that they may have the pleasure of cutting them themselves. The bloody tyrants! Too long has their foot been upon the neck of poor old Ireland." "How do the English tyrannise over Ireland?" "How do they tyrannise over her? Don't they prevent her from having the free exercise of her Catholic religion, and make her help to support her own Protestant one?" "Well, and don't the Roman Catholics prevent the Protestants from having the free exercise of their religion whenever they happen to be the most numerous, and don't they make them help to support the Roman Catholic religion?" "Of course they do, and quite right. Had I my will, there shouldn't be a place of Protestant worship left standing, or a Protestant churl allowed to go about with a head unbroken." "Then why do you blame the Protestants for keeping the Romans a little under?" "Why do I blame them? A pretty question. Why aren't they wrong, and aren't we right?" "But they say that they are right and you wrong." "They say? Who minds what they say? Haven't we heard the word of the blessed Pope that we are right?" "And they say that they have the word of the blessed Gospel that you are wrong." "The Gospel? Who cares for the Gospel? Surely you're not going to compare the Gospel with the Pope?" "Well, they certainly are not to be named in the same day." "They are not? Then good luck to you. You are both of the same opinion, and I thought your honour was a real Catholic. Now tell me from what kingdom of Ireland does your honour hail?" "Why, I am partly educated in Munster." "In Munster? Hooray! Here's the hand of a countryman to your honour. Ah, it was easy to be seen from the learning which your honour shows that your honour is from Munster. There's no spot in Ireland like Munster for learning. Who says the old song, Ulster for a soldier, Connaught for a thief, Munster for learning, and Leinster for beef. Hooray for learned Munster, and down with beggarly, thievish Connaught. I would that Connaught man would come athwart me now, that I might break his thief's head with my Alpine." "You don't seem to like the Connaught men," said I. "Like them? Who can like them? A parcel of beggarly, thievish blackguards. So your honour was educated in Munster? I mean partly educated. I suppose by your saying that you were partly educated that your honour was intended for the clerical profession. but being over fond of the drop was forced to leave college before your education was quite completed, and so for want of a better profession took up with that of merchandise. Ah, the love of the drop at college has prevented many a clever young fellow from taking holy orders. Well, it's a pity it can't be helped. I am fond of a drop myself, and when we get to, shall be happy to offer your honour a glass of whisky. I hope your honour and I shall splice the main brace together before we part." "I suppose," said I, "by your talking of splicing the main brace, that you are a sailor." "I am, your honour, and hail from the Cove of Cork in the kingdom of Munster." "I know it well," said I. "It is the best sea basin in the world. Well, how came you into these parts?" "I'll tell your honour. My ship is at Swansea, and having a relation working at the foundry behind us, I came to see him." "Are you in the royal service?" "I am not, your honour. I was once in the royal service, but having a dispute with the boatswain at Spithead, I gave him a wipe, jumped overboard, and swam ashore. After that I sailed for Cuba, got into the merchant service there, and made several voyages to the Black Coast. At present I am in the service of the merchants of Cork." "I wonder that you are not now in the royal service," said I, "since you are so fond of fighting. There is hot work going on at present up the Black Sea, and brave men, especially Irishmen, are in great request." "Yes, brave Irishmen are always in great request with England when she has a battle to fight. At other times they are left to lie in the mud with the chain round their necks. It has ever been so since the time of De Courcy, and I suppose always will be so, unless Irishmen all become of my mind, which is not likely. Were the Irish all of my mind, the English would find no Irish champion to fight their battles when the French or the Russians come to beard them." "By De Courcy," said I, "you mean the man whom the King of England confined in the Tower of London, after taking from him his barony in the county of Cork." "Of course, your honour, and whom he kept in the Tower till the King of France sent over a champion to insult and beard him, when the king was glad to take De Courcy out of the dungeon to fight the French champion, for devil a one of his own English fighting men dared to take the Frenchman in hand." "A fine fellow that De Courcy," said I. "Rather too fond of the drop though, like your honour and myself, for after he had caused the French champion to flee back into France, he lost the greater part of the reward which the King of England promised him, solely by making too free with the strong drink. Does your honour remember that part of the story?" "I think I do," said I, "but I should be very glad to hear you relate it." "Then your honour shall. Right glad was the King of England when the French champion fled back to France, for no sooner did the dirty scalpeen hear that they were going to bring De Courcy against him, the fame of whose strength and courage filled the whole world, than he betook himself back to his own country, and was never heard of more. Right glad, I say, was the King of England, and gave leave to De Courcy to return to Ireland. And you shall have, said he, of the barony which I took from you all that you can ride round on the first day of your return. So De Courcy betook himself to Ireland and to his barony, but he was anything but a lucky man, this De Courcy, for his friends and relations in tenantry, hearing of his coming, prepared a grand festival for him, with all kinds of illegal viands and powerful liquors, and when he arrived there it was waiting for him, and down to it he sat and ate and drank, and the joy of seeing himself once more amongst his friends and tenantry in the hall of his forefathers, and for love of the drop, which he always had, he drank of the powerful liquors more than he ought, and the upshot was that he became drunk. Agus to be, and doon mine maiths in Megaidi, to Caider a glog, the good gentleman was drunk till 4 o'clock, and when he awoke he found that he had but 2 hours of day remaining to win back his brave barony. However, he did not lose heart, but mounted his horse and set off riding as fast as a man just partly recovered from intoxication could be expected to do, and he contrived to ride round 4 parishes, and only 4, and these 4 parishes were all that he recovered of his brave barony, and all that he had to live upon till his dying day, and all that he had to leave to his descendants, so that De Courcy could scarcely be called a very lucky man after all. Shortly after my friend the sailor had concluded his account of De Courcy, we arrived at the vicinity of a small town, or rather considerable village. It stood on the right-hand side of the road, fronting the east, having a high romantic hill behind it, on the sides of which were woods, groves, and pleasant-looking white houses. "What place is this?" said I to my companion. "This is , your honour,
and here, if your honour will accept a glass of whisky, we will splice the main brace together." "Thank you," said I, "but I am in haste to get to Swansea. Moreover, if I am over fond of the drop, as you say I am, the sooner I begin to practise abstinence the better." "Very true, your honour. Well, at any rate, when your honour gets to Swansea, you will not be able to say that Pat Flanagan walked for miles with your honour along the road without offering your honour a glass of whisky, nor shall Pat Flanagan be able to say the same of my honour. I have a shilling in my pocket at Pat Flanagan's service, if he chooses to splice with it the main brace for himself and for me." "Thank you, your honour, but I have a shilling in my own pocket, and $1 too, and a £5 note besides, so I needn't be beholden for drink money to anybody under the sun." "Well then, farewell. Here's my hand. Slan light a fatraig Uy Flanagan. Slan liat a dwyn o sale," said Patrick, giving me his hand, "and health, hope and happiness to ye." Thereupon he turned aside to —, and I continued my way to Swansea. Arrived at a place called Glandwr, about 2 miles from Swansea, I found that I was splashed from top to toe, for the roads were frightfully miry, and was sorry to perceive that my boots had given way at the soles, large pieces of which were sticking out. I must, however, do the poor things the justice to say that it was no wonder that they were in this dilapidated condition, for in those boots I had walked at least 200 miles over all kinds of paths since I had got them soled in Llangollen. "Well," said I to myself, "it won't do to show myself at Swansea in this condition, more especially as I shall go to the best hotel. I must try and get myself made a little decent here." Seeing a little inn on my right, I entered it, and addressing myself to a neat, comfortable landlady, who was standing within the bar, I said, "Please to let me have a glass of ale, and harkee, as I have been walking along the road, I should be glad of the services of a boots." "Very good, sir," said the landlady with a curtsey. Then showing me into a nice little sanded parlour, she brought me the glass of ale, and presently sent in a lad with a boot jack to minister to me. Oh, what can't a little money effect! For 6d in that small nice inn I had a glass of ale, my boots cleaned, and the excrescences cut off, my clothes wiped with a dwile, and then passed over with a brush, and was myself thanked over and over again. Starting again with all the spirited confidence of one who has just cast off his slough, I soon found myself in the suburbs of Swansea. As I passed under what appeared to be a railroad bridge, I inquired in Welsh of the ancient-looking man, in coaly habiliments, if it was one. He answered in the same language that it was, then instantly added in English, "You have taken your last farewell of Wales, sir. It's no use speaking Welsh further on." I passed some immense edifices, probably manufactories, and was soon convinced that, whether I was in Wales or not, I was no longer among Welsh. The people whom I met did not look like Welsh. They were taller and bulkier than the Cambrians, and were speaking in dissonant English jargon. The women had much the appearance of Dutch fisherwomen. Some of them were carrying huge loads on their heads. I spoke in Welsh to 2 or 3 whom I overtook. "No Welsh, sir." "Why don't you speak Welsh?" said I. "Because we never learnt it. We are not Welsh." "Who are you then?" "English. Some calls us Flamings." "Ah, ah," said I to myself. I had forgot. Presently I entered the town, a large, bustling, dirty, gloomy place, and inquiring for the first hotel was directed to the Mackworth Arms in Wine Street. As soon as I was shown into the parlour, I summoned the boots, and on his making his appearance, I said in a stern voice, "My boots want soling. Let them be done by to-morrow morning." "Can't be, sir. It's now Saturday afternoon. The shoemaker couldn't begin them to-night." "You must make him," said I, "and look here, I shall give him a shilling extra, and you an extra shilling for seeing after him." "Yes, sir, I'll see after him. They shall be done, sir. Bring you your slippers instantly. Glad to see you again in Swansea, sir, looking so well." End of chapter 100.